If your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI. At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news, she understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
Check, this is the official mic. Check, 1, check 2, check. Check, this is the official mic. Check, 1, check 2. Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Extending a very warm and a heartfelt welcome to everybody out there. Might I suggest that you pick your poison? Do not be alarmed. I am talking about a cup of tea and maybe a cup of tea with some refreshments. Because as in an absolute short while we are to begin with the festivities of the day, I'm going to have to request all of you to find comfortable seats, settle down, and please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate. Thank you.
Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Extending a very warm and a heartfelt welcome to everybody out there. Might I encourage all the event attendees to kindly find comfortable seats, settle down and get ready for the festivities of the day. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate in the way. This is the official mic. Check 1, check 2, check. At the risk of sounding repetitive, might I encourage everyone to kindly find comfortable seats? Tick-tock on the clock, and we are to begin in an absolute short while. I'm certain event attendees out there with a cup of tea in their hand. If I'm audible, might I encourage you to take a few steps forward, settle down, and get ready for the day? Thank you.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see, buried within, lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI. At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
In danger, I'm not a stranger. I was the kid who would never back down. Young at the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win, so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach, cause I really want it. I come from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't get in the ring, cause I'll never tap out. You better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run the crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look.
This isn't a classroom, so absolutely no upside from behaving like backbenchers. Could I please encourage people at the end to kindly take a few steps forward and fill in the tables in the front? Would that be all right? Doom scrolling is another virtual disease that we find ourselves fallen a victim to. Might I encourage all of you to give your thumb a little rest and place your mobile phones upside down on your tabletops. For an altogether immersive experience, might I also suggest to kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. We are to begin with the festivities of the day in the next 60 seconds. Kindly settle down and get ready. Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sahibjeet Kaur, your host for this fine day on behalf of BrandCommunion. An absolute delight for me to welcome each and every one of you to the inaugural edition of BrandCommunion Convergence Summit and Awards 2026. How about we start this day on a positive note with a gathered round of applause for everyone who is here with us. Thank you. Conceived as a platform where ideas, innovation, and industry leadership converges, the aim behind this platform is to foster meaningful dialogue that shapes the future of brands and strategic communications. Bringing together visionaries, policymakers, business leaders, and industry pioneers, this event serves as a catalyst for conversations that inspire collaboration, drive innovation, and redefine the evolving communications landscape. Through this flagship initiative, BrandCommunion seeks to create a dynamic forum for exchanging perspectives on emerging trends, market shifts, technological disruption, policy developments, and, of course, the future of branding. The summit features keynote addresses, thought-provoking fireside conversations, and insightful panel discussions covering critical themes such as artificial intelligence, future of communication, digital transformation, integrated marketing, reputation management, purpose-driven branding, public policy, creator economy, consumer behavior, and, of course, the evolving role of strategic storytelling. As the conversations unfold, attendees will gain fresh insights from some of the industry's most respected voices. With this, I have a growing realization that I might be an unfamiliar face up here trying to chat your ears off. Well, let's change that super quickly. But prior to that, I would like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Presented by AdFactors PR, Diamond Partner, Fortuna PR, Platinum Partner, Media Mantra Group, Gold Partners, PR Professionals, Fusion PR, Consortia Advisory, The Practice, Avian V, Silver Partners, ATDB, Grey Cell PR, Critical Edge Consulting, PRtainment, Zeno, Measurement Partner, Impact Research and Measurement, Lifestyle Media Partner, Actimedia PR and Digital, Healthcare Partner, Fortis, Bronze Partners, All Schools Colleges, Intact, Stella Cars, Your Next Orbit, Event Partner, Video Production House, and finally Gifting Partner, PNA Origin. Might I encourage everyone to offer a loud round of applause for all our partners? Thank you, thank you. With this, I request everybody's undivided attention towards the screen on the stage. Let's quickly take a look at the partner areas. Well, as I have just been informed, due to the paucity of time, we have a few victims of the Delhi-Gurgaon traffic situation. So I'm quickly going to move on to the first address for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome all of you, joining us on stage is founder at BrandCommunion and Salt Discovery Media. Please put your hands together for Mr. Karan Bhatia.
Good morning, everyone. It's a different day for me because this happens to be my first maiden event. So you guys will have to forgive me because today is the day you will see a lot of glitches or some issues here and there. So you'll have to bear with us. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural edition of BrandCommunion Convergence Summit and Awards. Today is a very important day for us. This summit is a realization of the vision that we envisaged, quite a few years back. And while working with my stint, I had the honors of working with some of the most profound leaders. One of them is Mr. Ajit Singh, who has been a great mentor and a friend who guided me through and helped me in understanding the anatomy of how the confluence of different industry leaders work together. I also had the honors of working with some of the most profound gentlemen in the past, during my days in PR agency, during my day in media. And This summit is a realization, because, when you start something new, there are a lot of people who believe in you and, they push you to move forward. And we were so grateful that some of the industry friends, partners stood with us and stood by us when we were planning to conceptualize this platform. And that's how the vision of convergence came into existence and materialized. So I'm grateful to all the partners and all my friends from the industry. The idea of this platform was to create a meaningful conversation among policymakers, leaders, communicators, innovators, and change makers to come and ideate and discuss about the various facets of Indian economy. We are on the cusp of major shifts and balances happening, and India itself is the fastest growing economy, and it's a perfect story of strong, resilient economy, especially the turbulence that the world is going through right now. And I'm sure under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we'll see much more prosper and stronger economic foundation which India is going to be. In the evening, we'll be celebrating the outstanding leaders and industry stalwart. Many of them have, inspired most of us and guided us through our professional journey. So through that award, it's like a token of appreciation for the great work that they have done and how their remarkable contribution has helped us. I will not take much time because everybody has very important schedule and the day is already planned, so I will not take much time. I will just say thanks to all of you who are here, and I wish you have an engaging day filled with insightful discussions and meaningful connections. And I thank you once again, and I welcome you all. And I just want to say that this is the first event, so all feedback is welcome, where we can do better and where we are going wrong. Each one of you, can bring or shed light to it. This will help us in making ourselves more stronger, better, and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a visual treat for all of you. Could I please request everybody's undivided attention towards the big screen on the stage? Let's quickly take a look at the intro AV.
Welcome to the first edition of the BrandCommunion Convergence Summit and Awards 2026. This year's theme, Confluence of Economies, reflects the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose in shaping the future of businesses, brands, and societies. The Convergence Summit brings together an exceptional gathering of industry leaders, policymakers, brand custodians, founders, communication professionals, domain experts, and government representatives to deliberate on the evolving economic landscape and explore how brands can contribute to building stronger, more resilient economies. Throughout the day, we will engage in insightful keynote addresses and thought-provoking panels on AI and the future of communications, devising effective crisis communication strategies in the era of digital deepfakes, the Geo Playbook, navigating consumer behavior in the age of AI, skills PR professionals need to thrive as AI reshapes the industry, rationalizing the RFP process and leveraging social and digital media to build public trust, policy and advocacy in reshaping brand narratives, the creator economy and its role in empowering India's growth, CSR, social impact, and nation building, marketing in an increasingly complex world. In the evening, we will celebrate excellence and leadership at the BrandCommunion Icon and Titan Awards 2026. These prestigious honors will recognize the veterans, stalwarts, pioneers, and visionaries whose exceptional contributions have transformed industries, inspired generations, and strengthened the communications, marketing, and business ecosystem. We welcome you all to our summit.
With this, I'm certain that through the course of this fine day, you'll be taking multiple pictures, videos. In case you are planning on posting these pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, might I encourage all of you to kindly use the hashtag. The hashtag goes BrandCommunion Convergence. Without any spaces, I'm certain. Right? Once again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, hashtag BrandCommunion Convergence. With this, join me as I welcome our esteemed first panel. The topic at hand, marketing's new mandate, driving core business growth in a volatile economy. Join me as I welcome our panelists. First and foremost, joining us on stage is the Vice President at Marketing and Organized Trade for KRBL Limited. Please put your hands together for Kunal Sharma. Very good morning, Kunal. An absolute delight. Thank you. At any given point, if your hands are ever occupied, might I encourage that you use the free one to bang on the table, but do congratulate the panelists, right? Perfect. That's the energy we want to move forward with. Joining us up next, business leader, author, postdoctoral researcher, and founder at News Trust India. Please welcome Dr. Ashish Kaul. Up next, time to welcome Chief Marketing Officer at Wadhwani Foundation. Please welcome Anupama Mukherjee Rawat. Up next, Head of Brand Marketing at Policy Bazaar. Please welcome Mr. Sameer Sethi. Unfortunately, Mr. Sethi has fallen a victim to the Delhi-Gurgaon traffic situation. I'm hoping that he will be joining us momentarily, but due to the paucity of time, let's welcome the moderator and start with the first panel discussion. Please put your hands together for B-School Editor at Business Standard, Mr. Arindam Bhattacharjee.
Thank you, everyone. Mic is working and you're able to hear me. Thank you for making your time out over here on Friday morning, wheeling through the Delhi-Gurgaon traffic. And thank you, speakers who have been here since morning. They didn't want to miss it and they didn't want to be late. Thank you very much. Very quickly, since we have just 30 minutes, and typically, today's first panel, you don't want to put the audience to sleep. Typically, like writing a news report, where the first line has to be the anchor line, the hook, to draw you in to read more. So our panel should also be like that, I guess. The topic is quite interesting and it's been around for quite some time now, especially in the era of chaos that we have. Marketing's new mandate, driving core business growth in a volatile economy, in the chaos. And the chaos has been, I guess, through not just the global relations, political and governance issues, is through technology as well. AI is the buzzword these days. So to quickly come, I can start off with Ashish. Sticking to the convergence idea for this event. How do you see, a CMO's role, Chief Marketing Officer's role, sort of moving from the marketing role to becoming, the CEO, the CTO, everything kind of doubling up and, converging, the roles are converging and how you become, core to the business growth and driving that growth in this volatile economy?
First and foremost, I think it reminds me of a business standard. I think it was the first one to have a supplement called Convergence.
Yeah.
And it used to be a benchmark in reporting on convergence. Secondly, I'll take a moment to congratulate Karan. You worked very hard to be here today, but I think the journey starts now. All the very best to you. Nobody knows this better than you. Good luck. Your life has started today. Somebody says, no, you were born one day and then the second day, etc., etc. So this is that day, and this should define you for the rest of your days. So when it comes to convergence, I think, what would I say about the marketing part? I think it is very, very optically treated still in the industry. I've been around for 3 decades now. While we use the word efficiently, optically, but in terms of the real delivery, it still remains an illusion. When you talk about the convergence and align it to the marketing, the real decision makers lie somewhere else. I think that gap is yet to be filled. That gap doesn't get filled. We take great pride in making fancy statements. We are optically correct. We make great statements where they matter, but does the business really operate out of that mechanics? That's a huge divide there. That's a huge gap there. But if you were to really do that, then you put it rightly, then you're looking at a role that is truly at the cusp, at the precipice of convergence of revenue. So business fundamental is all about revenue. The optics of it is only one part of it. Optics, most of the times, we get carried away ourselves by the optics of it, which rarely, and there's a huge gap, especially in India, where we are unable to bring measurement systems, because we come from certain backgrounds where measurability is not even a part of syllabus. So when people are educated for marketing, the measurability is never discussed. So I think why this gap remains is because the marketing measurability is very, very loosely defined. But I think this is the best time for all of that to come together. It puts a lot of focus back onto the marketer for him to be educated appropriately. And unfortunately, I must say that upfront, most of us are not. We still fail to see behind big billboards and fancy advertising, and it's ultimately the role is nothing but you are a glorified coordinator between the account and the agency in creating fancy stuff. I think it needs to move beyond that. That's a gap that I continue to see.
So you're saying that the CMO is that role has not really stepped up to becoming the key business growth.
See, traditionally, if you saw, then in India, not just in India, but most of, especially you will see this in consumer goods, that when you say marketing, it's about delivery of a standard of living. I mean, it's about creating a product that will make somebody reach out for that magical action, for somebody's hand reaching out to the purse. That measurability is still not there. The point is that when you talk of marketing, you're missing the biggest link today, which is a role unfortunately done by the sales head or by the CEO, which should be the marketing guy's role, but then the marketing guy himself is not educated that much. I mean, it's not a part of his DNA. He neither comes from that background to understand how the market works. So I think while the spotlight is on the marketing, but real decision maker you will find actually somewhere else. Right. Because he's not creating the product, he's only creating the optics of it. He's not even creating the distribution channel. So the two most important aspects which unfortunately are alluded to align to a marketing guy, but then the decision maker, he's not the decision maker. He's only dressing up that decision. So I think that is the gap.
Right. So you touched upon an interesting area, the FMCG area, which is the most sales and distribution driven. And in fact, we were discussing this. We have an FMCG leader over here as well. Kunal, you want to come in over here on this?
No, I think, Arvind, this is a very interesting space that you've picked up, and I'm just trying to give a perspective which is slightly alternate to what Ashish just mentioned. I think in the journey that I see, eventually the aspiration of marketing as a function is to be the growth driver of the organization. So versus a chief marketing officer, typically as the role is positioned, I think typically it's the engine that's driving the growth of the organization. And growth could be the growth of the brand or the growth of the revenue, the way we look at it. So having said that, I've seen a lot of FMCG organizations where typically the multi-category, where there are multiple P&Ls of multiple brands, where the P&L then anchors into the marketing function, which essentially means the revenue to the bottom line is the accountability of the marketer. Wherein, as Ashish rightly pointed out, I think distribution, etc., continues to remain the forte of the entire sales system, and certain decisions on that continue to be taken by the CEO or the sales head. I think I'm seeing a time with, the change in go-to-markets that are happening. I mean, 10 years back, there was only one channel which existed in India, which was general trade, where the sales ecosystem used to largely drive. We saw this wave of modern trade coming into India. And today we have quick commerce, which is today contributing to almost 30% of revenue for a lot of brands. Wherein the marketer's role is anyways, by the nature of change of the channel dynamics, starting to get elevated. So I think the CMO needs to graduate as a role into a chief growth officer to the CEO's, left or right hand, however we call it out. And that's probably the way forward in terms of evolution. But yes, there's a way to go, for organizations to reach there.
So the gap still is there, and you're also saying that the CMO also has to step up. I mean, they have to, kind of lead and drive this to step up and be there, to be integral to the growth drive. Now, Kunal, you touched upon two things over here, quick commerce and of course the brands and, we're talking about distribution and all those things. I would like to come to the next question over here. Anupama, I'll come to you in a bit on there is another point that I want to discuss. What I want to understand, how do you see sort of brands striking a balance between the immediate performance, and in the FMCG sector, you see, sales numbers, it's a constant fight over there. And especially quick commerce coming in, the competition and margins even get squeezed far more. How do you see that brand striking balance between the immediate performance and investing in long-term sustainable growth and long-term sustainable play?
See, I think it all starts, Arindam, with defining what the problem statement the brand has. For example, the brand's problem statement could be salience, in which case, what do you measure actually to, and I think Ashish touched upon that point on measurement. I feel that anchoring of measurement, because as organizations, we have this tendency to look at revenue, quarterly revenue as the only measure. Now revenue comes on the back of, a lot of interventions that we take across the spectrum, right from, optimization of supply chain to the right SKU, to the right portfolio, to, distribution and so on and so forth. It's not just one thing which is driving that. It's a multi-factor, multivariate thing which is kind of impacting revenue. So I think it is important for brands to really take a step back and to be able to define what really are they trying to move, which metric should be measured against what intervention. So a lot of large size brands today are saying that a lot of marketing investments are focused on driving certain metrics on the brand, and then hence that needs to be measured versus looking at pure play revenue, because revenue is then a function of a lot of other things, right? There is another end of the spectrum where a lot of brands are investing significantly on pure play performance marketing, which is to drive conversion at the bottom of the funnel. And sometimes that falls because you don't get those conversions essentially. You're walking at the bottom of the funnel, whereas your actual role should be to work at the top of the funnel. So I think there's no right playbook today, given 2-3 things. One, the fact that brands' roles are changing, channel mixes are changing. So I think it will always continue to now in our current ecosystem be a dynamic playbook. But to me, the most important thing is to be able to define the role, the metric to be measured, and then keep measuring against that.
Right.
Actually, if I may be allowed to add, I think, see, performance marketing is really about immediate revenue. And then when we talk about brand salience, that's continued revenue. So I think brands that are continuing to lead in the market are finding the right balance between the two.
Right. Okay. No, great thought. In fact, we are talking about data and how brands are riding the tech and data and all those things. I will ask you guys to hold on to that thought a little bit, because I'll come to one subject to which we cannot avoid discussing in today's day and age, which is AI. And on this, Anupama, I would like to come to you first. Because coming from a non-profit background and working with a non-profit, very unlikely the conception would be that it's less tech, and which is not actually. You guys are perhaps more tech than other people on that. So on the AI front, my question is that how do you see AI kind of evolving from being just a productive tool to being more strategic? And the typical question that I ask is that in a marketing role, people really have a thinker's hat over there. You're strategizing, you're thinking deeper and laterally. Is AI sort of taking over that role, or humans are going to still be there to do that that creative thinking?
Yeah, so to address the question up front, I think humans were always there. Human ingenuity and decision making is going nowhere. What AI does is gives you that speed, that efficiency. Earlier, when you would spend maybe hours and weeks and months to do that market research, it's giving you a starting point. But the decision making will always stay with the human. And what AI is allowing you to do is bring in that personalization, especially speaking from the not-profit space, we work in the job creation, job fulfillment space. And for us, every single beneficiary matters. So for me to be able to customize, use AI to be able to customize and personalize it the way they want to learn, and to be able to do it in their own language is very important. So I think AI is giving you that efficiency, but it's going away. The human ingenuity is not going away anywhere. At the end of the day, decision making will stay with the human.
Right. Great thought. Ashish, you have any thoughts on this?
Specifically for social sector, yes, I think yes. For social sector, I think the inherent challenge has always been that it will always be a vertically aligned organization. They can't afford to have a horizontally long format organization, and I think AI is the single largest friend for social development sector.
Not just social sector, I guess you can, comment on.
Any sector, yes. Other sectors can afford to have so many tools, and this is one of them. But for social development, where the inherent challenge is that, you need to stay within, there's so much of legalities, there's so much of ethics. It is still perhaps the only sector where ethics is something at the forefront of that all. And therefore, you have to be very cautious with every money that goes out. And therefore, I say that AI can be the single largest tool for social development.
And if I may add, to exactly to what Ashish just said, it's allowing us to democratize and reach scale at an unprecedented level, which you cannot do at a one-on-one level. And that is where AI can be the best friend and help allow you to reach, every single last mile connectivity, because everybody in India has a phone, a smartphone, and internet connection, and you're able to actually reach them in their homes. So which is the biggest democratizer and leveler for me in that sense.
So I just want to bring in one quick perspective on this whole vertical horizontal piece. I think AI, and I'll give you a case in point of how we're using it. commerce today provides so many data points, right? And those data points, frankly, the kind of analysis that teams used to have to do over it, it used to take hours. Whereas, today we are living in a day and age where decisions need to be taken on a continuous basis. It's today versus what I need to do tomorrow. There are layers of this which can run on AI tools which will give you those insights. But those insights then need to be built into frameworks where the human mind will have a role to play. And the quality of the framework that you build on the basis of which you will take decisions is actually still the human mind. It's just helping you drive better efficiency and looking at more quality data from, data. So I'm just saying that some of the use cases that we are seeing happening are emerging.
But that's the current scenario.
Yeah.
But going forward, do you see that, AI is sort of moving into that strategic role where it also starts doing that deep thinking?
The way I see it, I mean, AI does keep getting trained on the way you're looking at data, right? So it is going to reach there, but maybe, the role of the human mind is still going to, because, the way you look at this data today pivots when you look at it from a different perspective tomorrow. Right. So the human mind will still keep moving ahead of the AI learning curve.
So basically, you're saying that human mind also sort of moves like AI, kind of keeps on learning and moves ahead.
Yeah, with the original AI.
Right. Ashish, you were, interestingly, you were talking about, how it'll be the era of prompt engineers. How you sort of make AI useful and what you do really at the back end, which makes AI. So you're fueling AI kind of a thing. So you want to talk about it?
See, actually, this whole scenario reminds me of an old saying. They say you don't cross a river by the law of average because you will always drown in the middle. So most of us, when we approach an AI, there's hardly any differentiation that I see between a Google search and AI. We just stopped using Google search and started using AI, but that's not how it works. So, one has to know how to use it. And if I may, take you back in time, it reminds me of one of my assignments when I was the business head for Bajaj overseas. So I used to handle a portfolio of roughly about 300 crores back then. Now, an organization like Bajaj was failing in creating a better market share, and market share would be restricted at about 2.5%. So I'm talking about the FMCG vertical and I used to head that business overseas. Now, did a company like Bajaj have any restrictions in using assets, or we always, even if you were to sneeze, you would use the big four? So, but then they were all failing. And the fundamental of that was that somebody was not looking at the right thing, not approaching the business case with the right view. And the first things first is that when you are talking about an Indian brand in an overseas market, you are directly talking to an Indian audience, which is restricted by the law of visa. So every organization has certain positions that are already validated, can't go beyond that. So there will be traffic coming in, traffic coming out, but the numbers will stick the same. All of them were making that blunder. They all had everything, but then the human mind was not there to take a back step and use the tools. We are getting consumed by, we largely get consumed by, overwhelmed by the technology that we're using. And therefore we lose a track of ourselves, like saying that you forgot computing because calculators came in. It doesn't work that way. You need to know, and first and foremost, who is important. Is it the person using the tool or the tool in itself? By getting overwhelmed, you agree that you are inferior to the tool and the tool eventually will drive you. And that is going to be a catastrophe. That's not how businesses work. All the businesses fail because they represent something, or they get consumed by an idea, not understanding the depth of the river. And then that's how they get, most of the business cases that fail only fail because they got consumed by the idea, not understanding that how the whole river has to be crossed.
Right. So basically we have to continue getting smarter and smarter.
Of course, there is no way, it reminds me of a very old picture where Amol Palekar was going through a career crisis and Ashok Kumar tells him that, there is a bottom will always be crowded, but then there will always be a place at the top. But then you got to work very hard to be at the top. Most of us, we don't. I mean, I have to be shamelessly candid about it. We look for shortcuts. And as he was rightly saying, that there's so much of pressure of delivering overnight. Nothing ever was delivered overnight. Failure is delivered overnight. We cover that failure. You look at some of the quick commerce companies, you look at some of the finest examples that are given, that their balance sheets are a deep bloody scarlet, and that's how businesses fold overnight and thousands are left jobless because somebody got overwhelmed by an idea of market share. Never lose the fundamental, which is it needs to make money. It needs to fund, it needs to at least have that money to be able to experiment with something. You know, if an experiment goes wrong, the business fundamentals have to be strong enough for you to not get hit by that experiment having failed.
Right, fantastic. Thanks for the great insight. We come to the last leg of our the conversation, and this is something which we cannot avoid, is about skilling. With a lot of, now I come to that thought that you were talking about, a lot of data, technology, AI coming into this. How does the CMO's role, how does the CMO sort of upgrade and reskill or skill up, whatever, how do they change, sort of stay a pace ahead in this whole game of...
So I'll just come in, I think, Arindam, I think today's day and age, obviously, like Ashish rightly said, the first point is not to get overwhelmed or to run after it like a fad, And today, frankly, I feel a lot of us are maybe, looking at AI that way. A lot of us would say we are using AI, but what are we actually using it for? I think that needs definitely one level of evolution. The second thing, I think organizations, as you work in organizations, you tend to be more inward looking. Today is the time when you really have to look outside, look at how people are meaningfully using technology and AI and whatever not, everything else I'm saying, and really pick up what's relevant for your organization and do it not just for the sake of doing it, but for the fact of what value is it adding back to your business or whatever you're running. So I think these two are going to be very, very critical. And third is there is today going to be a plethora of things that a CMO would see that would not have seen in the last 20 years, and this is going to keep happening for the next 10-15 years of their careers. Sifting it, deciding what really needs upskilling and what's not is going to be very important. So choices are going to be important here.
Yeah, so I think for me, what I'm seeing is the CMO's mindset has to change from being just the custodian of the brand to becoming a business strategist. And I think we did touch upon that. So your mindset has to change. So if you change your thinking hat and become a business strategist, you have a seat at the table with the CEO and you're taking business decisions, not just beautifying stuff or using AI to, develop content. And that is where it becomes extremely important for you to be able to take the decisions and, sift through the multiple things that you have, because you have to think like that. I think it starts really there for me.
Quick, I think, couple of points. It reminds me of one. I've recently been watching a lot of promotional stuff about AI, and of course, as a business entities grow, they have to promote themselves. The biggest blunder that AI, whoever is doing it, is making it comparable to speed. So all the promotion that is coming out, the positioning is coming out that it is speed. For the lack of any other word, and I want to say this, some idiot needs to put some sense into it that, when you speed, you do nothing but destruction. AI is not about speed. So the industry has to take a call. Do you want to invest in a product that gives you speed or accuracy come credibility? What is it that is required? That is the biggest distinction. I think we're headed the wrong way in terms of how AI is going to be perceived. I see this, a lot of stuff being promoted, speed. I don't think that's the right way of doing that. And secondly, from what Kunal mentioned, the role of the CMO, I think the fundamental question is that do you want to be a solutions provider or do you want to be an optics provider? That's where the difference lies. I've always been a solutions provider. So I think that's where I see the role of a CMO. But unfortunately, most of us shamelessly, we're very happy in being the optics provider, which is not the role of a CMO. It is an advertising manager masquerading as a CMO. That's where the difference lies.
Thank you. Thanks, Ashish. I think we have, we are good on time. So very quickly, what we understand over here is that, it's a on CMO's part, he has to sort of, she has to sort of step up, define the role and, go with the pace and take technology, AI and everything and reinvent the role and the personality to and be there, along with the CEO or, the key growth driver for the business kind of a thing. And the rest of it kind of will follow along with that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the great insights and thank you audience for being with us on this thing. I hope so. Do send us your feedback on whatever you got to know. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Could I please request this entire panel to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture? And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf to the entire panel for their time and their valuable insights, join me as I welcome the presenter. Please put your hands together for editor at BrandCommunion, Mr. Yash Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, we'd love for you to be a part of this picture as well. How about another round of applause for this first panel discussion for the day? Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm certain that you did manage to find a minute or two to post across social media platforms. In case, if not yet, then might I encourage all of you to do that and also use the hashtag says BrandCommunion Convergence. With this, it's time for the first keynote address of the day. From strategy to execution, mastering the artificial intelligence in marketing and communications. Get ready to peel the onion with me as I welcome our speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's time that we peel the figurative onion and get started with it. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about strategy to execution, mastering AI in marketing and communications, joining us on stage is founder and chief executive officer at CambrianEdge.ai. Please put your hands together for Mr. Harjeev Singh.
Good morning, everybody. You can all hear me in the back, right? All right, good. Karan, congratulations. You have inaugurated an amazing gathering of leaders from marketing and communications. Really proud to see you do this. I know the last panel talked a lot about AI, so they kind of gave a setup for me. I have a quick show of hands for how many of you actually use AI a few times a week? All right, good. How many of you use it every day? Wow. You are really ahead of the curve. This is awesome. Very, very cool. So just to introduce myself, I'm Harjeev Singh. I built a global marketing business before I started CambrianEdge.ai. One of the things I learned was in the last 25 years, marketing has become the most complicated, convoluted function because there is no one thing. Ask yourself, you could be doing PR, you could be doing digital, you could be doing social, or you could be doing marketing research. That's a lot of different functions and a lot of different expertise areas. And how do you bring that all back to a single source of truth? Because the last panel was talking about what should CMOs be thinking about in terms of what AI is going to do to their sort of roles. One statistic I wanted to share with you, since you're all marketers, the shortest tenure function at any large enterprise is the CMO. And I know one of the panelists was talking about focusing on revenue, which is actually the primary focus, what every CMO needs to have, less on the optics, more on the results. It is a very, very hard place to be. And having built a global marketing business, I saw this sort of up close in the US, Europe, India, Singapore, Southeast Asia, that CMOs are constantly juggling multiple balls up in the air to make sure that they could convince the leadership of what they delivered every day. It is a very tough business. But I think AI can help reduce some of that stress, partly because it is not just about speed, as they were talking about, and I agree that speed is not the important element here, although it gives you that. The most important element is it is an intelligence layer that you all have access to today that did not exist before. So let me kind of set the stage. I'm going to do like a 6-act storytelling here. So there's 6 parts to this. I have 15 minutes, so I'm conscious of that. The way to think about AI is essentially, let me see if this works. Cool. So I'm going to give you the broader context of where we are today in the world of AI. I think it's very important to understand that. So all of you had your hands up that you're using it every day. You're in that sort of 16% who have used generative AI, but actually only 8% use every day. So you're the early adopters. So across the world, India, interestingly, according to a Stanford research, is the most optimistic about AI, partly because India also has one of the youngest demographics in the world. If I had this room in New York or in London, the average age would be closer to mine than the room we have here. And so there is a lot more natural fear because of that. The other part, which is really important, is only 3% pay for premium AI access, which means enterprises who are starting to begin their journey on how to think about AI internally. So there's a lot of new learnings that happen, but the one thing I can tell you, if you're young, you have an undue advantage because things change every 24 hours. China just announced yesterday that they have come very close to the Anthropic Claude models. It's called Moonshot. They're investing heavily, and I'll come to that in a minute. The way to think about how you use AI as organizations, as individuals, is to really think about, because you're early adopters, how do you create a global sort of canvas for your roles, right? AI will give you that undue advantage, which you did not have before AI. Yeah, you could, travel abroad, you could do Google search, but you know how it is. Google search is you put a word, then you have to wade through 100 different things to figure out what you were looking for. AI is the opposite, so it's very important to understand sort of that nuance, and I'll kind of talk about that as well. Let me give you some myths about AI, and let me deconstruct those. Have all of you heard about AI hallucinates? Yeah? All right, good. Well, that's not a bug, it's a feature of AI, because it's what is called a probabilistic system. So when you are putting in a prompt, and I heard about prompt engineering as well, don't let the word engineering scare you because you're marketers. A prompt is just really thinking through what you're looking for and defining it as clearly as you want it. AI is extremely powerful when that definition is as clear and as specific as you're looking for. I'll give you an example. So if I was going to look for demographic data in India, but I was actually looking for demographic data in West Bengal because I was tracking the elections, I would want to not put just India. I would say in West Bengal, what is the demographic makeup of the population in India, right? So you would give that specific sort of prompt to get the right answer. Where most people make the mistake is they kind of just put a random thing, and then that's when you have to actually learn prompt engineering to know what the guardrails are. The other myth about AI is going to take your jobs. I can guarantee you it's not taking your jobs. It's actually going to create way more jobs than most people realize. I believe it is a myth propounded by Silicon Valley to increase the financial valuation of these companies. You've got the first one, which is out the door, which is SpaceX, which is valued at $1 trillion. First one. You got two more coming down the pipeline, which is Anthropic and OpenAI. But that doesn't mean the jobs are going to disappear. The only jobs that disappear are of people who will not learn to use AI. That is for certain because this is going to be the underlying layer of intelligence that every organization will have to work with. So this room, I see no fear. There should be no fear. You guys are already using it. You're using it every day. So that's a very powerful way to sort of build whatever you're trying to build in your careers. Let me move to the next slide. So the adoption of AI is a 3-act play. So we're sort of in Act 1 right now and transitioning to Act 2. And the way I like to explain it is, Act 1 is how I AI. So a lot of you are individually using this. Currently, there's really not that many options where entire teams can use it. You can individually use it, but you can't have your whole team on that platform. We kind of solved that problem, but I'll come to that in a few slides. When you use it individually, you're increasing your productivity, right? Not organizational intelligence. And that's one of the biggest bottlenecks for why the ROI, or return on investment, that every enterprise is talking about over the last 24 months has not been that visible. Because they have all been internally saying, hey, just get a ChatGPT license or get an Anthropic Claude license, but that doesn't shift the productivity measure because you're individually producing stuff, but you're not really collaborating and sharing. That is a very important part, and you'll hear more about it as I go along here. The next part, which is actually very important, is how we all AI, which is, I think we're just starting that process where companies and organizations are realizing that individual use is great because people learn how to use it. There are two elements in this whole AI adoption curve. One is AI literacy. The other is AI fluency. So if you're using it every day, you're already AI fluent, which means you're ahead of the curve of 92% of the world. And having that fluency as an organization is the next big hurdle. So, in your organizations, if you look around, most of you, if you're using this individually, that's great, but how are you creating that intelligence layer that undergirds how you as an organization grow? And I think that's the part that every board, every company in the world is struggling with. If any of you saw what happened to IBM this past week, 25% of their market cap disappeared. It's the largest single drop in a stock price in nearly 50 years of IBM. It has never happened. You heard earlier in the year a term called SaaSpocalypse, which was all these SaaS companies were taking a beating on the market because every analyst believes that AI will completely disrupt. And that belief stems from the same belief I have that if you're not reorganizing the way you do business and your functions, it will disrupt massively. So if you're a publicly traded company, you should have already started that journey. And if you haven't done that, what happened to IBM is very easily possible to happen with every other large enterprise in the world. The advantage from that is small organizations can pivot and move faster. So AI also opens an extremely powerful opportunity for everybody who is a smaller, relatively smaller organization. There is no intelligence gap between a large company and a small company today because of AI. And that's very important to remember because you now have a competitive edge, especially if you're using this every day. You can run circles around larger companies. So that's an important takeaway. I think when you have to think about remodeling and rewiring your organization, the way to think about it, and I like to use this metaphor, AI is like the arrival of electricity in the world about 120 years ago. Before that, buildings, houses were lit with candles or, oil lanterns. And imagine now you suddenly have electricity, like we do now with AI, but the buildings that did not get built or wired with electrical cables could not put a bulb in, right? So that lighting up of what that intelligence is going to bring with AI needs to be rethought. Organizations cannot work in silos. If you look at any large enterprise marketing team, and I'm talking like if you think of IBM or you think of Starbucks or any of these large brands, the marketing teams are siloed because if you are, as marketers, you all see this probably, that there's digital, there's PR, there's content, there's video, they're all sitting in different silos, and it's very hard to have that single sort of intelligence layer. AI changes that for you, but only if you collaborate. That's the most important thing. So what happens once we all sort of get through this stage of how we AI? Well, the next stage is actually the more interesting one, which is why you require AI literacy and fluency to actually get the benefit of that, which is essentially that you are going to have AI as an intelligence layer where the human brings judgment, taste, and experience. But more importantly, all your tasks are actually going to be done by agents. And that's already happening. It's not that this is in the future. So we're in that transition phase where the early adopters, people who have figured out how to harness the power of AI within the organization, are already using this. And I think learning why that is important is very critical. As marketers, you're probably advising clients or within your companies of what to do with AI. The most important thing to understand is your entire organization, when you have to work with agents, has to actually think about the human part of this more importantly. How does a human interact with the agent? How do we use them to do the tasks that we have done till now? It's a very big cognitive shift, and that's why the biggest challenge with AI adoption and transformation is actually human. The technology is not the problem, and which is why most mandates where people say, oh, just get a chat GPT, log in, and you should be good, have not worked in the last 24 months. And the reason they haven't worked is because they thought this was a software upgrade. This is not a software upgrade. It's an underlying architectural change in how each and every person in every organization needs to be taken through the journey from AI literacy to AI fluency. Once you hit that curve is when you all will start to AI, right? And I think the way I think about it is 26, 27 is we're still in this stage 2, Act 2, 28 onwards. It'll take us 3-4 years because I think there's, as you see, only 16% of the world, which is about the early adopters phase, has sort of gotten used to what this is, right? And that transformation is going to happen over the next 4 or 5 years. And the ones who have a head start, like all of you in the room, you have an advantage. You have an advantage in the job market, but you more importantly have an advantage in how you learn to use this effectively. And the sooner you start thinking about how your organizational transformation happens, you can sort of lead that change. So this is actually a phenomenal advantage for the youth of India, and I'll talk more about that as well. So how is AI rewiring marketing? This is actually very important because all of you are probably being told that this is going to take jobs or I'm going to speed up everything, so I really don't need you, which to somebody who mentioned in the last panel, I agree that that is not going to change anything because when you speed up stuff, what do you do with the time you save? Are you going to sit idle or are you going to be more competitive by thinking how to redo the work that we have all done over the last 25 years? And so if you look at the left side, this is kind of like a broken structure of silos of how we've operated in the last 25 years. I'll give you a data point. The MarTech stack, which came after the arrival of Google on the planet, has been about 15,000 SaaS companies that came out. So if you're in digital, you probably use Hootsuite. If you are using other sort of trackers like Meltwater or other, intelligence gathering tools, they're all tools. They're not platforms. They're not built for the AI world. And it is very important to understand the difference between those two. So to the left is how the world works, even today, primarily. So, we're just starting this journey on AI and transformation. On the right, the last but one box, the AI intelligence substrate, is very, very important to understand. Organizations that have that are AI native, as they're called in Silicon Valley, but that's, it's just an enabler. And companies that build on that have a very powerful advantage for the next 10 years. The companies that have not done that probably have a clock running against them. So I guess that clock is running against me. I'm going to take a minute or two and wrap this up. So remember, AI has to be the substrate, and you got to collaborate, right? When you're doing transformation, it's always about the 4 Ps: people, process, patience. Lots of patience. The larger the organization, the more patience is required. But also make it fun, because this is about people. This is really not about the technology. And a quick example of a couple of our clients. So Kristen runs Stanford Business School's communications team for the dean. It's 9 people. All of them use CambridgeEdge.ai as their intelligence layer, because they can collaborate. Arnold is part of Gutenberg, and their entire global team across 7 countries, again, uses our platform, because we have built the entire platform to be model agnostic. You have all the world's models on it, so you're not only using ChatGPT or Claude. You have all of them, including the Chinese models. And you can do everything from, writing, creating videos. You can create images. You can plug it directly and schedule into your social media channels. It is extremely powerful when you get used to doing that. It's very hard to go back to where all of us are coming from. And quickly, let's see, oops, sorry. Just a quick context. Again, I'm going to go back to the world of where India is in this mix before I wrap up. So this is the amount of money just in 25 that venture capital invested in AI. And there's a reason for that, and that's why you sort of saw what happened with IBM and some of the other folks. This is a massive shift. Money doesn't go if there was no return on it, right? So it's a good number to look at. While India here is at the bottom of that chart, look at the number at way below that. Amazon, Google, Microsoft invested nearly $70 billion in India in the last year, because they're building data centers, and India actually has one of the biggest advantages, which is the youth of India, which is all of you here, who can actually become the leaders of how AI is deployed globally, not just in India. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. So I want you to think about a few things. One, how do you get yourselves to be ahead of everybody else out there just by being more AI fluent? How do you sort of convince your organizations to get away from the siloed approach? Because it's the siloed approach which is going to slow people down. And because you're young and you have speed, you can move a lot faster. So focus on that. And make it fun. Like, I don't want you guys to, fear this technology. You have a phenomenal advantage if you can harness it and use it to really elevate the career opportunities that all of you have here. We have an AI readiness test online, so if anybody wants to take that, it'll kind of give you a sense. You want to share it with your colleagues, please do that. It's a proprietary behavioral thing that helps you actually transfer from AI literacy to fluency and go up that value chain. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. And over to the next panel. Karan, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Could I please request you to kindly join me in the center of the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe a bigger, better, bolder round of applause is in order. And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, let's welcome the Vice President at BrandCommunion, Miss Madhvi Khanna. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. Thank you. Well, that's that. With this, it's time to move on to the next panel discussion for the day. The topic at hand, Geo Playbook, Navigating Consumer Behavior in the Era of Artificial Intelligence. But prior to that, might I encourage everyone to quickly pick up their mobile phones, turn on the camera app. Right, please. Do not be alarmed. Switch to selfie mode, please. Switch to selfie mode. Look at your faces, right? It's time to take the first picture of the day. And in case you want to include the person sitting next to you, then feel free. I'll circle back to this point towards the end of the event, but for now it's time to filter up and take a picture, if that's your choice. Right, perfect, perfect. Okay, and I'm certain that we are well aware of the hashtag that needs to be used, that is hashtag BrandCommunion Convergence, right? With this, join me as I welcome our panelists for the next panel in particular. Please put your hands together for the co-founder at Cosmic Use, Kamal Kalra. An absolute delight to have you here with us. Thank you. Joining us up next is Vice President at Industry Research Group, Cyber Media Research. Please welcome Prabhu Ram. The procedure to clap is actually very simple. All we need to do is bring both of our palms together. You want to give it a try? See? That works! Wow! With this, join me in welcoming the moderator for this session, Associate Vice President and Geofluent Lead India at Zeno Group. Please welcome Ms. Saisha Arora.
Good afternoon. Okay, lovely. A little exercise before we begin, right? I think she started with an exercise, I'm just continuing with it. As we get into this next session of ours, I just want you guys to help tell me if in the last 24 hours, any one of you have used any kind of AI platform for any kind of search. Yes? Show of hands, please. Wow, lovely. We have a very AI forward audience today. May I be as forward to maybe have one or two of you share what that search was? Yes? Could we arrange for a mic?
On it.
Hi. It was a very basic one, I would say. Since I'm handling a consumer account, it's a smartphone brand. So my recent search was around best smartphone under 30K category.
Oh,
very
wow.
basic one.
You completely nailed it to the point where I wanted to bring us. Okay, best smartphone under 30,000. That's lovely. Anybody else who wants to share what their last search was? Yes, Maulik. I know you, Maulik. You're from my team. Yes, Maulik.
So I searched for like SRI form.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The IR forms that we are filling now.
Yes.
Okay. So, may I ask you guys if you got an answer for what you were looking for? And has that typically been the case when we are going to these AI platforms? Are we getting the answers that we're looking for? What we are seeing as a shift now is that we are not doing what we were doing 2 years ago, which is going on Google and going through the top 10 or 20 blue links that comes to us, yes? We have moved to a behavioral shift where we are actually trusting the AI answers. Now, how does it change for us communicators and marketers in this room? Obviously, when we are trying to communicate for our brands or services, it is very important for us to be in those answers. Just before this session, we were listening into a panel and something stuck with me that Anupama ma'am shared from Vadvani Foundation, right? That finally it is still going to be a human that decides, 100%. The phone that he ends up buying or how he ends up filling his form is exactly the human doing the job. But the discoverability of the brand has shifted, right? This is exactly the problem that we were trying to solve for about 2 years ago. And in December 2025, we launched something called the Xeno GeoFluent. Typically, what we are seeing is ChatGPT is free on your phone, right? Gemini is now bundled up with your Google search, or it's the Google AI Plus mode that we're going for. Our major telecom brands have bundled up AI platforms as free services with Airtel giving Perplexity and so on. What we are seeing is something that we witnessed in 2016, if you may. Internet became accessible, became cheaper, and here is where we are. We cannot imagine life without internet. Very few of us would actually put off internet and Wi-Fi and hotspot when we go to sleep or when we are not using our phone. It's 24/7 active for us, right? There are probably upgrades that are happening on our phone overnight as we sleep. And in today's time, your Microsoft ecosystem, your G Suite, all is equipped by AI, right? In this behavioral change that is taking us by a storm, we communicators need to be on the top of the AI discoverability for our brands. And hence, it is not just the earned media or the paid stories or the influencers that we have to ensure that our brands come up on, of course. But do we also have to add this one lens, this one layer of where is my brand standing on the AI search? And am I missing out on an opportunity of being discovered if I'm not there on the AI answers? Yes? This is exactly what has been a solution that has been productized in the format that we call GeoFluent, which is looking at overall two things. One, brand visibility and how it has evolved. And second, what does reputation mean in today's time? How do you ensure that when you are coming up on AI search, on the AI summary, your reputation is still intact, your message is still on point, and you are not quoted in misinformation? That's exactly what we are trying to do. But this brings me back to why do we need to do it, right? And that's what we explore in today's panel with my panelists that I would like to introduce once again. Prabhu Ram, who is joining us from the CMR group as Vice President of Industry Research, of course, has been part of digital infrastructure, AI stories, as well as smartphone stories. I'm sure you all would already know and would have interacted with him. I have interacted with him this year itself, thrice on product, AI services, and digital infrastructure. And today again, we are also welcoming Kamal Kamra, who is joining us as co-founder from Cosmic Cues. And we'll get to know each of our panelists a little more in the journeys that they are crossing and doing in the world of AI. Thank you so much and welcome to this session today. Starting off, can I ask you how AI has changed or evolved what you were doing just 2 years ago?
So thank you so much, Sayesha. She is a great person to be with. Lovely room to be in. Thank you, Karan, for having us. Really appreciate it. Now, she mentioned some of the things which I was going to say, like if you were looking at search just 2 or 3 years back, I would call it as searching for a needle in a haystack. That's the model that used to be there, which means all of those blue links and all. I'm an analyst at the end of the day. What that means is I'm someone who is looked upon to give the direction in terms of how technology is evolving. So if you were to turn the clock back 3 years, we were talking metaverse. 2 years back, it was AI. A year later, it's generative AI. Now it's agentic AI, and then it's personal AI. The speed of change is also right now. So for an analyst, the influence that we have, that really comes from how much we are cited. In the old model, how authoritative are we? So it's not about brand ego or anything, but purely why should a brand really think of us? Are we really good in terms of our predictions, in terms of the data that we throw out there? And that's where the citations, which is the media citations, where all I'm being quoted, that comes to play. In the old model, which is the SEO one, those rankings would really help us understand where we are. Now, in the AI phase, That's blurred like anything, right? Am I popping up on ChatGPT? Am I popping up on Perplexity AI? The true and honest answer would be we are just finding our way. There's no one way to look at it. But yeah, things have changed a lot. Now it's no more about the links that we were speaking about earlier. It's not about ranking on the first page or so on. It's more about having that authority being quoted verbatim on the search results. And that's something we, at the last point here, is at CMR this week itself, we did put out one research around how consumer AI is changing as such. And Gen Z, for instance, the first port of call for them is no longer the legacy media as such, it's no longer the print papers or anything. It's purely the tools as such, the AI tools that we are talking of. So within that space, are we relevant? When I say we, it's like analysts, it's like brands, it's like, all of you folks in the room as such. So that's a large question, yeah.
Yes, lovely, and thank you for sharing that, Prabhu, because cross-generational is something that AI has taken over, right? It's not just us talking to the Gen Zs and millennials when we do the AI conversation. A small thing here, five years old niece of mine talks to AI and has all the answers, does not need a grown-up anymore to find any answers for her. While it is true for her, it is also true for my dad. And that's an overall ecosystem that we're looking at. And cross-generationally, if AI is picking up, I now would like to understand from Kamal, you have been part of brands' journey and making them more discoverable on AI, as well as having built a system, a platform that works on AI. How has that journey been for you?
Well, as Prabhu just said, in the last 3 years, a lot of things have shifted. From my personal example, I was a part of Veg Non-Veg, which is a sneaker and streetwear brand. And what we saw the shift moving away from keywords and linkings to natural language processing. So people are no more looking at keywords and trying to build your SEO ranking while it's still there. But what's important is you have to be available at the channels where you build the authority, like Reddit, Quora, Wikipedia. Now these pages have helped us move our organic traffic at Veg Non-Veg, and now that I consult other D2C brands, what's important is that the narrative has shifted from product to problem. So earlier brands were focusing on product specific narrative, that this is what I am selling, this is what it's about. But now, what you need to do is you need to be a problem-specific narrative. You need to explain. You have to have detailed FAQs on your website in order to be taken up by the generative engine optimization. You need to be available at the channels where people are asking these questions, like Quora, like Reddit. And you need to explain the problem and solve the problem with your product, not necessarily speak about your product per se.
Right.
And then, of course, for last almost 1.5 years, I've been building this CosmicQs.ai, which is an AI product. The difference that we will see going forward is that most of the general AI products like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, these are horizontal products. They are being trained on general intelligence. So eventually it will become AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. But what we are building is a deeper vertical product, which is more about one specific problem and solving it deeper. That's what Cosmic Qs is. So eventually a lot of new age AI companies will come who will solve the problems vertically. For example, before this, Harjeev was talking about the tool that they have built. So what is it doing? It is actually combining and solving a problem for marketing or for a brand research, taking all other platforms together and building it at a particular vertical level. So that's what we are doing with Cosmic Qs. We are helping women get better clarity in their life transitions using numerology and psychology frameworks. So the idea is that we build vertically and we help women with deeper questions that Google can't answer.
Yes, and that's a lovely thing you're doing, Kamal. In fact, day before yesterday, when I got to learn about Cosmic Qs, I was on the platform. I tried it out for myself and it works. And I would urge women here to kind of go forward and try it out. But I want to ask you this one question, Kamal, because something that comes up is that yes, AI gives you answers that pleases you as well, right? While we have seen that the correction or the right answers coming to us has improved and evolved in the last 3 years from AI, but there's still this one thing that comes to mind. Can I trust this platform when it comes to my mental well-being, right? And when is human intervention really allowed or really needed? How do you take care of that? How do you build a guardrail for that on your platform?
So you said the word, right? Guardrails. Now, there are two things that are happening. I'll answer it in two ways. One is what kind of guardrails these general AI engines are building. What they are doing is they are, as you mentioned, they have evolved, right? Over the period of time, the answers have become better, the guardrails, because that's what happened. The guardrails have started becoming important. When I say guardrail, I especially mean that what are the things that you can solve for and what are the things you can't answer. So you need to inform the AI, you need to set the context. In our case, we have a separate generative engine which has all the intelligence, and we are using these general AI only for LLMs, only for the language processing. So the entire processing happens in our system, in our server, and then it takes information in terms of language only from the LLM. Right. So we have built our own guardrails. For example, if somebody is asking about suicidal thoughts, what would happen? If somebody is asking outside of numerology, for example, a few months back, there was this thing, the guy posted on Reddit that he went to McDonald's and asked McDonald's chatbot to write the entire code for him because they had not built the guardrails, right? So the McDonald's bot started writing coding for this guy, and this guy saved a lot of money by asking McDonald's to write the code for him. But those are the guardrails that ideally McDonald's should have built, and we have built in our system wherein you cannot go beyond. So let's say if somebody is asking questions which are outside of our preview, the bot will not answer. The bot will subtly bring them back to the question saying that, hey, I'm not trained to answer these questions for you. Probably you can go to a general AI engine to get the answers. What I am trained for is to help you get better clarity in your transition and this and that, right. Those things.
You know, why that is important for us to know as communicators is how these systems are really built and what is the kind of information that they are citing, where is it getting that data, what is the kind of content that kind of fits for us, right? That brings me to the content conversation, because when we are running GeoFluent for our clients and trying to, recommend them their strategies based on GeoFluent, one thing that stands out is how you're being cited for the same question on ChatGPT would be very different than the answer that you get on Gemini for the same question versus Perplexity. So the answers are different. The kind of brands that are coming up in those answers are different. And hence what becomes important for us as brands and communicators of those brands is to ensure that we have data and measurement happening across all of those platforms so that we know where is it that we need to dial up and where is it that we are good in terms of our ranking, right? Having said that and having understood citation that Prabhuram spoke about and the influential platforms and the role that they play, what is the role that content really plays? In today's time, I understand, right, at least as a punchline that we're not writing for humans, just humans anymore. We're also writing for machines. What does that mean when you are quoting content in today's time?
So when we talk about geofluency, right, it's no longer about the excessive verbiage that we used to have in the era before, which meant that, like, if I am as an analyst, if I am too descriptive and then come to the problem statement, then come to the solution statement, like in paragraph 6 or 7, that has no meaning anymore. So which means when we talk to machines or not just humans, the point comes as how can we load up the data right up front, the core argument right up front, because that's what the machine is looking for. Yeah. And it all boils down to the trust factor, like Kamal spoke of Quora, and then comes the analyst. And when you look at a platform like LinkedIn, majority of the content there is now AI driven. Right. So there is that element of noise as well. So within that, like, how do you come out as authoritative? That would boil down to the the numbers, the stats that we have, the conversations that we have around AI and so on. The good part, the journey that I have had, again, last 3 years, much before all of these geo and all came in, is to structure my thoughts in a clear 3-section format, which is why does this really matter, what's making news, and what's the bigger picture. So, which meant that like within those three sections, I have to really boil down my thoughts, really be articulate enough in terms of the data, the insights that I'm putting out. There is no more, verbiage just for the sake of verbiage.
Right.
And this all happened before Geo came into the picture.
Right.
So, which means now I'm being told, I checked with Perplexity, am I on the right track? And then I checked again with Cloud, am I on the right track? They were like, hey, you are GeoFluent now. This is what it is all about,
Right.
So that matters a lot. Again, as I said, that matters because of the relevance that analysts have for brands. That's the relevance that we have for the clients that we have, and for us as the trusted partners as such. Yeah.
Right. That's very, very important. Kamal, if I could extend the same question to you, so while Prabhu spoke about it from media perspective, for brands, right, putting out content there, what is that one guiding rule that you would like to leave them with?
Yeah. So, to take up from you, I think we stopped writing for humans long time back. We have been always writing for machines. Earlier it was keyword based, SEO articles and this and that, and now it's for GEO, right? So, okay, so I look at it from that perspective. There are three layers that you need to build for, and this is very important for the brands sitting in the room. You cannot ignore the SEO layer. The SEO layer is still there. Please don't ignore that. Continue to build for your SEO. That makes you findable. Then there is a layer of AEO, which is answer engine optimization. So you are answering questions that your public is asking, like your audience is asking. So if you're a skincare brand, they're not asking, tell me the best sunscreen. There's very few people who probably be asking that. But what they're asking is they're coming with problems. They're saying, this is what I face. This is the problem I'm having. This is the situation that I am in, and I need a solution for that. So you start answering those questions. And that's what I meant when I said previously that start with the problem. So this is the AEO layer. And the final layer is the GEO layer, which is generative engine optimization, which talks about the earned media. So GEO, one, AEO answers your queries. So if you're answering in your FAQs, if you're answering on Reddit, if you're answering on Quora, it will pick up. Right. Second is, it will recommend you. That is the finest layer, that is the topmost layer, which is GEO. How do you ask the generative engines to recommend you? That's where you need to be cited. You need to have that earned media, and there are a lot of PR professionals also in the room. I think it becomes even more important now because a lot more people would be interested in ensuring that they are shown at least in the results, right? And the generative engines are, talking about them, recommending them. So for that, you need to have the right earned media, you need to have people talking about you, you need to have reviews, you need to, so it's not just what I am talking about my brand on my website. It's about what others are talking about you. And the generative engine only will recommend you if it has consensus. So if every other website is talking the same thing about you, so then channel becomes important. So I tell the brands, especially the D2C brand, the funnel that we knew, top of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, has broken now. People are coming from all across. People are coming from every channel. Some people will discover you on Reddit. Some people will discover you on Quora. Some people might discover you on a answer that the AI has given. Some people, and of course, almost 48% of the answers that Google is now giving are AI responses. It's not just the keywords or the links, right? So it needs to be recommended, and that is the topmost layer. So I think the brands will now have to start thinking from all three perspectives and not just from the perspective of SEO.
Absolutely, and that's a very valid point that we need to be looking at now. One development that happened last week was now Google is allowing Meta apps also and grabbing data from there as well, citing that on AI is going to be the next step. In that, what are your thoughts of us as brands being available across multimedia platforms? How much is that very, very important today?
I think it's getting, frankly, AI is at a very nascent stage and it's getting nuanced day by day. So every company wants the share of that pie and they will bring up different things and they will try to do different things. Like Google has announced, but in India they haven't launched yet. So yes, creator economy will make a lot of difference. But what I feel, and we used to spend a lot of money on performance marketing at Veg Non-Veg, plus the brands that I consult. I think performance marketing is not just the only answer. The brands will now have to start investing in the brand narrative also. They will have to start working with not just the top influencers, but micro and nano influencers also, because they will play a lot of important role in building that narrative across the channels for you. And of course, social media channels will start picking up. Google has started picking it up in SEO, but they were not picking it up. So what they have announced is that now you can add them as a property in your search console. That means now you can influence the search engine with your content. And that's what's gonna happen now. Earlier, it was all keywords or maybe hashtags and stuff like that, but now, and most of the, I don't know if you notice on Reels, on Meta, it has started translating also. It is capturing all the content that you're speaking. So videos are now getting converted into transcribed audios and transcribed text, which then goes into the media, right? Which that goes into these generative engines and everything. So I think the race has just begun. We are very early in this, and it's gonna shape up how brands show up in the market.
Right, absolutely. And while we've spoken about our brands and the brands that we are taking care of course, as individual communicators and marketers, it's very important for us to build and have a personal brand of ourselves as well, which kind of shows us the persona, because at the end of the day in the industry, we are the product as well, right? When we look at that, and I remember having this conversation with you earlier this week over a cup of coffee, Prabhu, and you shared some really amazing things. If you would like to extend that as to why, obviously why it is important for us to have a personal brand, and if I were looking at social media platforms in today's time, what is the different approach that I should have across platforms to be visible and be AI discoverable as well?
So what Kamal was saying all about and what we have been discussing throughout is the share of voice. That's what really would matter going forward, not more about anything else, but what is that share of voice that we have? And when I say we, it's a brand, we represent the company that we work for, but more importantly, who we are as such. Now, one of the things which I was telling you earlier, and just for the audience, for those of you who have not met me before, one perk and one pitfall of being an analyst is that you are mostly up in the air, so which means if I were to look at the data that I have, it would say that it's 1 lakh kilometers or whatever, traveling across. So how do you really connect with other humans when you go into a meeting? It's no longer about asking them, how are you, and so on and so forth. So there are those non-verbal cues that's available on social. So folks who follow me on, say, Instagram, they know that I love coffee. They know that I love art. They know that I love gardening as such. Those set the conversation as such. When they look at the long-form conversations that I have on LinkedIn, that's again very much structured, much before Geo came into the picture. The same thought extends in terms of the media bites that I give, whether it's international or whether it's national media as such. And in a world where it's all about AI, while the brands that we work for would matter, importantly, we as brand custodians would matter even more. That's where your own personal brand comes to the being, and in that sense, how much you put out yourself out there, that would really count. There are those guardrails, like I'm also a very private person as such, which means that not many would know what's happening on my personal side, or the fact that I'm the only man in the house, I'm dominated by women. I just share that only on platforms like this, which means I've got my wife, I've got my teens who control and who analyze each and everything I say, the way I sit, the way I talk. And those feedbacks help me, So all in all, I'm saying in a world which Kamal described, the layers that we spoke of, it's all about how we as personal brands really matter.
Really, absolutely. And I think I can testament to that, right? Because so we have an enterprise brand that is already active on our GeoFluent tool. I'm not at the liberty of sharing the name of the brand, but what the tool does really give us is the top influential voices for this month that I should be engaging with if I were to bring my brand up on AI search, right? That's what is the churn that we go through every month before we are submitting our monthly plans and looking at our strategies. Earlier, CMR used to come up for us, of course, and we used to talk to Prabhu for that. Now the personal brand Prabhu Ram on LinkedIn channel is also coming up, right? And that is the importance of that. Tomorrow, us as communicators being recruited, right? And this room is more full with communicators right now. In terms of recruitment, our top experience, are we cited to the HR recruiters? Because you look for it and your dream jobs are going to have AI-equipped product, AI-equipped HR executives who are out there looking for you. So you coming up on search is as important as your brand's coming up on search. And with that, I just want to leave with a small experiment, of course. I've been recording this session on Copilot, right? I'm going to remove the recording current. So here's a takeaway that it's loading now for me. And that takeaway, it says, if there's one takeaway I'd leave you with today, it's this. AI isn't changing how people search, true. It is changing how people discover, decide, and trust. The organizations that invest in credibility today will be the ones AI recommends tomorrow. Oh, it also thanks you guys. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And a huge thank you to Kamal and Prabhu for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Copilot. And thank you all for being such a lovely audience. Thank you so much.
And continuing the saga of thank yous, how about a big thank you to our very talented moderator, Ms. Arora, as well. Thank you very much. Could I please request the entire panel to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture? And of course, joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf to them. Please put your hands together for Drishti Sharma from BrandCommunion. Drishti, do you waiting for her applause so that she can join us on stage? Thank you. We love to commemorate special moments very much like this one. Thank you very much, everyone. My role here, apart from stringing things along, is also to ensure that all of us are in the best of our spirits throughout the day. I will call out one random item. If you have the said item in your possession, you are to simply run towards me, place the said item on my hand, and I have a little something for you, right? No tricks, no tomfoolery, straight up fun, right? I call out the random item, much like a very popular game show on the Indian television, fastest finger first ki jagah, yahan par fastest foot first kaam karega. All right. And as I do not wish to be labeled as biased, I'm going to ensure that I take a stroll about the entire space, giving everyone an equal opportunity to win the mystery bag. All right. The first random item is a passport-size photo. Yep, waiting. Not the passport, actually. You have to come to me, let's see who wins it.
क्या बात है सर, थोड़ी और सलाह के साथ चल के आते तो वो जीत ही जाते. How about a round of applause for the gentleman? Thank you. कोई भी फॉर्म भरना हो आप सबसे पहले आगे लाइन में खड़े हैं, right? Perfect. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Movement is associated with a lot of things, right? Movement की बात कर रहे हैं, बाद में explain करेंगे, अभी पहले gift देंगे. I'm like a watched pot. Like I'm simmering, you take the lid off, but do not look at me. I will not boil. The next random item is a transparent mobile phone cover. Don't give me the mobile phone, please. You'll have to come towards me. I'm afraid I'm a statue for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, do we classify this as transparent? It was when it was made, right? Perfect. Thank you very much. That's the case with most of the cases. So congratulations. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And now with this newfound energy and refreshed vibe, join me as I welcome the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Group Chief Executive Officer at ABNB, Mr. Nitin Mantri. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause.
Okay, I think, good afternoon. Firstly, I think I'm standing before you and lunch. So I'll try and be as quick as possible. Thank you for putting this, yes, thank you. Okay, so I think you've heard a lot, I was just speaking to Anup, I think you've heard a lot about AI and GEO and stuff, but you'll have to bear with me and you'll have to hear a little bit more, right? But hopefully this will be more interesting than the other speakers. Okay, so good afternoon. I think the theme when I was speaking to Karan was around convergence and confluence. And when we think about confluence, economies, we usually think about markets, capitals, and trade. But there is another economy that we forget to think about, and that is about what we call the economy of influence, right? Today, the attention economy, the creator economy, and an emerging machine-led discovery economy is beginning to converge. Journalists, creators, communities, platforms, AI systems, they are all influencing people on what they trust and ultimately the decisions they're willing to make. And for brands, which some of you represent, this is creating a very different comms landscape, and influence is no longer concentrated with a very few familiar places anymore. It has become fragmented, clearly. So this is a new constellation of influence that I want to explore with all of us today. Please do raise your hands in the middle and ask questions, because I saw the last few sessions there were no questions, but I want you to engage. Ask questions wherever you feel. You can stop me in the middle if the presentation is there, what it is, but ask questions. And ask me questions on any case studies or anything else you wish to. Okay, so rules of influence have changed, right? Until recently, the universe of influence was relatively concentrated. Brands focus on a few media outlets, advertising, paid, social, etc. But that has fundamentally changed. And today, influence has moved to what we call a fast-moving constellation. And that constellation is of most brands are still trying to navigate, unfortunately, in the old map and not in this new map. So staying within the familiar orbit is no longer what I call the safe choice, right? It's the risk now. So within this new constellation, one gatekeeper is rising faster than almost any other, AI, artificial intelligence. It's no longer simply helping people write emails or summarize documents. Is becoming a primary gateway to discover information, evaluate products, and make decisions. Today, 58% of global searches, by the way, this is slightly old data. Today, now that figure is now almost 70%, end without a click. Because people are increasingly getting the answer directly. How many of you in this room actually search on Google and don't go to any other link and just see the AI summary? Please raise your hands. When you search on Google, do you see the AI summary or not? Yeah? Almost everybody in this room, right?
So ChatGPT already dominating the AI discovery landscape, right? And according to search analytics platform, SC ranking, the share of global search traffic coming through large language models such as ChatGPT and Perplexity has increased fourfold in just 1 year. That gives AI platforms enormous influence, right? So the views are increasingly deciding what sources are seen as authoritative, which experts are quoted, and which brands are recommended, and which stories disappear entirely. So the challenge is, for brands is no longer how do we rank highly in search, how do we actually, the question is how do we become actually part of the answer, right? And that understanding and trust is enough that you need to understand how you can get your client over there. So, which LLMs are deciding what channels hold influence? So, when AI engines decide what to surface, they're looking for two things: credibility and clarity. How do we get credibility today? The good thing for us is AI search analytics company Profound analyzed hundreds and millions of citations and where these platforms are deriving their content from. The findings reveal that 10 more cited sources, Wikipedia accounted for nearly half the citations. Google AI overview drew heavily from Reddit, while Reddit accounted for almost 47% amongst Perplexity's top 10 sources. Now, this is still evolving, but the direction is clear. AI engines are drawing authority from a wide mix of reference size, community platforms, media outlets, and own content. What does that mean? That means your newsroom, your blog, your original research, your website, and your strategies is becoming the livelihood of AI discovery. Please remember, earned media was never as important as it is today, right? So when somebody talks to you about that paid media is getting more important, it's not. Earned media is even more important today because of AI search. I see Amit here. Thank you for joining. Brands therefore need to invest in more in-depth content. A good example of Geo is one of a company called Kanji. Its audience, IT, and security professionals manage Apple's devices. It's highly technical, very community-driven. So instead of creating another corporate blog, Kanji actually built something called The Sequence, a standalone content brand with its own domain identity and purpose. It was designed as a genuine media platform, publishing original research, opinion pieces, and practical guides. The idea was simple: create more content, your own content, which was genuinely useful. Then Kanji noticed an unexpected benefit. According to its CMO, because the sequence lived on a separate domain, AI platforms actually began treating it as an external source and citing it when responding to questions about Kanji within a month or two of its launch. That's about 4 to 6 weeks. In other words, by building a content brand that people found valuable, Kanji also created a source that algorithms could find, understand, and reference. So that's the power of building your own content engine. The demand for authenticity. So let's not mistake this for a machine-only challenge. At the same time that AI is reshaping discovery, audiences are actually craving something deeply human: authenticity. Our own e-commerce brand in motion research found that 44% of audiences respond positively when a leader goes off script. God, I hope I don't say something really stupid today. So, off script or appears unrehearsed. People want to hear from leaders sound real and not overly polished or programmed. That expectation actually becomes even more important as AI-generated content grows. 52% of social media users say they're concerned about brands publishing AI-generated content without disclosing it. So, are you actually telling people that this is AI-generated or not, right? So for audiences, the issue is not simply whether AI is being used, but whether brands are being transparent about it. 91% of Gen Z news consumers use social media for news, while 88% return to video platforms. Across Asia, too, consumers are increasingly drawn to comms that feels genuine and relatable. So the point is simple: reach does not automatically create resonance; authenticity does. As a result, we are seeing the rise of an entirely new breed of storytellers, the journalpreneurs. I see one journalpreneur right at the back. So Parul is a journalpreneur in a way, right? She writes her own, she probably has her own blog, she does her own events. So she is a journalpreneur. So people are following her and what she does. So as a result, we are seeing this rise becoming more important. These are journalists that have probably stepped outside in some of the traditional newsrooms to build their own ecosystem across newsletters, podcasts, YouTube, and social platforms. They are no longer simply contributing to the media. Increasingly, they are the media itself. Some have built influence on a dominant platform. So Jack Manabat in the Philippines pioneered TikTok, led news in reporting in Southeast Asia, for example, while Marco Vina in Australia has built a substantial YouTube audience. Amit Verma here has built a deeply engaged audience to India Uncut and the Seen and Unseen podcast. Faye D'Souza, many of you probably follow, runs an independent YouTube news platform with a direct relationship with their audience. So I can keep going multiple examples, which you can see some of them here, Vikram Chandra, Editorji, for example. And these journalpreneurs are becoming even more and more important today. Let me show you what this looks like actually in practice. At Microsoft Build, one of the company's largest annual events, we created a targeted new media program that brought journalpreneurs and creators from YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and LinkedIn into this experience. 26 new media voices received tailored access from VIP keynote sessions and hands-on demonstrations to executive roundtables and exclusive events. The point was not simply to add more influencers, it was to identify the right voices, understand how each one engages the community, and give them experiences worth talking about. This is what smart constellation mapping looks like, scale, but with relevance and precision. Journalpreneurs are not only one part of this new influence landscape. Social creators remain strategic partners in their own right, particularly if you're targeting a Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Creators are not just, remember, they're not just entertainers, right? They are trusted voices who are increasingly shaping what people discover, discuss, and why. Party Post Southeast Asia research found that around 75% of consumers were more likely to buy a product recommended by an influencer, while 80% had purchased something following an influencer endorsement at least once. How many of you here actually buy based on influencers' recommendation? I'm at 100%, of course. There you go. So that's about 15-20% just in this room. This influence extends beyond commerce. Global creator-led initiatives such as Team Water shows how thousands of creators can turn an important cause into a cultural momentum. Brands are responding to the shift. Unilever has said its plans to increase the share of its media spend going to social platforms from 30% to 50% while working with 20 times more influencers. Its CEO Fernandez described the scale of that ambition very clearly. There are 19,000 zip codes in India. I want one influencer in each one of them. That's powerful. Can you imagine having one influencer focus on your brand per zip code in India? That's power. You cannot bolt creators on at the end just. They need to be woven into the strategy, the story, and sometimes even the stage. None of this will work if content does not fit the stage. Every platform has its own rhythm, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn. The numbers make that clear. APAC now accounts for around 30% of global YouTube views. Tarun and I were having a chat earlier about content and the power of good content. And MasterCard is a great example of that content, for example. The numbers make that clear. APAC today accounts for around 30% of global YouTube views. But on LinkedIn, people may engage with only 800 to 1200 word article if it offers genuine depth. At the same time, the same story cannot simply be copied and pasted everywhere. So a detailed LinkedIn article cannot become a reel merely by cutting it down. The central idea may remain consistent, but the way it's expressed has to change from the opening hook and length to the length of its visual voice and face. We see the same shift in India. Digital-first news brands such as First Post are building video-led properties and disturbing stories across YouTube, social media, and their own platforms, not simply treating digital as an extension of television or print. So, when we all put it all together, what do we actually see? We are seeing the convergence of human influence, platform power, and machine-led discovery. First, geo is becoming the new SEO. Brands now need to think not only about where they rank in search, but whether they appear accurately and credibly in AI-generated answers. Our news and storytellers becoming more personal. Our reporters are becoming brands in their own rights. Journalpreneurs are building audiences and communities that extend far beyond traditional mastheads. And finally, content has become choreography. The story may remain consistent, but the format, voice, and pace must flex to the strengths of each platform. The real power brokers in this new economy of influence are therefore multi-channel operators, individuals and organizations that build communities across platforms and build trust, which is naturally circulating. So, what are the rules of brand engagement? How should brands basically navigate the shift, which we call the constellation of influence? We have identified 3 North Stars, 3 practical principles that can help brands stay visible, relevant, and trusted. To navigate this, the first one, the North Stars of influence, to navigate the shifting constellation, the first one is to double code your content for human hearts and algorithm filters both. As AI platforms become powerful gateways to information, stories must be designed for discoverability. Humans consume stories emotionally, remember that always. There's going to be a human layer on top of every AI model. Machines interpret them logically. Your content now has to work for both. Start with a compelling story for people, but structure it so machines can understand it too. Use clear headlines, subheads, FAQs, descriptive text, and schema markup, and which will explain whether the content is an article, an event, a video, a person, or an organization. Brands should also invest again in their own newsrooms, blogs, and research. But own content is not alone enough. High quality earned media, credible third-party coverage, participation in platforms like Reddit, Quora is very, very critical as well. This is an example of Zerodha. Zerodha Varsity is an Indian example of what double-coded content actually looks like. It was created first and foremost to make investing in financial markets easier for people to understand. The content is free, openly accessible, and designed without a paywall, advertisements, or even a mandatory sign-up. But it's also exceptionally well-structured. Complex subjects are broken into clearly defined modules, for example. That structure helps the learner navigate the content. It also gives search engines and and AI systems now clear signals about which page to tag and target. Varsity has built an audience of more than 2 million users today. The second North Star is to experiment with new media personalities and publications. And by new media, we do not mean any traditional influencers. We mean the full range of people, platforms, and communities shaping trust today. The starting point has to be the audience. What voices are we shaping? What conversations matter to your brand? What are those conversations happening? Where are those conversations happening? Sorry. This is where discovery and mapping become critical. At Lead, this forms part of our constellation of influence approach. But there is no fixed formula, remember. Brands need to test, learn, and iterate. Somebody asked me the other day, we're going to start working with Geo for you. Can you get me on the top 2 search in the next 4 weeks? I can't promise that. I can tell you if somebody promises that, they're lying. Because we today don't know how those AI algorithms are working today. That might even be trying a sponsored newsletter, for example, or placement or tracking whether it drives genuine engagement. The point is not to appear everywhere, it is to experiment intelligently. A good example, and this doesn't work. Excuse me, can you move the slide? Yep, thank you. A good example of this is our work with Adobe across the Asia Pacific region. Adobe wanted to reach its next generation of audiences from emerging creative professionals to tomorrow's enterprise technology leaders. The objective wasn't simply more reach, by the way. It was to find the personalities and publications that already had credibility with Adobe's future customers and build them into both earned and paid strategies. It recognized that engaging social-first journalists and creators requires a much more nuanced, community-led and platform-native approach than traditional media relations or influencer marketing. And finally, engage at scale but with more precision. You do not need to light up every star every time. Anchor around major campaigns. Extend selectively around the niches that matter. Test, learn, and double down where trust is already flowing. The winners of this new constitution of influence will not be the noisiest. They will be the sharpest, the most focused, but the most influential. A strong example of this is our work with Instamart. Instamart was sitting on a rich national data set, but I'm finishing in a minute. But instead of releasing it as one convenient year-end report, we turned it into a series of stories about how India was changing through aspiration, premiumization, Gen Z behavior, regional consumption, and unexpected purchases. This was a winner of the Sabre recently. This is what engaging at scale and with precision looks like. One national platform translated into the right story for each audience, city, and channel. At BrandComms, we are helping clients navigate this changing landscape through solutions such as the Geo Compass, influence mapping, and AI story making. So let me close where I began. The theme of this summit is very, very convenient. It is about confluence. In comms, we are seeing that confluence play out in real time today. As the attention economy, the creator economy, and AI-led discovery economy come together to create a new economy of influence. So thank you for being patient and listening to me. I'm happy to take a couple of questions, if time permits. Anoop asked me if I should share some my learning at Cannes. The only thing I'll say is, at Cannes, I'm just taking that as a question, Anoop. At Cannes, it was...
Hi. Thanks, Nitin. Lovely. The idea was that we have been, before you, the other panelists and speakers, they shared a lot of insights here. I want to straight away come from a practitioner's perspective, what you saw at Cannes, what we and India are doing, and what you're seeing globally, what is taking. So any campaign which you would like to just try and share, and why it made waves there?
So, in the last two, okay, I would say I'll go back 3 years. 3 years, people were testing AI in campaigns at Cannes. Last year, campaigns at Cannes with AI were winning, but less. Today, they were winning even more, right? So whether it was adoptable by Pedigree, for example, which was a very highly AI-driven campaign, which was absolutely fantastic. This time you saw even more use of AI in campaigns. However, you also saw more community-driven campaigns or creator-driven campaigns at Cannes today. The Adidas Addy Zero campaign was one thing that stood out. So there were multiple campaigns. So the question is, are we seeing more AI? And yes, we're seeing more community and AI-led campaigns. One, is India there? 100%. India had about, I think, 4 entries this year. They were shortlisted, they didn't win this year. But for the last 2 years, India has been winning in the PR category last 2 years consistently. So we won, I think, 2 gold last year. There was, we had funded that one a year before last. So there's been consistent winning in the last 3 years, I would say. This year, probably not, shortlisted, but not win. Next year again.
Were there any further questions at this point? If yes, then simply raise your hand and I shall pass the mic to you.
Wonderful. If not, thank you so much. I've overshot my time, and now you can all have lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Mantri. Could I please request you to kindly stay back with me on the stage? Joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf is the very charming Miss Deepika Singh. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. Of course. Up front. Thank you very much, thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Nitin Mantri. Thank you. मैं यहाँ बातें करने नहीं आई हूँ, मैं यहाँ पते की बात करने आई हूँ. Ladies and gentlemen, with the same, I invite all of you to kindly join us for a hearty afternoon meal with the expectation that I get to see your happy smiling faces back in the hall at sharp 1:50 p.m. That is 10 minutes prior to 2. Right? Perfect. Thank you very much for joining us. Please enjoy your lunch. Thanks a lot.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions, craving change, yet fearing the unknown, dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run the call. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI. At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I thought from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Don't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
not a stranger. I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win, so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach, cause I really want it. I come from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Don't step in the ring, cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see, buried within, lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
What if your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI? At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win, so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach, cause I really want it. I come from the dark, so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Don't step in the ring, cause I'll never tap out. Y'all Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run the crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How about a bonus 5 minutes so that we can go check out the dessert counter as well? Well, at Shop 2, we resume today's festivities, requesting everyone to kindly find the nearest way to the sitting area. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Do not be alarmed, I won't ask you to fasten your seatbelts, but we are for sure about to embark upon a journey.
इसको
Check. Check. Complexity is everywhere. It's a part of life. It's also misunderstood. Look closer. We are all complex bundles of contradictions. Craving change, yet fearing the unknown. Dreaming big, yet doubting ourselves. But isn't that where possibility takes shape? We see buried within lies the potential for progress. We run toward the hard stuff, communicating through complexity to make the unrelatable relatable and the incredible credible. Because good communications make sense, but great communications reach the senses. Re-communications humanize complexity to realize progress.
Your news was delivered to you in real time, and not just via email, but also directly to your WhatsApp, analyzed and tailored by cutting-edge AI. At Impact, we're revolutionizing how public relations professionals receive news. We have a new AI analyst in our team called Dinah. Dinah provides insights hidden in large amounts of data that we monitor for you. Dinah doesn't just aggregate news. She understands and prioritizes information based on your professional needs, sending you compact, actionable insights. Stay ahead of the curve, minimize information overload, and make faster, more informed decisions with impact research and measurement. Welcome to the future of media intelligence.
I'm not a stranger, I was the kid who would never back down. Y'all get the anger, I get the paper. I gotta win so I'm never last out. Butterfly stomach cause I really want it. I come from the dark so cut the lights out. Heart of a lion, the steps of a giant. Won't step in the ring cause I'll never tap out. Y'all better hold the wall before it falls apart. Cause when I stomp the ground, either y'all run or crawl. Y'all better call the law, or else it's au revoir. Y'all never seen this before. Y'all never seen this before.
Ladies and gentlemen, complexity is requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock on the clock. Due to the paucity of time, I must encourage everyone to kindly find comfortable seats, settle down, and get ready. And it is absolutely essential for me to string things together. Here I am, although I'm dressed in green, but you can consider me a female Santa Claus because I come bearing gifts. As I expect everyone to kindly settle down, here is another random item. Kindly ensure, do not remain seated and show me the said item that, hey, I got it. No, you have to get off of your chair, run towards me and place the said item on my hand, right? The next random item is Aadhaar card. सर मैं हिल नहीं पाऊंगी बिल्कुल भी परफेक्ट क्या बात है बहुत ही बढ़िया लिंक कर लिया सर गिफ्ट के लिए भी लिंक करना पड़ेगा perfect and this is for you thank you very much for participating that was quick how about a round of applause for the gentleman I take pride in the fact that I if not excel I can read the vibe. I'm sure what most of us are thinking about. Where is my chance to win the gift? Ladies and gentlemen, with this, requesting everybody's undivided attention, I do have something exciting to share with all of you. Impact researchers have introduced this exciting contest. Right on your tabletops, as you can see, you'll find Dinah. Dinah is Impact Research's AI analyst. Super quickly. Right? Right. Okay. तो चलिए contest की बात करते हैं. In order to win an exciting prize, all you need to do is tell us the full form of Dinah. What is the full form of Dinah? One lucky person with the correct answer stands a chance to win Apple AirPods, right? That's exciting. And the winner will be selected on the basis of the right answer randomly. The contest lines will close sharp at 6:30 p.m. today. Once again, the question at hand is, what is the full form of dialer? All right, we're all ready and set? Did we get a minute or a quick chance to participate? Are we done? Perfect, perfect. You can't get through? Full form of dialer. All right, with this, join me as I welcome our next panel to talk about brand reputation. How to devise a perfect strategy for crisis in era of digital deepfakes. Join me as I welcome our panel. Please put your hands together for the Senior Vice President at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Handa. Up next, Brand and Communications Leader, please welcome Jagriti Kirloskar. Jagriti ji, रुक जाइए, तालियों के बिना नहीं आपका स्वागत किया जाएगा. How about a round of applause for the lovely lady? Thank you. Up next, join me in welcoming Integrated Comms Specialist. Please give it up for Deepa Day. It's not really that difficult to clap, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. Deepa ji, a very warm welcome to you. Up next, Head of Corporate Communications at Fortis Healthcare. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ajay Maharaj. Time to welcome Vice President Marketing and Communications at Ericsson. Please welcome Ruchika Batra. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please join me in welcoming co-founder and COO at Cortona. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sahil K. Khanna.
Hello. Hi. Welcome everyone. Post-lunch sessions are always tricky. So I hope everyone is active. If not, what I'll do is, so the collective experience of this panel is above 120 years, so to say. So it'll be an interesting conversation. What makes this panel particularly exciting is the range of perspectives in the room. So we have leaders from automobile, we have leaders from healthcare, from communications, brand reputation, so it'll be a good one. Again, the topic today revolves around deepfakes. In the age of AI, deepfake may be one broad threat, but the impact is very different across sectors. From customer confidence and patient trust to technology credibility. So we'll be discussing all of that. So I'll start with the very first question, which is the first star, right? A crisis hits. So out here, or you see a crisis has hit. There's misinformation, there is disinformation, there's also deep fake circulating, right? So pehle ghante mein kya karna chahiye, right? So what you got to do? So I'll start with Ajay first. Ajay, what do you think needs to happen in the very first hour? What is the team like? What is the process like?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. First of all, crisis is never in the morning, especially for healthcare. So it can be any time of the day or maybe at night also, because the kind of patients what we are treating is 24/7. So it's not a sector where we can relax or take a break or something. So most important is like depending on the time of the crisis, definitely. So ensure that you have to verify. First is to verify, not to respond. Most important is verify if it is genuine or it is a genuine problem or if it's a fake item. So you have to ensure, because healthcare you are touching lives. So it becomes more and more sensitive because we see a lot of fake deep fakes coming from doctor commenting on something which is not viable or maybe not clinically correct. So we have seen heart specialists like Ashok said or some different doctor talking about some Ayurveda ilaj to treat cardiac care. So their voice has been modulated, this kind of thing. So I think it's important to verify first, evaluate what kind of impact it is having on an audience or maybe on the patients. What is, if it's from the leadership perspective, what is the impact on the organization as a whole? Otherwise, also, maybe it's impacting the employees and the complete employee base. Maybe something which is not relevant that you're going to be laid off or something like 1,000 employees, 40 is planning to take away, and maybe the MD is giving a talk on that. So the most important is to verify first, ensure that what kind of impact, what kind of information, then initially decide on it, and we have a robust procedure for supporters where we have a team of like legal is involved, the CEO, depending on the kind of crisis what we have, and then verify everything, and then we take out the response, and accordingly we take it forward.
Sure. Okay, are we audible? Are we loud enough? I'm sure we are, right? Okay, all right. I'll come to you, Ruchika, now. Yeah. So, in your sector specifically, right, if you can tell the audiences what the process is, right, in the very simplistic form, right, who acts first, what is the kind of team which collaborates, how do we go about it?
So I think, thanks for the question. For the communications team, it has a very important role now when, especially, we are kind of managing the trust that an organization has towards its stakeholders. So when a crisis happens, the first thing, when we are talking in the context of synthetic and deep fakes, so most important is to first detect how do you do. And there are tools available. I mean, when for example, you have, let's say Meltwater, Talkwalker, you have lots of tools which are available, which will show you that something is trending, right? Like you can get that alert, so there is a problem or a crisis in a certain scenario. We're talking about a crisis scenario. So then what do you do? As he's rightly saying, Ajay is saying, so you first detect it, then you verify, right? You need to verify whether what is happening is actually a deep fake. And for that, again, you do have cybersecurity experts, you have AI tools. In a way, it's ironic actually, able to detect AI, you will have to use AI tools as well. But I think when you are detecting all of this, the human judgment is very important. There's no taking away from that. And then, when you have identified the problem, that's the time when you actually come together, and your question was, who are the people who actually come together? So you will obviously get your legal experts, you will get, the comms team is very important. You will bring in your leadership. You have a statement which you then are ready to go out with, and then you actually respond. So even if it means like, if there is an account you need to take down, then you'll have to reach out to, let's say, if it's Meta, Twitter, whatever, you have to reach them to take that down. You have to have your statement ready and go out with that through, trusted channels. And I think most important is also to have your own earned media channel where you will, kind of go out with the statement. So the essence of all of this I'm trying to say, even though I've broken it down for you, is that you don't have much time. You just need to, respond very, very quickly to the situation before it becomes like a wildfire. So that would be my kind of response to it.
Got it. So respond quickly. That brings me to the next question, right? And I'll come to Sanjeev on this one. You handle a mass market brand. In the age of viral misinformation, where you have to respond quickly, is it better first to wait, conduct research, do assessment, or straight away go and give a public statement? How is that like?
Thank you. I think it's not just, what I'm going to say is not just relevant for a mass brand, it could be for a niche brand as well. The fact is, I believe it needs to be a balanced approach. You need to balance speed with accuracy. So, when a crisis occurs, and I think it happens willy-nilly whenever it happens, the biggest thing is to respond. Holding back itself is doing a disservice to the concern. So in a way, you would say the fire will not spread, but lo and behold, the whole building may just come down. You don't know. So response is good. Accuracy, yes, is required. I'm not saying it is not required. Fact-finding, researching, deep analysis can be done. What you need is a holding statement to be ready with you whenever something goes wrong. Take out the holding statement. Then get to the facts. Once you have the facts and corrections done, be open, be transparent, come to the public and announce it. So in essence, to possibly give time, I think, in my point of view, it should be no procrastination for sure. No procrastination at all. Get your, bite size, your responses ready, your holding statements ready that you can take out either to the public or the court or wherever is required, but you need to have that.
Great. So no procrastination.
Be agile. Be agile.
Yeah. But in your experience, have you ever encountered a brand faltering, procrastinating, or waiting around? Is there an example that comes to mind?
You're putting me into. I don't want to.
Whatever you can share. Whatever you can share.
Okay. Let me give you a brand which I recall, and it's a little in the past. I think it's, if I'm not wrong, it's about 2021. This is Kellogg's, which happened in the US. They had a labor unrest. The management there, whatever reason, chose not to speak about it for a few days. This is a very nice case study that I had come across in one of the programs that was happening, and it stuck to me. So I'm sharing with you that in that case, had they responded, Kellogg's would not have lost the market share they did, because it spread from the labor union to the public, and public then chose to say hashtag boycott Kellogg's. That is something you don't want to happen to your brand.
Sure.
So had they responded, had they come out openly and said, yes, we are taking care of the wage issues, we will sort it out. And it got sorted. It got sorted in about 3 months' time. But the damage had been done.
Okay, all right. Coming to you, Jagrati, now. It is, one needs to do research, right? But what is the time frame like before doing research and going out and issuing a public statement? In your experience, what should one do?
Okay, as much as we would like to say this is just in the textbook, it has actually happened in one of my previous MNC experience that a CEO was cloned and people started getting a call even at night saying that, hey, I am so and so and let's contribute money, etc. It was so much unexpected because a big MNC and you don't expect that, oh, it will be so closer home. Speaking from that little experience, I feel speed definitely. And for me, I would say speed and accuracy has to be sequenced rather than what should be first or second. And definitely answer immediately. I would say respond in a few minutes, verify, take your time, reply in a few hours, and make sure that your first statement is not the last statement. It's something I have learned from the little experience that I just spoke about.
Sure. Okay, so statement diya gaya hai. Let's come to you now, Deepa. The internal stakeholders, right? You've got to get them all on board within the organization itself. Also making sure that everyone is talking about that one cardinal truth. What is your experience like? How do you get your partners to advocate for you, your employees, your internal stakeholders? How do you do that?
So I'm going to answer this question in two parts. One is getting the internal stakeholders aligned. The first reaction after any crisis is denial, right? So the typical process of, denial, bargaining, finally coming to acceptance takes a long time. I think we need to crunch up the time nowadays. So I think we need to start with the fact that this is where you are. There is no point in trying to figure out why you are there or who put you there. This is where you are, and this is how you need to step up and do what you have to do. The second point that I would like to make is we often spend a lot of time creating trust during war times. But I think trust needs to be built during peace times, whether it's internal, whether it is external. I don't think we spend enough time during peacetime because we are probably, especially the function that I represent is probably in a recovery mode. We are always fighting fire. But if we can somehow align our teams and our internal stakeholders to focus on how to build that whole process in the peacetime, it is better. And I'll give you an example. when I used to work with HUL, we actually had an internal ambassador program. So there was a complete employee ambassador program that needed you to be signing up for it, opting in. There used to be regular meetings, there used to be a regular process that you had to follow. So if you are opted into that program, then you are going to be given enough information for you to be able to share it on any platform that you wish to. And it was a complete process that was not only there for war times, it was there during the entire time. And it had actually paid rich dividends for us. So during the time when things were falling apart, there were enough voices which had built credibility over some time to be also heard, whether it was in a personal conversation or whether it was on Twitter or any other places. Of course, there were guardrails that you couldn't do certain things which had to be directed to the communications partner, and they would take it up with either the agency support or the alignment with the CEO, whatever the case may be. But I think that creation of that possibility is something that we need to spend some time and think about.
Great.
Also, just want to add,
Sure.
Taking the cue from reputation management, I think the ball drops between the speed and accuracy. So as much as we want to build reputation, as you rightly said, through your lifetime, not through crisis, but also during the speed and accuracy.
Great, great. Also, you mentioned peacetime, right? I'll come to Ajay now. Yours is an industry where peacetime is imperative. You can't get into wartime because it directly correlates to human trust. How does internal alignment have within your industry, so to say, or your line of work?
I think everybody has to realize that the best brand ambassador what an organization has are the employees, which most of the organization neglect. And they become the last people to know about a factor, what is the problem, what is the situation. If an employee is well informed, if some crisis there or something is happening in the organization, if an employee is informed, he'll be the best brand ambassador for you because there should not be any inconsistency in your communication. So if an employee is informed, the messages are clear, the management is clear, so I don't think so any kind of crisis can take any kind of a negative direction. People are aware, this is the problem, this is what has happened, that's the corrective action, whatever an organization has done. Because in healthcare, our nurses are there who are talking to the patients are talking to the attendants are talking to the families, and doctors are basically busy with their work, they don't know what actually is happening because they don't get time to read their mails also. But how do you make sure they are informed? So whenever, because every day Fortis is touching on 35 lakh annually, people are coming to Fortis for treatment. And if something like that happens, so definitely it's going to impact an organization and definitely the business for sure. So consistent and making sure that everybody is aware what was the key crisis, what is the response from the management, what actually happened. The transparency and the trust is going to build on that only. So that is key and very important.
Sure, sure.
If we're talking about peace and we're talking about trust, coming from a services background, what comes to my mind is a statement I used to hear from my dad very often. It says, if you sweat in peace, you don't bleed in the war. So if the employees are educated, they have the information coming in on a right flow, not coming at the last minute. Even in a panel discussion, if you give me the questions at the last minute, maybe a couple of us would fumble.
Yeah.
That's the truth, honestly, I would for sure. But if you know it in advance, we rehearse, we know it, it comes out naturally. So.
I think I just wanted to add on 1 minute, I just taking off the way he just left, is that employees should be the first set of people who should hear the truth, not your media. So if you co-opt them into the process of communication, then I think a lot of things get plugged, because when I used to work in aviation, the biggest leak used to happen from the operating team. I will not tell which one, but everything was leaked through the operating team because they didn't have enough information and have enough training, what should be said and what shouldn't be said. So I think that just helps if you can just get the employees on board first.
Sure, sure.
And in today's time, we all know that we all go and blabber on social media. So much before my spokesperson is out there, social media has already captured it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So having some social media guardrails and making that familiar as a part of your onboarding deck is also important.
Sure. Yeah, please go ahead.
I know. So I know your question is going to be, but I must say one thing if I sum up. I think there is a need to have a playbook, so you actually, the points that you were making, Deepa, about having a social media policy, keeping the employees engaged, involved and aware, I think all of that would happen if you already know. It's not going to be just a reactive case when there is a crisis. You need to be proactive, and for proactive management, all the points that these guys are making, keeping the employees aware, kind of having a bit of a playbook if a crisis breaks out, what are the things you need to do? I think that will help us manage the crisis better.
Great.
You wanted to ask me anything else then?
I was about to come to you. Yeah, absolutely. We have time.
But
So
the playbook has changed now. So many things are happening, so many platforms, you don't know what to and how to take it forward.
No, but some basic, basic
that
guidelines,
has been there for sure.
like the guardrails she's talking about, those are very important.
A live document.
Yeah.
So I think internal stakeholders are now aligned. Let's move on to the next question. So AI is being thrown around a lot, right? The buzzwords are there. There are solutions which are there. Ruchika, what do you think are some AI-powered solutions which are absolutely imperative? One, and are also used in real life, in either countering a narrative or making sure that your teams are not dropping the ball. What are some real tools which a communication team uses?
So I think, in my earlier answer, I had alluded to AI tools. So both when you are kind of detecting the spikes, when you understand that there is a crisis which you need to handle, so there are tools, when I had named some of them. And likewise, when you are actually trying to identify that there is a, this is a deep fake or this is synthetic media, there are tools which are available which you can use to identify that this is. So at both the stages, you need to be able to leverage the AI tools and then use your human judgment to be able to figure out the rest of it. How do you respond? You do your authentication, you do your, you create your statement, and then you're ready to go out. So definitely, as I said, AI tools are now very, very much available. So both from a point of view for people who have a malified, intention, and also for people who want to kind of solve a particular problem of, kind of trying to counter them. Because now with all Gen AI and availability of tools, anything is possible. So the intent has to be managed very well, I would say. And then for companies, and like we were talking about employees earlier, AI now, companies are spending a lot of time making employees aware about AI and what are the various tools you can use for different purposes. So that awareness level is very important as well, I would say.
Sure. The final question I think goes out to all the panelists now. And I'll start from you, Sanjeev. What do you think a new age communication team has to have? Also, what are the kind of capabilities and responsibilities that today's communication leaders must develop, non-negotiables?
See, before I really come to your question and answer it, I think the key thing today is the fact that I think the biggest asset for a brand today is actually trust and reputation. And if you keep that safe, you keep that alive, you got a thing winning on a hand. And when does it happen? It happens mostly, this trust and reputation is put to test mostly during crisis. And it's only during the crisis, if you have your clarity of thought and you've got your statements ready, like I said, you have a speed of response. And more importantly, you show your integrity behind the cause or the concern and come out clear, straightforward. I think your brand is a winner. And not just a survivor, I would say a winner. In this context, I think today our role as communicators, all of us, and most of the people sitting in the audience also would be on the communication side. I think we've been told our role is storytelling. Yeah, that's a fact. But in the world of AI, which is, we were talking about war, peace, trust, a lot of things. What comes up interestingly is that, if I give an analogy, I would say we need to be more like guardians of trust. That should be the barometer that we should be using. We should be taking it ahead, making it our role, saying that we got to, take care of the trust in a large way. all the points said by the wise panel out here would actually become a KRA part of it.
Sure.
That's my 2 bit.
Got it. Deepa, your thoughts? What are the capabilities that are non-negotiable?
So I think I agree with everything he said, but I feel that we are storytellers and we have to have a counter narrative to whatever is being shared online. And I feel that we need to have a content which is going to be much more capable, convincing, attractive than the condition itself. And I'll give you an example. The recent Iran war, there were 2 sets of conversation that was happening. One that was coming directly from the White House, and one was coming from an unknown entity called Explosive Media. Explosive Media was putting out Legofication, a Legofied version of the Iran war. They use the Lego characters to tell the story, the alternate story of the Iran war. Extremely engaging, extremely entertaining, has been shared widely. Should that be a Washington Post article? Possible. But do you and I and the people in the room actually sit and read a WAPO article? No. But the doom scrolling that we do, we will all have seen that one video called Loser. Right? If you haven't, look it up. And I feel that in our ability to present the counter narrative, we have to adapt new tools for storytelling. Tools that are going to be engaging, that are going to have the ability for virality, and that is going to capture our imagination enough for me to share it with you and you to share it with 5 other people. I think that's where I will just.
Sure, okay.
Sanjeev also talked about storytelling from corporate communicators. So I'll tell you, I'll just talk about this and say to a lot of people who try and get to Copcom and learn more about it. Basically, like we see the Hindi film industry, you've got different directors. Sanjay Leela Bhansali here. Here you have Ram Gopal Verma is there. And other directors are there now. So most of them have the same script of a film like Karan Johar. No, they have the same script. But how you're able to present it to your audience? How do you connect with your audience? That is important. You will have the same story, maybe the same thing has been done by 10 different people. But how do you connect with the audience, maybe with the masses, with the media, the most important, because they're able to carry out a story. So that is your job, to ensure that you're able to connect, you have to identify who your audience is, what's going to be the impact, and how you're going to evaluate the impact for the organization. So that is something key which everybody should learn.
Great, great. Okay, Jagrati, I have a different question for you now. It's an imaginary question, it's a made-up question, but suppose you have one WhatsApp message to send to every employee tonight and prepare them for a deep fake crisis tomorrow. Okay, you can't send a policy document, you can't send a presentation. What would that message say?
Okay, firstly, I think it's a good news because you are giving me a heads up. Because crisis often comes unannounced, right? And we just so love it. Okay. I think the WhatsApp, and I will assume I'm the CEO and I'm sending a message to all my employees. Thank you for 2 minutes. Yeah, so it would be something like, hey, you shouldn't be, okay, I will have to make it witty later, but something like, hey, I am so-and-so, and you may not always hear from me at 11 or 3 a.m. So you have to verify, pause, verify, and then respond. And I would say something to the effect of like, boss, let me call you back, something like that. I really want the employees to have that non-fear in saying that, okay, this doesn't sound okay, so maybe I want to call you back. And I know I'm going to speak a little extra because I took a cue from what was discussing. So going back, this resonated a lot actually, because 20 years ago when we started, I started my career 20 years ago, we were told that you are a storyteller. And moved through the industries, it remained the same, that you are building the narrative. And today it is more of trust, engineering and reputation building. So that has to somewhere follow in my message. And hopefully that's not the first and the last message. So definitely summing this up, employees need to know and need to be aware And last but not the least, probably also add a pointer saying that if you feel anything is suspicious, screenshot it and send it to a particular ID or a number rather than sending it across and making noise out of it. So I think having a central power or central communication to hold it is important. And yeah.
Great, please.
I will actually not send out any message. Because why will I want 5,000, 10,000 employees waking up in a state of panic? I don't want to panic them. I will use that time to create a repository of answers and information and ensure that I can digitize that and send them as a link if things blow out of proportion. Because there is, we often see, and I'll give you an example, about 2-3 years ago, there was this huge controversy against a health food drink. I will not mention the name. And I used to work in the same industry. And there was huge amount of tamasha online. And then we were very worried because we were the market leader. What did we do? We did a research. And okay, let me just tell you, the name of the brand was Bonvita and I was working with Horlicks. Okay, explains things for everybody. Now the thing is, when we did the research, and I was with HUL at that time, we found that consumers knew nothing about it. When we asked them about an issue in the food space, they went back to Maggi. You know why? Because Maggi was off the shelf, because the government came in and removed it from the shelf. So unless something like that happens, why am I going to create a panic and spread the news to 5,000, 10,000 people and wait for them to create more panic going forward? So agree to disagree.
All right. I think the time's up, but then I was thinking about this WhatsApp question that I was researching. I know what Trump would say. With WhatsApp, Trump would WhatsApp, deny, and claim victory in the end. So yeah, with that we wrap this up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We're good. Thanks.
Thank you, Sal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward and join us for a quick group picture? And to present a token of appreciation to the entire panel joining us on stage is the lovely Miss Parul from PR Moment. She's waiting for the applause so that she can join us on stage. But it looks like she's occupied momentarily. With this, I request the lovely Miss Deepika Singh to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to the entire panel. Please don't apologize, that's all right. How about a picture with all of them? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, okay. Do me a favor, shake hands with the person sitting next to you and ask them, how do you do? Shake hands with the person sitting next to you and ask them, how do you do? Yes. And now repeat the same to the other side. The other side, yes, the other side. Other side. Super quickly. Now with this quick activity, it's established that we are no longer surrounded by strangers. If not friends, then acquaintances at least. Well, this newfound energy, it is now time that we move on to the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, special session. Rulebook. How RFP needs rationalization to agency so that agency can get their credit for ideation. Join me as I welcome our panelists. Please put your hands together for the Managing Director at ABNV, Ms. Neha Mehrotra. Up next, join me in welcoming President and Group Head at Puravankara Limited, Mr. Abhinav Kanchan. About a round of applause for Mr. Abhinav Kanchan. Thank you very much. Thank you. With this, it's time to complete this panel. Join me in welcoming Managing Partner at Nucleus PR, Taranjeet Ratan. Taranjeet, now I'm a big fan of the aesthetics and I see a lot of mobile phones and a camera right in the front. What I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly call the hospitality guy and ensure that the seats are symmetrically placed. How about another 30 seconds, right? Could you? I think this makes sense now, right? Over to the moderator.
Okay, is this on? Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Okay, so before we get started, can I have everybody stand up, please? Just for a second, yeah? Now I know. That's okay. I know I have everybody's full attention. Let's take a deep breath. Everybody wide and awake? Yeah? Oh, please don't sit down, right? Okay, how many of you have been a part of an RFP, whether giving one or receiving one, at least one RFP in the last 30 days? 2 RFPs? 7? 10? Okay, so I still see a lot of enthusiasm. Please take your seats. It's really nice to see that there is so much of enthusiasm around PR and there are a lot of RFPs floating around. A lot of brands are waking up to the power of PR and looking at sharing RFPs with us. But let's now try and find out with this very brave panel that we've put together today to be able to understand whether it is causing anxiety or whether it's really creating a collaborative initiative amongst all of us, right? So let's start with Abhinavji, right? Abhinavji, tell us how RFPs have changed in the last 5 years.
Well, this problem has been there for quite some time. I think in the last 5 years, what has changed is people have started noticing that they are being shortchanged. And globally also, this problem is being addressed. Many forums, many trade bodies have come forward and they have addressed it through volunteer codes. So that is the change, and even in India, people are coming out and they are voicing it out. Even PRCI has come out with their own charter. So I think the mindset has changed. People are, the sweat equity of agencies needs to be paid, and that has come out now.
Oh, that's very interesting. Though I haven't come across any RFP till date that's agreed to pay us for the sweat equity that we put in. We'll come to that a little later. Neha, over to you. Before you take on the PRCAI mantle, I'd like to ask you as an agency leader, what are the kind of RFPs that you have received and how have you seen them change in the last 5 years?
So I think, I have seen RFPs change both for the good as well as for the bad. I think if I talk about the good, we are beginning to get more structured briefs from clients. I think some of the clients who are fairly evolved in their comms journey are also realizing that, it's not just about giving a random brief, but they're also giving us case studies to solve, right? And when you give a case study to solve, you know that an agency is very focused on being able to give a very clear answer to you on what you should be doing from that perspective. So that is good, it's changed for the good. What hasn't changed for the good or has become worse is that a lot of the RFPs today are procurement-led. Now, we're not in the business of commodities. We don't sell commodities, right? So, we sell things which a lot of times are intangible. And therefore, if we're going to be bucketed in the same way, you possibly are looking at buying your commodities, then there's a challenge. Because when a person comes back and says, hey, you know what, I'm going to beat you down on the price. Well, the thing is, on what basis will you beat us down on the price? Or a procurement team ascertaining a certain value to a contract, right? I think all of these things have to be led by the comms people, and we've seen both sides. There are times when the comms person and the procurement people are together in a room, and those RFPs are very structured. But we've also seen situations where you only have procurement-led conversations, and those are very different, right? So I can go on this topic on what's changed, what hasn't changed, what needs to be better, but I think in a nutshell, those would be a few things.
Interesting. So we have a brand corporate communication person with us who can answer that possibly. How well do you think an RFP is structured if it's led by the Corpcom team or it's a combination of procurement and Corpcom?
Tell you about 3 decades back, this problem has been there not only in PR, but in most of the functions that we have in corporates, whether it is procurement, marketing, sales, IT. I remember at FICCI about in 1996-97, a very senior person who was the IT head, and he was building IT infrastructure in the organization. And he invited 7 or 8 of the agencies which were supposed to help FICCI become a good organization with great IT backbone. And this gentleman was bragging how he used that knowledge from what he fished out of their ideas, and he was bragging in the team leaders meeting that he did not pay for it, and yet he built on their ideas for free. That was the time when, and it was laudable at that time. But things have changed quite a lot, and I think this is no more a zero-sum game. It is now we have to move from zero-sum to positive-sum game, and that is very important, how we look at it and how we build together. So coming to your question that it is, of course, partnership is there.
Right.
People talk about partnership, but talking and making it, just using it as a verbiage is not going to cut the eye. So one has to really get into partnership, and instead of calling for pitches from 10 or 15 or 20, Neha was just saying that 28 people were called in one of those recent ones. That is not the way. One has to reduce it to 6 or 7 at best, and then reduce it further to 3, and then take it ahead, and then give a detailed RFP, and then really go into a strategic partnership hunt. Who is a strategic fit for that particular objective that is there. That is the way I look at it, and many people are waking up to that. I'm sure there are a few organizations like Tata's, Amazon, and they are actually paying for that pitch fee, that is what is being called, and they're addressing this quite
Fantastic, well. Fantastic. May there be more in your tribe.
Pardon?
May there be more in your tribe. This is, I think, a scenario which every agency would have, gone through at some point or the other, and we pretty much learn from the school of hard knocks. After which you start realizing, okay, this is a fish market situation. This is possibly where I want to actually pitch in and put in my sweat equity. That brings me to a very interesting question. I'm going to ask you to put on your PRCAI hat now. Right? There is a client consultancy charter, partnership collaboration charter that you have taken out, right? What is that about, and how will it help the industry understand that this is how an RFP needs to be put out?
Sure. So I think 2 years back, my role with PRCI was growth and standardization, and one of the things that I wanted to do is bring out a client agency charter when it comes to RFPs, right? I think the first thing that you need to know is how was this done, right? This was done by getting a group of CCOs in a room and understanding from them on what is it that they would like should be there in an RFP, or how would they like an RFP be conducted, and how would they like a relationship be with an agency, right? And then we had a group of agency heads who got in a room to say, what would you like, right? And then there was a combined group which discussed all of those issues together to say, okay, if there has to be a charter, what must the charter have, right? So I think a few things. One, the charter is a very balanced charter and it represents a view of an agency as much as it represents the view of a CCO, right? The other thing is that the charter very categorically calls out a few things. And I'm going to talk about an agency first and then I'm going to get to the CCOs, to the second part of it. The first is that when you're looking for a partner, right, you can't call 28 agencies because quite frankly, you don't have the time to talk to 28 agencies, right? Therefore, I'm sure every CCO today knows which are the agencies that they think can do justice to their mandate, right? And therefore, they have to be specific. And therefore, our charter calls out the fact that you must have about 5 agencies, and in the final round, you must have about 3 agencies, and you make a selection. The second thing that it brings out is the fact that we must know what we are after, right? What is the price that you're willing to pay for an RFP that you roll out? How does an agency know whether they should be giving you ideas which can cost you 5 crores, or should they be bringing you ideas which can actually be low budget, low intensity ideas? And quite frankly, an agency is very happy to pitch either ways, but as long as they know what they're after, right? And then the third thing, which is equally critical, is there has to be a conclusion time of an RFP. In the last few years, at least the last 2 years, we are seeing RFPs which have been going on for almost a year, right? And the fourth thing is an RFP has to be a genuinely intended RFP. It cannot be a procurement exercise. And if it is a procurement exercise, we don't have a problem. As long as it's called out to say this is a procurement exercise, but we need you to participate. And we will participate. What it does is it tells us how much effort does the team need to put into that. Right. Now, if I look at the CCO's perspective, they have their own share of pain points with the agencies, right? One is they just feel that the briefs sometimes are not very well understood by the agency that's coming in for a pitch. So are they putting in the right kind of effort? Is there an intent to really want my business? So show me that you really want my business, right? I think the second thing is they all say that, you know, when an agency comes in to pitch, they come with a team, which looks really good, right? But when you sign on the contract, you realize those are not the people that you're getting to work on the business. So therefore, an agency must commit to making sure that they are giving the people who went in for a pitch. And the third thing, which is also equally important, is to make sure that if you have people in the team leaving, you don't inform the client on the last day that this is this person's last day and thank you so much, right? You have to have a buy-in from the client to say, okay, this person's going to move on. I have a progression plan. I have a succession plan. I have all of those things in place, right? So I think those things are there. The point is that the charter was developed in a way that it gives more comfort for an RFP. And I think what is very heartening to hear is that today the industry, at least the agencies, are using that charter very effectively, and they're also getting a very positive response from the CCOs who come back and say, oh, I didn't know there's a charter in place. So fine.
That's very interesting. You know, when you're talking about the challenges that CCOs also face. Abhinavji, would you like to add something to that?
What Neha has said is quite interesting. I just wanted to say that there is an element of enforceability in all this. While we may have charters and voluntary codes all over the place, I'll cite an example of what Malaysia 4A does. Is not the same 4A like the American 4As. They have their own, they are quite different. It was established in 1971, 2004 it was. So what they do is, they have fixed a, not pitch fee, but a reimbursement fee of 10,000 ringgit. 10,000 ringgit. So if you call for the finalists, like the 3 finalists are there,
Right.
then they will be paid a reimbursement fee to defray their administrative costs, their whatever they have put in. So that is by law. It has to be done.
Nice.
So what I'm saying is that enforceability is very important. We may have this unless until there are a lot of COPCOM people who are not aware of this existence. So idea is to make them aware, and then how do you enforce it? That is the important part. In Malaysia, if there are 3 finalists, of course the non-winning teams are paid, so that is taken care of. Then if the person, the agency which has won the account, they will have to return that 10,000 because they are already on board. So it is fair to both sides. So, and that 10,000, by the way, has a clause that it has to have a mandate of 2 lakh ringgit. So only 5% of it pay, so that it is not, you don't have to bleed through your nose to pay that. And 5% for the creative thing, for the finalists, is a justifiable thing. My point is, why can't we also adopt certain things, and that is enforced there by law, and the trade body is after their agencies, and no agency can go and take it on their own without divulging that facts and without addressing it. So in India, our trade body should also support the agency. The agency should be transparent enough to go to their trade body and say that, look, this is what we have done, and this. So it should not be desperate cases where there are other agencies which just cut them, undercut, and then disrupt.
See, you know what happens today? What happens today is that, to Arnab's point, is that the day you have a rejection fee enforced in an RFP process, the whole system will streamline. Right?
Okay, so these are all suppositions that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but this is there in the charter. This is there in the charter. Actually, you do have a group of COPCOM heads who were in the room and who said, we agree that an agency should be paid a rejection fee, right? So you do have a group that agrees that an agency should be paid a fair price if they're not winning the contract, right? How will this be enforced? It's a great question. This will only be enforced when you have a few who stand up and say, I stand for this. Right? It's the same thing for agencies. Today, I know that there was a pitch that was called for, and there were 28 agencies that participated. Wow. And I know that there has also been a time when we have gone back to a client and said, you know what, our charter says 5 agencies, I am possibly the 6th or the 7th, and I'm not going to participate. So, you know, what does this mean? It means an opportunity loss as well, right? Because eventually you're out of the RFP process, there's a potential revenue loss in the mind of an agency and so on and so forth.
Right.
But despite that, if you have a few who stand up and say, this is what I stand by, you will start to see a change. Because out there in the world of CCOs, there are many CCOs who believe that they need to be fair to an agency from this perspective.
Okay, I'm coming back to this question, second last question. This is still on the basis voluntary, you know, CCOs and agencies are volunteering to do this. Again, it is not enforceable. How are you going to ensure as an apex body, as a trade body, that this is enforceable for all of us, for the collective good of the industry?
See, we are not an ASCII, which can enforce.
Why can't we be an ASCII?
No, we can't be because we can give guidelines. We're an association, right? And as an association, we can only give guidelines. And therefore, we give guidelines, and we hope, we expect that people will follow the guidelines. So, to your point, we therefore need an apex body, maybe in the PR industry or in the comms industry, which is going to help us enforce. But right now, that enforcement does not exist.
Okay.
On that count, I would like to just add that while enforcement can also be voluntary, but I'll just cite another case of Malaysia also, because there in Malaysia Airlines did something like this. They did some free fishing of the ideas and did not pay the client. The clients were registered with 4A and they complained. The secretariat, the CEO of 4A trade body, they went public. They issued a press release They wrote to the client saying that it's not done, these guys are members and you have to abide by their laws. So that small bit should be done at least in India by the PRCA.
And in fact, you were mentioning yesterday that this has also been done by the advertising industry in India with Vivo and Ogilvy as a case study.
Case was also.
So if that's possible and the law supports it, why is it that the PR industry is not waking up to it? Why is it that PR industry is not actually enforcing these
Only
rules?
waiting for voluntary thing may not work. Now time has come to put some teeth and some action. And that is my only submission.
Fantastic. So we will wait for...
Well, I'd say it's really great to hear your point of view because this is what we need. Actually, this is exactly what we need. And the thing is, when you're talking about an RFP process, a lot of the onus sits on the CCOs. As opposed to sitting on the agencies. The only thing that an agency can do is get up and say that I am not going to participate in this RFP process because I just feel it is against the standardization, right? But at the end of the day, a large part of the movement has to happen from the CCOs for the RFP or the agency and client charter to be enforced the way we like it.
I agree there, and but that needs awareness, and unless and until somebody picks up the cudgel like Ogilvy did against Vivo, and there was an interim order passed by the High Court of Mumbai, nothing will change. People will need to know that where is the empathy missing. So because I come from a very a real estate industry where very high ticket items are being sold, your life savings are gone to just buy one product. So here, we cannot play around with trust. I personally, in my life and in professionally, I personally follow the trust triangle, which has these 3 nodes. And you have to be authentic, you have to be empathetic, and you have to use common sense. The people who are missing that node of empathy, if you correct that, if I'm in your shoes and I spend hours and do come up with creative ideas and I don't get paid, I feel very shortchanged. So, how do you gain trust amongst industry, amongst agencies as well as clients? You just follow the trust triangle, be authentic, ask for authentic things, use common sense and be empathetic. If you just do these things, you immensely gain trust among all the partners. And as communicators and PR agencies, they're not different, they're all together. We're all communicators at the end of the day. And the industry standards should rise. That should be the common interest.
Absolutely. I think both parties are responsible for raising the collective standard of the industry. And I know, yes, it is a chicken and egg situation. Should the CCO start first or the agencies start first? But I'm hoping that this is the start of a dialogue that will actually eventually lead us to that particular
If agencies insist that you give a RFP in a particular order, I don't think any right-minded CCO will refuse that. But this is backed by PRCAI, this is backed by PRCA, this is backed by ANA, by A4 US, A4 Malaysia. The whole world is talking about it. So you need to educate and make them aware. If you don't stand for your own rights, then CCOs will take you for a ride. So you just make them aware.
Absolutely. So I'm hoping that this will evolve into a dialogue and possibly lead us to this particular platform where I think we will have an enforceable agency out there. Enforceable mandate out there. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time, for taking the time out to speak to us on this subject. Thank you.
How about a round of applause for this special session? Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture? And to present token of appreciation to the panel, join me as I welcome Shivaji Singh Gupta from BrandCommunion. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much, thank you. And a big shout out to that one considerate person who offered the applause. Well, this calls for a bigger one, does it not? Thank you. We spent the day exploring the bottomless layers of complexities that follow the profession. But one of the aspects supersedes all others, and that is skill. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, join me as I welcome our panelists for the next panel discussion to talk about skills PR professionals need to thrive in the next decade as AI reshapes the industry. Please put your hands together for Head of PR, Media Engagement and Partnerships at Ipsos, Madhurima Bhatia. A very warm welcome to you, Madhurima. Thank you for joining us. Up next, Founder and Chief Executive Officer at Empera, please welcome Abhi Mahapatra. Bringing the palms together prompts blood circulation, sends more oxygen, helps us focus better. Clapping is good for the heart. Thank you. Up next, founder at Critical Edge Consulting Private Limited, please welcome Pradeep Vadva. Joining us up next, Managing Partner at Sparkfin Partners. Please put your hands together for Shivani Gupta. And completing this panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Vice President at BrandCommunion, Ms. Madhvi Khanna.
All settled. Hi everyone, welcome and thank you for bearing with us. This entire day has been about AI. I think we should have named it as AI Summit. But I'll bore you with one more session which is going to be around AI and how AI is shaping the communications industry. We cannot deny AI is here. It's here to take over us. It has already taken over us. The way we communicate, the way we are even preparing our text messages with AI to send to our friends, to our peers, even checking our symptoms, healthcare symptoms on AI. Everything is being transformed, how we live, how we communicate. But I think the bigger question isn't what AI can do, it's how we communication professionals can do differently to live in this age of AI. And I have an exceptional panel of leaders who come from different perspectives and different thoughts to enlighten us with what they are doing to empower their organizations, to help their colleagues, to help their peers in this age of AI. Without further ado, I'll dive right in with my first question. And Shivani, if I can open up with you. Are today's graduates industry ready? Like, is there a readiness gap that we are seeing? Because I think everybody is now graduating with AI help. So are they ready for the industry, for the communication industry?
So thank you, Madhvi, and it's a very interesting question. An honest answer is yes, there is a gap definitely, but I would not say it's a tool gap. It's not a tool literacy gap, I would say, but it's more of a judgment literacy gap. So it's not that, I think nowadays graduates are pretty smart and they are well equipped and, fluent with AI prompts and smarter way of doing things. But where they lack is how do you analyze? How do you make a right judgment call on it? So even in, I think, India, Southeast Asia, we have all these amazing AI and, digital, I would say, the colleges and the graduate programs that we have. But what is lacking is they do not actually teach them how do you analyze, do the judgment. So they have been taught on in terms of how do you write, but not how do you edit. And edit in terms of the AI edit and in terms of how do you analyze on what has been there. So I think that is another point I would say is that yes, people come with the equipped tools and equipped knowledge, but what they do not get is exposure to the strategic council, boardroom council, which generally in the Western countries they give at a very junior level. So that is, I think, a lack at the agency level. So there has to be a balance which needs to be found to build that talent.
Right, right. Madhurima, you lead a large organization, you are the communications leader. Are you seeing that readiness gap from the corporate communication side?
Yeah, actually, I think some of the courses that are available right now, they may be, I think, stuck in a groove. I don't know if they kept pace with what the industry wants, because technology is moving much faster than how people are skilling themselves. So do they have a course in, say, prompt engineering? Do they have a course in, because, government is also focusing on, we had this AI summit, and there's a huge emphasis on democratizing AI and whether these students, are they really equipped and are they job ready? I think there's a huge gap right now, and I think the whole curriculum they should have, I think, actively, because otherwise one will be dead behind. Technology is moving so fast. I'll give you an example of Ipsos. We had this in-house tool called Ipsos Facto, which was our own AI tool. And just yesterday we got a mail saying that we have just partnering with Microsoft, and now we'll have access to Copilot. So now we've been told that just forget about it. What the advantages that all the knowledge that you have, if you put it on a chat GPT, all your knowledge goes out, and others have access to it, But if you want to really protect some of the stuff that you do for your clients, etc., then you use your Copilot. So within organizations itself, you're moving so fast. So unless there is, the curriculum has active courses and, which really equip them in how they should use. Because I've seen these kids, by the way, new kids on the block, any simple thing also, you will also agree, one thing they have to write now, they'll just put phone pay, apna ChatGPT, I want to say this, what do you have to say? I mean, they become so dependent. Whereas, how do I use AI in my work curriculum? I have to do so much writing, but I write the draft myself. I write everything myself. And I just say, and then I just share it with Copilot, and I say, do you think you can sharpen it a little bit?
Yeah.
And it does sharpen it. I'm not saying if AI was not my assistant, I would do a somewhat less impeccable job. So, so kids are just using AI like crazily. There's some of the people who started using. But I think how to use at the workplace, it has to be a very, very, I think the emphasis still has to be on reading, looking at the macro view. If you ask them about a current issue, say geopolitics, the kids will go blank. They'll just say, okay, what is Strait of Hormuz, Why is this conflict happening? All the knowledge they have is only from whatever they've read on AI. AI, can you tell me about Strait of Hormuz? AI will give you whatever is there. So their own thinking, their knowledge, I think they have to focus on that. And for that, first, the emphasis has to be on knowledge, etc. But then you have to be technologically savvy as well.
Right, it has to
So
be
I think that they both have to go hand in hand. Yeah, that's what is my view.
On the AI perspective,
His favorite topic is AI.
I know, it's just I just said we should have named it AI Summit. What skills do you think students underestimate a lot?
Look, there are a couple of points. I think we discuss a lot about AI and fairly so. I think what Shivani alluded to earlier makes a lot of sense. Currently, I don't see there's a skill gap, but I think there's a judgment gap. And that gap is not going to be fulfilled by tech. It's going to be fulfilled by, are we giving our next set of employees or partners the ability to use AI as an enabler? Are we creating enough ecosystems to encourage instinct-led decision-making? Are we able to really go back and work with the academia. And I've been personally involved with a lot of academia in the last decade or so, and there is a huge gap because they are still training students, which is writing craft in terms of communication, but there is absolute gap of data craft in that. So how can we infuse the data interpretation analytics? And last but not the least, I think if we can't encourage next set of leadership, next generation leadership to understand analytics, we'll always be dependent on somebody who helps us. I'm sure that judgment will not come through prompts.
Pradeep, you have your own agency. What skills, what AI skills should an organization like yours or other communication organizations should be investing in?
Yeah, before that, can I add to what these guys said? Yeah, they've said everything, but I just wanted to, take a step back and tell you that data, even if it is graduates in India or MBAs in India or engineers in India, they are not job ready. Nobody is job ready. NOSA study says that less than 50%, maybe 44% of graduates are job ready. So one thing is for sure, that today's youngsters are more tool ready than their managers and their super managers than any generation before that. But it is like, you bring Tarzan from the jungle, you put the Tarzan in a simulator, make him learn driving, and then put him on Karol Bagh road with a lot of traffic. He is bound to bang a few cars, so the whole idea is not about being AI ready. The whole idea is about that there is a gap of apprenticeship. That, what does the industry work on? How do you give them that knowledge? When we started, and I'll be called fuddy duddy, but there was always this thing, update the media list, go on media rounds, create minutes of the meeting. Everything is being done today by AI. So where the hell will these poor people learn? Their learning, opportunities are being taken away because all the grunt, which used to be called grunt work, we were never happy doing that. But later on, we realized that grunt work gave us a lot of perspective. The whole thing about relationships. All of that cannot be done if you do not allow them or create situations for them to become or to learn these things. So let's not blame today's generation by saying that they are not ready. Nobody is ready. No, we were also not ready. Now with AI, their problem has become much bigger.
We're still not ready.
Nobody is ready.
Just to add to what Pradeep said, and about not being ready, actually, if you look at those very, very senior staff, say, in some companies, they are not ready at all. They are not also skilled. Yeah. And whereas youngsters, say, the Gen Zs of the world,
they were born ready.
They are ready. They are super ready because this is a digital first organization, workforce. And they are super ready. They know everything. And, the people who have been, more like who are doing more like, advisory roles where they don't get their hands dirty, in some organizations, the traditional ones where the seniors don't get their hands dirty. They have somebody else doing the work for them. So for them, it's more difficult because if they are not skilling themselves, then there's a huge problem. So it's not just the curriculum, but I think the corporate world also needs to be, some of the traditional, I think companies have to look at that.
Right. But coming back to my question, can we quickly tell what are the AI skills that an organization should be investing in? Something which will really help your workforce to be skilled and trained to, perform better.
I would say let's look at it more holistically. So it's not AI skills. I think it is more human skills that we should be investing in. So today what is happening is that we are outsourcing our thinking to AI. That should not happen. So first and foremost, all the critical thinking skills should be something that companies and agencies should invest in. Then comes about, and as I said, these people are very savvy. So, no need to invest so much in the AI skills, but the non-AI skills you need to invest more in. So, if I was to give you a skilling thing, I would say get them to learn critical thinking, make them understand what relationships in our industry mean, because relationships are very important in our industry. What does ethics mean? Because ethics is something which is very important when you are using AI. That is something that they should learn. And obviously there are there are AI skills that they should learn. Then there are crisis skills, because with AI, the crisis is becoming more and more complex. So you need to learn how to deal with that crisis as well. So the AI related crisis, and otherwise also there were crises even before AI. So crisis management skills. So those skills, judgment skills become very important.
I think, just to add to that, I think the question is, do I use AI to make my best employee better? Or do I use AI to make my average employee produce average work faster? And if the answer is latter, then we will have an issue. And the issue is we are prioritizing cost over growth. So I think that's the main question. Like, how you use AI is super important in what context.
Let me rephrase this. Let me just rephrase this in a different manner. That today the fight is not in PR. The fight is not between AI and humans. It is between humans who use AI to deliver better results and humans whose only claim to fame is that they are able to produce work that AI can produce. So those will go out of fashion.
So I think in terms of, it's very much connected to your first question, because when we say that, they understand the tools, they know how to use the prompts, and they are well aware of it. But what is lacking is how do you judge, and what is that instinct, Say, for example, in healthcare sector, we do have, if we have to work, the PR and comms team, they have to work on the regulatory frame in terms of the paperwork and the kind of claims health claims that are happening. They have to review and draft it. So that is okay, you can do that through AI. But what you need is the human skill and intelligence and the judgment skill to analyze it and ethically deliver that. It's not that, whatever you get and you are just kind of collating it and giving it. It's not just about collection of things.
Right.
I'll just add a few things, okay? So now see, companies have been looking at their reputation through SEO, whether you're in that search engine optimization. Now it's GEO, which is generative engine optimization. So companies can see that, are they in the top consideration set? Is AI putting them in the top consideration set? If the AI is not putting in, then there's a huge problem. And as CCOs, you should be looking at your brand and seeing what is it, that gap between you and the top guy who's being mentioned, and what is it, how you need to dovetail your communication strategy so that you're rightly perceived. Your reputation is perceived the way you want the reputation to be perceived. Maybe you have to do more, because more credible stories to work around your reputation. Then likewise, cost savings. I remember first minutes of the meeting, people would just sit and write those 3 minutes of the meeting, and now even when you have these Teams calls, and the whole transcript happens automatically. So AI is really looking at efficiency. So you have to see how you can build around it. But there is a very big problem with AI. What it does is that if you've written a very compelling article and you tell AI, can you better it? What AI does, it flattens all the insights that you put on it.
Because they have the generic information.
Yeah, it flattens all the highlights that were really attention grabbing and headline grabbing. Suddenly you see AI has flattened it and made the whole story so insipid that media would not even look at it. So I think you should use AI very, very discreetly. That's what is my...
Now, I think we're just left with almost a minute. One last question, and we'll be very short, and it has to be just in a sentence. according to you, what will define the most successful PR professional in the next decade? Like, just in a line, what is your prediction? What will define a successful PR person? I can begin with Shivani.
What will define the most successful
Yes.
PR? So I think I would just say that, you know, how AI can raise the floor, the humans can raise the ceiling. So what will define is when you can be agile and still be, you know, like have that instinct of, you know, strategic counsel and be ethical. So I think that all of these things need to go hand in hand.
Pradeep?
Very difficult question you asked.
You have to predict.
Yeah. So I would agree with what she said, that we have to raise the, you know, ceiling as humans. So I don't think, you know, I can add anything to that in 2 seconds. I have a longer answer, so I'll let me pass.
That's the challenge. In 1 second, AI answer generated.
See, I would say that, you know, somebody who is able to have critical skills, who is able to understand business better, who is able to also understand AI, but with the ethics that is required, then somebody who has the judgment to be able to, let me finish the answer, then I'll give you an example. So somebody who can have the judgment, those are, I think, 3-4 qualities that, or skills that are required to win in this game of AI.
Abhi?
Look, I think to just simplify it for me, there are 2 key pillars. One is, do you have the curiosity of knowledge? Because if you don't have that, you will not be able to use AI effectively. You may use AI efficiently. There's a difference. And the most uncommon thing in today's day and age is common sense. So we usually lack that. So I think if we can drive that aspect well, these 2 combination is absolutely necessary for somebody to be successful. Rest like judgment call, instinct, it comes with experience, it comes with failing, it comes with many other elements. You know, business sense, impact of business. You have to invest time to understand these things. Prompts will not help you drive everything. If you don't know about X, how can you actually find out the behavioral aspects of X? So I think these are the 2 things for me.
Now that you're asking me, okay, what I'll say is that the most important thing to be a good PR professional is media relations. Do you know the right people in the media houses that matter? Because that is going to be the most important thing. The rest is all internal, you know, to look at your reputation or to look at how you bring in the efficiencies, whether you can look at your media monitoring from inside, you know, just quickly you can do that, etc. But are you well connected with media? Because ultimately, if your story doesn't fly, then it all boils down to pathetic work. And, you know, right now also media, and, you know, earned media is so important. So can you continue, because owned media is, yeah, you can tell your stories through owned media as well, but highest credibility is with earned media. And paid media, I would give it last. Paid media is okay, you know, if you are doing a CSR program and nobody's going to cover it and there's a special supplement and you want to show your stories of what good work you've done for the masses, then it makes sense. But I think earned media, knowing all the people and to get your stories out, which will drive your reputation, because your earned stories go into GEO, and that is what defines. So I think for me that's the most important.
You wanted to add something?
I think he's itching to say something.
No, I just wholeheartedly disagree. But that's for another session, another panel. So that's
all 3 of us have been discussing that 20 minutes too less a time for this panel.
I know, it's too less a time, but I think time's up, and unfortunately we have to close our session here. But definitely AI is not here to replace anyone, but it's how we PR professionals or anybody in this room can evolve alongside AI. So thank you all the panelists. It was a great session.
A round of applause for the entire panel. Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture? And to present a token of appreciation to the entire panel, join me in welcoming
Navneet Kumar from Intact Media. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, it is now time for the second picture. Might I encourage everyone to take up their mobile phones, open the camera app, turn to the selfie mode and quickly take a picture. And if you have friends or acquaintances with the person sitting next to you, might I encourage you to include them in the picture? I promise I do have a point to make by the time I come to the third picture, maybe. Perfect, perfect. And on that very note, our impact research contest is live. Simply scan the QR code that's placed on your tabletops. All you need to do is tell me the full form of Diana, impact research AI analyst. All right, well, that's that. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'm certain as I say this on everybody's behalf that a great summit is defined by conversations that challenge perspectives and spark new ideas. It is now time for the first fireside chat of the day. Joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, as the state head of social media department, Bharatiya Janata Party Haryana, this personality in particular has played a pivotal role in shaping the party's digital communication and public outreach strategy. With extensive experience in political communication and social media engagement, he has been instrumental in driving impactful digital campaigns and fostering meaningful public dialogue. Join me as I welcome Mr. Arun Yadav. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause. In conversation with Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Media Mantra Group, please welcome Udit Parker.
Hello, yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you everybody for joining us, and thank you Karan and team for organizing this. I think it takes volume and to organize such an event within 2-3 months. So I still remember when you were talking about this event. So thank you for doing this for the industry. I'm very straight question, not further delay. First of all, people would definitely like to understand what you've been doing how did you start your communication, journey, especially because I believe that you were in a corporate before this, and how did this all career start for you?
Thank you, Udit bhai, and thank you so much for inviting me to this great event, and in front of people who are very intellectual, communication experts. I don't have that much knowledge because I don't have any formal degree in communication, but over a period of time I have learned it. So thank you to Karan also. And हम political लोग हैं, तो कुछ चीजें ऐसी भी हम आपको बता सकते हैं या बताएंगे कि जो जीवन के अंदर बहुत सारी जो बदलाव आते हैं पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स से, उसको हम कैसे सेट करते हैं या सेट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, उसके बारे में भी हम इसमें बात करेंगे.
So, again, as you said, how did you start?
वो एक्चुअली क्या है, सोशल मीडिया का काम है. तो सोशल मीडिया के काम में क्या, माइक कभी कभी हाथ में आता है, बैक एंड का काम होता है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा नर्वस भी हूं मैं, क्योंकि माइक कभी कभी हाथ में आता है. तो कोशिश करूंगा कि कुछ आप लोगों से सीखूं और अपने बारे में भी बता पाऊं. तो लाइक आई एम अ फर्म बिलीवर ऑफ डेस्टिनी, and I never thought that I would be in a political party, because I am a first generation politician in my family. No one before me even knew a sarpanch of a village in my family, and I have the honor of meeting Honorable Prime Minister for almost 7 times, working with our Honorable Home Minister also, and with our previous Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Manohar Lal Khattar ji, and the present CM Naib Singh Saini ji. So it's a story, Udit ji. What happened was, like, I stay in Malibu town, which is in Gurgaon sector 47. So on a Sunday morning, I was just taking a walk, and my daughter was just born. She was, I think, 1 month old. And I was in my society. When I was walking, a voice came, "Namaste ji." So I said, "Okay, namaste." तो कह रहा, आप यहीं रहते हैं क्या? मैंने कहा, हाँ जी, मैं यहीं रहता हूँ. तो कह रहा, आप हमें चाय पिलाएंगे? मैंने कहा, चाय पियेंगे, पिलाएंगे आपको, आओ भैया हमारे घर आओ. तो चाय पिलाने से बात शुरू हुई. उन्होंने बताया अपने बारे में. तो आप सबने आरएसएस के बारे में सुना होगा, सबने सुना है आरएसएस के बारे में. तो वो आरएसएस के प्रचारक थे. तो प्रचारक जी से मेरा मिलना हुआ, उनसे मेरी बातचीत शुरू हुई. तो धीरे धीरे करके मुझे पता भी नहीं चला मैं कैसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में मेरा एक तरीके से मूव ऑन हो गया. और उस समय जो कम्युनिकेशन है, क्योंकि हम कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड से आए थे, तो हमें एक्सेल सब चलाना आता था. उस समय आईटी का जो काम है, सोशल मीडिया का काम है, वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज में धीरे धीरे आ रहा था. तो जो हमारा एक सिंपल टास्क होता है, वी लुकअप लगाना, सब एंट्री लेवल पे भी ये सब लोगों को आता है. उस समय पॉलिटिक्स में 2014 के अंदर वो ऐसा लगता था कि भाई साहब को सॉफ्टवेयर बना के दिखा दिया हमने, जबकि वो बहुत सिंपल सा काम है. तो वहां से वो जर्नी मेरी शुरू हुई, और आज मुझे I am holding this position for almost now 8 years. I have seen 3 general elections, 3 state elections, various these municipality elections, and it's my luck, or it's under the leadership of our great Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji that we are winning every elections.
Thank you. The reason why I asked this, because not a lot of people would be aware of what you're doing. As you said, people behind the scenes, social media में हम करते हैं, उनको time नहीं मिलता है, to come out and talk about it. So that was the reason. And again, coming back to the social media, because our panel, our discussion is on that. There's a lot of misconception which people have when it comes to political social media campaign. Do you want to, throw some light on this, because especially you've been doing this for Haryana government in the last 8 years, as you said.
पॉलिटिकल सोशल मीडिया की जो भी बात आती है, तो लोग सोचते हैं कि भाई ये तो ट्रोल आर्मी है. ऐसे लोगों को हमारे बारे में मिसकंसेप्शन है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होता है. देखिए, पॉलिटिकल जो सोशल मीडिया होता है, वो लास्ट व्यक्ति तक अपनी बात को, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की जो बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं, उसको नीचे तक पहुंचाने का जो काम करता है वो हमारा पॉलिटिकल सोशल मीडिया करता है। इसका जो सोशल मीडिया में क्या पावर है पॉलिटिकल, उसका छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैं आपको देता हूं। जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 2014 के अंदर व्हेन वी फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट, राइट, सो आफ्टर गेटिंग इंडिपेंडेंस ऑल्सो 2014 तक भी बहुत सारे ऐसे गांव थे, बहुत सारी ऐसी जगह थी जहां पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं पहुंची थी। तो फेसबुक पे जब मैं थोड़ा सा पॉलिटिकली एक्टिव हुआ तो 2016 की ये बात है, मेरे पास एक मैसेज आता है मेरे मैसेंजर के ऊपर कि भैया ऐसे ऐसे इस व्यक्ति है, इनकी शादी नहीं हो पा रही। मैंने कहा भाई शादी नहीं हो पा रही तो मैं कोई मैरिज ब्यूरो तो है नहीं मेरा। तो उन्होंने कहा कि भैया इनके घर में ना इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पहुंची नहीं है, उसके कारण ना तो इनकी शादी हो पा रही है ना इनकी सिस्टर की शादी हो पा रही है। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है मैं कनेक्ट करता हूं। तो उस समय हमारे मिनिस्टर पीयूष गोयल जी हुआ करते थे जो ये सारा काम देखते थे, तो उनके ओएसडी को मैं बहुत अच्छे से जानता था। तो मैंने उनको मैसेज किया कि मैंने कहा सर ये अभी ऐसे है कि इनके घर में अभी तक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पहुंची नहीं है। तो उस समय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक हमारा जो सरकार है उसका इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ये प्रोसेस चल रहा था कि हम सबको इलेक्ट्रीफाई कर रहे थे विलेजेस को। तो आप यकीन मानिए 6 मंथ्स के अंदर उस घर में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आई, उस विलेज में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आई। और ये मैंने ऑनर है कि जब उनकी शादी हुई तो उनकी शादी में चीफ गेस्ट मैं बन के गया था। तो इतना जो सोशल मीडिया है उसका इम्पैक्ट है। तो पॉलिटिकल सोशल मीडिया इज नॉट अबाउट ट्रोलिंग, इट इज अबाउट गिविंग बेनिफिट्स टू ऑल द पीपल। और ऐसे लोग जो कहीं ना कहीं सही जगह पे पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं उनके लिए भी मीडियम होता है।
So it's not about trolling, right? So when you actually do social media, a lot of your data comes into picture, right? Because आप कोई भी campaign जब चलाते हो, there's a direct impact which you can see by looking at the data. So when you go to any campaign, right, your measurement of the campaigns also play an important role. Your data plays an important role. तो कोई भी social media अगर हमारे पास यहाँ पे सामने, we have somebody who does measurement day in and day out, Asim, who talks about it, right? So we just want to understand more about how do you measure, especially the political campaigns. One is of course direct relation to the win of a particular candidate. The other is of course आप कहाँ तक उस बात को लेके जा पा रहे हो. Is also one of the things. तो data कितना role play कर रहा है इस पूरे journey के अंदर in the last 8 years?
See, data is very important and in other words, data is diamond. जिसके पास भी data है वो winner है। आज जितने भी big companies है, like for example Google हो गया, चाहे हमारा सोशल मीडिया का इंस्टाग्राम हो गया, फेसबुक हो गया, वो सब किस चीज पे प्ले कर रहे हैं? वो सारा का सारा डेटा। तो डेटा तो एक तरीके से इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट ये हमारी एडवांटेज है, ये लाइक खासकर हम जैसे लोगों की, कि हमारे पास एक ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो भारत को लीड कर रहा है और हमारे पार्टी को वो लीड रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। तो जब वो किसी चीज में इन्वॉल्व होते तो डेटा वेटा हमारे लिए कोई ज्यादा मायने रखता नहीं है। और इसका एग्जाम्पल आपने बहुत सारे देखे होंगे, ऐसे ऐसे इलेक्शंस हम जीतते हैं जहां पे कोई व्यक्ति सोचता भी नहीं है कि हम इलेक्शन जीत सकते हैं, and that is because of the great work which honorable Prime Minister of this country is doing. देखिए डेटा से अगर रिलेट बात की जाए, हाँ हम पिछले जैसे बूथ मैनेजमेंट, इफ यू नो व्हाट बूथ इज, तो बूथ जो होता है वो इलेक्शन का सबसे छोटा एक सेक्शन होता है लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। जहां पर आप वोटिंग डालने जाते हैं तो उसको बूथ कहते हैं। कितने लोग वोट डालते हैं पहले तो, अगर थोड़ा सा इंटरैक्टिव भी अगर मैं बनाऊं, ग्रेट टू नो, क्योंकि जब थोड़ा इंटेलेक्चुअल फोरम में हम जाते हैं तो यही दिखता है कि भाई एक्स के ऊपर, इंस्टाग्राम के ऊपर, फेसबुक के ऊपर ज्ञान तो सब देते हैं लेकिन वोट डालने नहीं जाते हैं। अगर गुरुग्राम की ही मैं बात करूं, थोड़ा सा टॉपिक को लेके जा रहा हूं, ये हमारे लिए भी अच्छा है। बात की जाए तो जब असेंबली इलेक्शन होता है तो गुरुग्राम का अगर हम लास्ट ईयर्स का वोटिंग परसेंटेज देखेंगे तो दैट इज अराउंड 49 to 50%। और सेम अगर म्युनिसिपैलिटी में जाएंगे, जब एमसीजी का इलेक्शन होता है तो वो जो परसेंटेज है वो और भी कम हो जाता है, वो सिर्फ 32% रह जाता है, 34% रह जाता है। और फिर हम एस्टैब्लिशमेंट को बोलते हैं कि भाई वाटर लॉगिंग हो गई है, फिर हम कहते हैं हमारा शहर गंदा है। ये सब हम कहते ही हैं, एक्स पे कहते हैं, इंस्टाग्राम में। देखो मैं पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का ही रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हूं और खुद भी एक बडिंग पॉलिटिशियन हूं। एक मैं साफ बात, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा अपफ्रंट किस्म का व्यक्ति हूं, पॉलिटिशियन आपकी सिर्फ एक चीज से डरते हैं, नहीं तो वो नहीं डरते हैं। वो ना आपके यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जो कोई 10 करोड़ का मालिक होगा, 100 करोड़ का मालिक होगा, राइट, उससे उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। वो सिर्फ एक चीज से डरते हैं, वो है आपकी वोटिंग पावर। और अगर किसी सोसाइटी का क्योंकि डेटा की बात आ गई, तो डेटा तो हम ही पॉलिटिशियन, हमारे जो एमएलएज हैं, जो हमारे एमपीज हैं, इलेक्शन के टाइम में डेटा तो हम ही उनको देते हैं। तो मैंने देखा, फॉर एग्जांपल मालीबू टाउन की बात करें, मालीबू टाउन में 2014 में वोटिंग परसेंटेज बूथ की आ गई लेस देन 30% है। फॉर एग्जांपल मंगोलिया, जिसमें सो कॉल्ड और भी बहुत बड़े लोग रहते हैं, लेस देन 8% है। तो दे विल, व्हाट दे आर गोइंग टू डू विद देम इज, आप समझ सकते हैं मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूं। तो आपको वो सीरियसली लेते नहीं है। तो भाई मैं तो आपसे यही कहूंगा कि जिस फोरम में हम यहां पर बैठे हैं, आप लोग, अभी SIR हो रहा है हरियाणा में, यहां पे हरियाणा के लोग कितने हैं जो हरियाणा के वोटर्स हैं? ठीक है, आप सबने अपना SIR करवा लिया, ठीक है। तो मैं यही बोल रहा हूं कि देखिए वोटिंग पावर जो है, अब डेटा जो भाई ने बोला है कि डेटा कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, अगर मैं डेटा दूं किसी पॉलिटिशियन को कि भाई फॉर एग्जांपल पार्क व्यू की जो सोसाइटी है, इसमें 80% लोग वोट करते हैं, तो पॉलिटिशियन RWA का जब मेंबर कोई भी उन्हें फोन करेगा ना, वो आपकी सर्विस पे अवेलेबल हर समय रहेंगे। तो ये तो मेरी गारंटी है, उस सोसाइटी में तो वाटर लॉगिंग नहीं होगी, ये मेरी गारंटी है, क्योंकि 80% वहां पे वोट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अगर मंगोलिया में 7% है, 8% है, आप देखते हैं पॉलिटिशियन विलेजेस को बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बोलते हैं और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस देते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे गुरुग्राम के अंदर अर्बन विलेजेस बहुत है। तो जो अर्बन विलेजेस है, वहां पे जो वोटिंग परसेंटेज होती है वो 70% होती है, 75% होती है, 80% वोटिंग होती है। इसका मतलब मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि जो सोसाइटी कम वोट कर रहा है उसका टेक केयर नहीं करते हैं, करते हैं, और टाइम टू टाइम सब चीजें होती हैं। लेकिन अगर पावर बनना है, अगर पॉलिटिशियन को अपने साथ रखना है ना, तो वोटिंग की पावर आप लोगों को समझना पड़ेगा। और वोटिंग की पावर जो व्यक्ति समझ जाता है, उसकी सोसाइटी का भी भला होता है, उसका भी भला होता है, सब कुछ भला ही होता है उसका।
नहीं, बिल्कुल। I think lot of our today when we talk about elections or when we talk about communication, right, to when you are approaching to people, जैसे आपने भी क्वेश्चन पूछा कितने लोग गुरुग्राम के हैं, कितने लोग हरियाणा से, one of your key target audience, as I may say, is also Gen Zs, right? And if you actually see when you run campaigns, there is a lot of Gen Z who gets involved in those campaigns and in those discussions, right? How do you see where, when you look at other so-called parties, who's also running campaign, right? What is your take when it comes to attracting the Gen Z crowd? Because that's very, very important, and we are the young nation for a reason, right? So how do you want to attract them, and especially when it comes to the campaigns which you design on social media?
Right. See, as I told you, that's the biggest advantage is PM Modi and his policies for the country. तो Gen Z को अट्रैक्ट करना हमारे लिए बड़ा आसान भी हो जाता है, और Gen Z की जो स्कीम्स हैं, चाहे वो स्टार्टअप इंडिया हो, चाहे स्टैंड अप इंडिया हो, इतनी सारी जो स्कीम्स हमारी गवर्नमेंट की है, उससे Gen Z बहुत ज्यादा अट्रैक्टेड रहता है। 2014 से पहले इंडिया में एक भी यूनिकॉर्न नहीं था, एक भी यूनिकॉर्न इंडिया के अंदर 2014 से पहले नहीं था, और आज उनकी जो संख्या है वो बढ़ के 14 से ज्यादा हो चुकी है। So that means Gen Z and youth believes in the policies of the government, और जो अब एनवायरमेंट मिल गया है, अब तो गवर्नमेंट सिंपल ये कहती है, खासकर हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट, कि अगर आपके पास कोई आइडिया है तो आप हमारे पास लेके आइए, आपको सारा का सारा सपोर्ट हमारी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से मिलेगा। तो क्योंकि जेनजीज को एक तो स्पीड चाहिए होती है, जल्दी जल्दी करने का आदत होता है सब कुछ, और ट्रांसपेरेंसी चाहिए होती है, और एक ट्रस्ट चाहिए होता है। वो तीनों की तीनों जो चीजें हैं वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी की हर पॉलिसी के अंदर यूथ को लेकर वो है, जिसके कारण आप ये देखेंगे आज गुड़गांव की अगर बात करें तो एक तरीके से स्टार्टअप कैपिटल देश का बन चुका है। हर कॉर्नर के अंदर, हमारे हर टेक पार्क के अंदर बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स चल रहे हैं विच आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग टू दी नेशन बिल्डिंग। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की ही सोच है और उनकी पॉलिसीज का ही नतीजा है कि आज हम जॉब सीकर ना बन के जॉब गिवर्स बन रहे हैं, और इतने सारे स्टार्टअप्स खुल रहे हैं, इतने सारे यूनिकॉर्न्स बन रहे हैं, खुल रहे हैं। तो मेरा तो यही है जेनजीज को कि भाई अगर तुम्हारे पास कोई भी आइडिया है तो गवर्नमेंट के डोर्स आपके लिए खुले हैं। यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, प्रेजेंट द आइडिया, गेट द फंडिंग एंड गेट योरसेल्फ गोइंग, योर सिटी गोइंग, योर कंट्री गोइंग।
स्टार्टअप्स की बहुत बात कर रहे हैं हम, वी टॉकिंग अबाउट कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड, यूनिकॉर्न्स। One important issue which everybody on the table is talking about today is AI. Right? So, there are teams who are getting, more powerful by using AI. How is the government campaign going when it comes to AI? I know the ministers have been talking about AI as well, but how do you see AI being an important role or playing a role in your campaigns which you're designing for the coming elections, wherever it happens?
See, AI over a period of few years has become a very important tool, लेकिन मैं उसको अपना सर्वेंट ही मानता हूँ, क्योंकि AI जो है वो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस को कभी भी रिप्लेस कर ही नहीं सकता है। और सारे के सारे यहाँ पे क्रिएटिव लोग बैठे हैं, वो ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी को कभी भी रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाएगा। AI को आप अपने सर्वेंट की तरह लीजिए, उससे जो कमांड देना है उससे सीखिए, या उससे नॉलेज लीजिए, उससे डेटा लीजिए, लेकिन वो कभी भी मेरी क्रिएटिविटी को, मेरी इंडिविजुअल क्रिएटिविटी को कभी भी रिप्लेस नहीं कर पाता। जैसे मान लो इंस्टाग्राम की बात कर लें या कोई फोटो जनरेशन की बात कर लें, एक ग्राफिक डिजाइनर के द्वारा बनाया हुआ पोस्टर और एक AI के द्वारा बनाया हुआ पोस्टर, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस होता है, क्योंकि उसमें ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस इतना AI में नहीं होता है। और बहुत सिंपल बात है, देखो AI से किसी को भी कोई थ्रेटन फील करने की बात नहीं है, क्योंकि AI बनाया तो ह्यूमन बीइंग्स नहीं है। तो ये वही बात है कि जब कंप्यूटर्स किसी जमाने में आए तो लोग कहते थे नौकरी चली जाएगी, नौकरी चली जाएगी। गेम बड़ा सिंपल है, आपको अपनी अपस्किलिंग करते रहना है हर 2, 4, 5 साल में, चाहे आप एम्प्लॉय लेवल पे हो चाहे एम्प्लॉयर लेवल पे हो। अगर आप अपस्किलिंग करते रहेंगे, चाहे वो AI के टूल्स के माध्यम से हो, पहले मान लीजिए हम लैंग्वेजेस सीखते थे, जावा प्लस और बहुत सारी लैंग्वेजेस होती थी, जिसने भी सीखी उस समय वो रेलेवेंट रहा। आज जिसने AI सीख लिया वो भी रेलेवेंट है, आने वाले 2-3 साल में कुछ और आएगा तो आप उसमें अपस्किलिंग। अब जैसे मान लो फोन भी होता है हमारा, जब हम नया एप्पल का या सैमसंग का कोई भी फोन लेने जाते हैं, हर 3 महीने बाद उसमें सॉफ्टवेयर का अपडेट आ जाता है। तो ऐसे हमें भी अपने इंटेलिजेंस का, अपने ह्यूमन उसका अपस्किलिंग करते रहना है टू स्टे इन द मार्केट। तो AI जो है वो हमारा एक हेल्पिंग हैंड है, हमें उससे बहुत सारी चीजें का फायदा मिलता है टू प्लान समथिंग, बट जब तक आप अपनी क्रिएटिविटी अपना वो नहीं लगाएंगे तो AI भी आपको ज्यादा हेल्प नहीं कर पाएगा।
Okay, I can see the time's up, but I will do a quick rapid fire with you, okay, for a minute or two, and then I will open this for audience as well to ask questions if they want to, right? So, 5 straight questions, Instagram or X?
Like I need to choose between
choose.
Ignore तो दोनों को नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो it's like X for narrative building and Instagram for checking Gen Z का भी क्या चल रहा है, इमोशन उनका क्या है, ऐसा बोल सकते हैं।
Reels or podcast?
Reels like रील अगर बिल्कुल चेक करना है कि भाई इस समय मार्केट में ट्रेंडिंग में क्या चल रहा है तो रील्स, और किसी चीज की डेप्थ में जाना है, सुनना है, तो उसके लिए हमारा पॉडकास्ट।
नहीं अरुण भाई, आप दोनों आंसर दे रहे हो, एक चीज चूज करो।
चलो अभी रील का ही जमाना है, वो विद दी
AI और ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी आई थिंक आपने कर दिया है।
वो मैंने एक्सप्लेन कर दिया, ऑब्वियसली ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी, क्योंकि AI बनाया तो हमने ही है भाई।
Okay, this is one political communicator you admire globally.
Yeah, without doubt, it's like Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because उनकी जो power है across section of the society और हर एज ग्रुप के व्यक्ति से कनेक्ट करने की जो पावर है, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि मॉडर्न एरा में उनसे बढ़िया कोई कम्युनिकेटर है जिनको मैं एडमायर कर सकता हूं.
That's correct. 3 words that define successful political campaigns.
I think it's trust and consistency and clear communication.
Okay, the last question is one advice for young wanting to build a career in political consulting.
See, one advice or I would say is कि भाई आप जो भी करें सच्चे मन से करें, और पॉलिटिक्स में अगर आना है तो गिवर के रूप में आए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे देना बहुत कुछ पड़ता है. जैसे आपका टाइम हो गया, आपका फैमिली का टाइम हो गया, बहुत सारी, क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि यार ये तो पॉलिटिशियन है, ये है, लेकिन जब आप पॉलिटिकल फिगर बनेंगे या पॉलिटिशियन बनेंगे, तो अगर आप उनका 24 आवर्स का जर्नी देखेंगे ना, जो एक दिन में होता है, तो आप सोच नहीं सकते कि उनके साथ क्या क्या होता है. उनको रात के 12 बजे भी कोई, मान लो वो सो रहा है बेचारा थका के, रात के 1 बजे फोन आते हैं कि भाई साहब मुझे पकड़ लिया. भाई क्यों पकड़ लिया? कि भाई साहब वो मैं दारू पी रहा था. तो मैं बताऊं उसमें क्या कर सकता, कोई पकड़ लिया. फिर सुबह 5 बजे फोन आ जाएगा, किस चीज का? कि भाई साहब वो पानी नहीं आ रहा. ठीक है भाई, पानी भी लाएंगे तुम्हारे. तो इतना टफ लाइफ होता है. तो जब भी आए तो नेशन के प्रति आप कुछ देने की इच्छा रखते हैं तो आप आइए. हमारा इसमें एक लाइन भी हम बोलते हैं कि भाई पॉलिटिक्स में जिसको आना है तो उसका एक ही बिलीव होना चाहिए कि देश हमें देता है सब कुछ, हम भी तो कुछ देना सीखें. उस भावना से आपको पॉलिटिक्स में आना चाहिए.
Thank you. Can I open this for the audience for 1 or 2 questions if they have? Anybody?
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions and answers now. Kindly ensure that your questions are pertaining to this conversation in particular. Simply raise your hands and I shall pass on the mic to you.
तो जब आप कोई सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट डालते हैं, उस पोस्ट की सक्सेस को मेजर करने के लिए व्हाट इज दैट वन मेट्रिक दैट यू यूज, की वो क्या चीज होती है जो देख के आपको लगता है कि ये पोस्ट दूसरी पोस्ट से बेटर करा?
आई थिंक द नंबर ऑफ कमेंट्स, क्योंकि लाइक तो बॉट से भी आ जाते हैं लेकिन कमेंट नहीं आते हैं. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर जितना कमेंट होता है, क्योंकि वो तो आप खोल के भी देख सकते हैं कमेंट्स में कि ऑथेंटिक है या बॉट से है, लाइक्स का पता नहीं चलता. तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर किसी पोस्ट पे ज्यादा कमेंट्स हैं तो मेरे हिसाब से वो एक सक्सेसफुल पोस्ट है.
थैंक यू.
हाय अरुण जी, थैंक यू. आपने बहुत अच्छे से बताया हमें कि पॉलिटिक्स में सोशल मीडिया कैसे यूज़ किया जाता है. आपने स्टार्टिंग में कहा था कि आई एम स्पीकिंग इन हिंदी बिकॉज आई फाउंड इन स्पीकिंग इन हिंदी मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स. आपने स्टार्टिंग में
I understand English.
No, but I thought that you prefer that.
It's okay. Yeah.
So आपने शुरुआत में कहा था कि जनरल परसेप्शन जो सोशल मीडिया, पॉलिटिकल सोशल मीडिया से एसोसिएटेड है, वो है मैनेजिंग ट्रोल आर्मी. तो जब ऐसे बातें होती हैं तो आप उसको कैसे एड्रेस करते हैं? एंड इन रियल लाइफ हाउ डू यू रियली मैनेज दिस वास्ट फॉलोअर बेस दैट यू हैव, एंड मेनी ऑफ देम आर नेगेटिवली एंगेज्ड, राइट, जिसको ट्रोल आर्मी कहा जाता है. तो एक्चुअल सिनेरियो क्या है, क्या आप शेयर कर पाएंगे उसके बारे में?
जी सी देखो, जिसको ट्रोल करना है वो ट्रोल करेगा ही, इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ मैं उसको कितना भी समझाने की कोशिश करूं. तो मेरा तो बहुत सिंपल रहता है कि अवॉइड नेगेटिव पीपल. इससे बढ़िया तो मैं 5 और नए लोगों को अपनी चीज बताने की कोशिश करूंगा, नए जो मेरे थोड़ी आइडियोलॉजिकली अलाइन हो, इंस्टेड ऑफ वेस्टिंग टाइम ऑन ट्रोल्स. तो मैं तो ये भी कहूंगा, आप भी अपनी कोई पोस्ट डालते हैं, कोई भी पोस्ट डालेंगे तो 2-4 क्रांतिकारी तो होंगे ही जो आपको भी ट्रोल करेंगे. तो उनको ब्लॉक भी नहीं करना है, क्योंकि वो कहते हैं ना जब अच्छा हवन चल रहा होता है भूत आते रहते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है ऐसे. तो ट्रोल्स को हमें अवॉइड ही करना है इंस्टेड ऑफ स्पेंडिंग आवर वैल्यूएबल एनर्जी ऑन देम. तो उनको अवॉइड ही करना चाहिए ट्रोल्स को. आप अपने काम को दिखाइए, बेस्ट वे में दिखाइए। हाँ, कई बार बहुत सारे ट्रोलर्स के अगर आप कमेंट पढ़ेंगे भी, वैसे तो पढ़ने नहीं चाहिए, उससे हमारा ही दिमाग खराब होता है, लेकिन अगर आप पढ़ते भी हैं तो कई बार तो वो भी हमें बहुत अच्छी एडवाइस नेगेटिवली दे जाते हैं, जिससे हम अपने आगे वाले कैंपेन को बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से तो ऐसे ट्रोल्स को करना चाहिए हैंडल।
बिल्कुल सही कहा, just a follow-up thing on that. My question was more related to the perception that exists that the BJP digital team cultivates these trolls. So ऐसा है क्या आप लोग यूज करते हैं या I mean it is just a wrong perception?
No, it's completely wrong. हम कोई ना तो किसी ट्रोल्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं और ना ही कोई उनको कल्टीवेट करते हैं। वो क्या है ना कि आजकल लाइफ में भी नेगेटिविटी बड़ी अट्रैक्ट करती है। अब मान लीजिए कोई मैं रील बनाऊंगा कि मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने, जैसे आज एक बहुत ही हिस्टोरिक चीज हुआ है हरियाणा से कि हाइड्रोजन ट्रेन, हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ग्रीन एनर्जी की तरफ बढ़ते हुए इंडिया's first hydrogen train was launched today by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that too from Haryana, Jeev. It has happened today. तो ये हमारे लिए हिस्टोरिक है, हरियाणा के लिए भी हिस्टोरिक है।
This is not a question on Haryana government. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, English, my Hindi is not great. So, what level of encryption do tools like WhatsApp have now? Because there's a lot of questions amongst in people's minds. Not a lot of people articulate it, but in a climate where there's surveillance and trolling, as we were talking about, and many cyber crimes. So it's important to know, are our messages truly encrypted? Do lawmakers have access whenever they want? Do they dip into data servers? And so this is, I think, a very important question on general digital climate.
No, absolutely, I agree with it. But see, you talked about WhatsApp or any platform. So first of all, what kind of encryption do they have? So I don't know, because I am not a spokesperson of WhatsApp. I don't know about their policies. But yes, in my view, this is my personal view, कि whenever you are entering a digital world, like you open your Gmail account for the first time, right? So I think nothing is private. Like if on a Facebook, I watch a watch ad, after half an hour, I can only see watch ads, and people will call me from Kapoor Watches and say, "Sir, आपने watch दिया, मैंने भाई तेरे को कैसे पता चल गया?" So it is like that. So if we are living in digital world, so I don't know, like what should I say, but I don't think there is some privacy or something. ठीक है, वो अपने करते होंगे जो भी एनक्रिप्शन उन्हें करना है at their level, but अगर डिजिटल में हो, like मेरे को तो कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि गूगल वालों को ये भी पता है कि मैंने अभी आधे घंटे पहले अपना क्रेडिट कार्ड स्पेंड किया है, क्योंकि स्टेटमेंट तो उसमें ही आता है, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मंथ से या उसी दिन से मेरे पास वो ही ऐड आते हैं। तो जैसे मैंने बोला कि आपने भी बताया था डेटा, तो ये सब डेटा का गेम है। तो क्या प्राइवेट, अगर भाई बिल्कुल ही प्राइवेट रहना है तो मेरे हिसाब से फिर डिजिटल वर्ल्ड से दूर रहना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो वी हैव टू बी कॉशियस अबाउट योरसेल्फ कि व्हाट यू पोस्ट, what you see, what kind of messages you type on your WhatsApp or something. और आजकल तो बहुत सारी ऐसी भी एप्स हैं जो काफी प्राइवेट है, और मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि डिजिटल, ठीक है हम सारे यहाँ पे डिजिटल लोग बैठे हैं, पहले जमाने में ये सब कुछ नहीं होता था, क्योंकि हम आपस में मिलके बात करते थे, तो सब कुछ ही प्राइवेट रहता था। तो लोगों से मिला भी कीजिए, सारा व्हाट्सएप पे नहीं करना है। तो मैम, your concern was very valid, but this is my personal opinion that if I am in a digital world, I have a Facebook account, I have an Instagram account, I have a Gmail account, I don't think so कि everything is private there. ये मेरा, sorry? Absolutely, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, Arunbhai, for spending time, and I think that this conversation was whole, makes sense to people, whatever best we could do in the limited time frame. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, all of you, to listening to this conversation. Thank you.
I have to say this was not just productive, but immensely engaging and entertaining as well. Could I please request you gentlemen to kindly come forward and join us for a picture? With the same, to present a token of appreciation to the speakers, join me as I welcome Miss Drishti Sharma from BrandCommunion. Drishti ji के लिए 2, 4, 5 तालियां. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, sir. My. With this, we are headed towards the next panel discussion to talk about policy and advocacy that help reshaping brand narrative. Joining us on stage are the stalwarts of the industry. Please put your hands together for partner and India head, DGA Group, Albright Stonebridge Group, Sunita Patnaik. And as I can judge by Sunita ji's expression, she was expecting a louder, well-deserving round of applause. Up next, join me as I welcome Founder and Managing Director, Ivara India Strategic Advisory Group. Please put your hands together for Amardeep Singh Ahluwalia. Shall join us momentarily. Up next, please put your hands together for Vice President, External Affairs, Sahajanand Medical Technologies, Dr. Rajiv Chibber. And Dr. Chibber has been super kind to all the speakers and all the panelists up until now. This man has been posted here since the morning and has been cheering for every speaker. I'm going to have to share the spotlight on him and request all of you to offer him a loud round of applause. Thank you. Up next, joining us on stage is Senior Advisor at APCO. Please put your hands together for Paroma Roy Chaudhary. Joining us up next, Managing Director, India and Head Corporate Affairs, APAC, Zeno Group. Please give it up for Abhishek Gulyani. And completing the panel, it is time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Digital Editor at Outlook, Ashish Sharma. Ashish ji के लिए जोरदार तालियां. Thank you. I must offer my sincerest apologies for that as well.
So, we have leaders from the world of public policy and communication here. And at the outset, a disclaimer, I'm not from this world, I'm the outsider. I'll be moderator, I'll learn a lot. I guess so will the audience from the insights and the wisdom. And we're talking about public policy here. These days, stakeholders, all corporates, they need to engage society in a manner like never before. And that's where the spotlight would be on. Let's get the ball rolling. So the theme, the central theme here is policy and advocacy in reshaping brand narratives. We're talking about reshaping political narratives a little before this. This is a different world altogether. So we'll go clockwise. Parama, how does public policy engagement with the greater social good, the greater societal good, how does it impact consumer trust today?
Okay, so
So I'm very happy to be here, very happy to see everyone and the peers on stage. And thank you, Ashish. I'll start with society and business very briefly. It's extremely important to know the policy and environment climate. Awareness of the greater policy environment to shape any business strategy, any consumer strategy, because without understanding the climate and the inputs and the pressure groups, you really don't know what's happening. If you don't understand, have that policy input or depth of understanding, how will you shape a business strategy and how in that will get translated into a strategy for consumers? So it is a very critical component of any business strategy and larger consumer strategy to have an understanding of the environment, understand the inputs, understand where the pressure points are coming from, and integrate that to your strategic understanding of business, of consumer interest, of many things, brand, which we'll talk about. So that is what I will say, that is very important. That's why policy people and strategic comms people should sit in boardrooms and not report to marketing on HR. I have very strong views on that. So, because, I've been around and I've operated in all these environments, the best thing is to work with the CEO themselves, himself and the board, himself or herself or the board. So, in short, that's what I think.
All right. So, Sunita, taking the same question to you, engaging with the publics, with public policy, does it actually help the bottom line of the businesses? We're talking about sustenance, we're talking about inclusivity. So companies which are perceived to be more inclusive, which are perceived to be, green, which are perceived to be environment friendly, do people perceive them in a manner that helps their businesses in the long run? And how transactional, how interactive is that process in communicating it to the various publics?
Thank you, Ashish. Great to be here. The world is changing and so are our stakeholders, and that circle of stakeholders also sort of expanding, right? Our friends are expanding. And the kind of work that I do today with a lot of clients across sectors, I think one of the common thing is how are you supporting or contributing or participating in causes that are very important for the social fabric, as well as very key to national agenda. So I'll give you an example of digital payments. Look at the kind of proactive work that they are doing, for example, in cybersecurity or fraud detection, etc. That's the kind of work that even the country cares about, consumers care about. So if businesses align themselves to issues and concerns which are of material need today for consumers and stakeholders across, makes a huge difference. So that's what we keep hearing, that's what we keep seeing, and we are seeing that with a lot of even social media companies today who are talking about online safety, security, etc. Right? So yeah, that's my answer.
All right, Mr. Shubhat, you are in a space which is to do with health, which is a public policy domain, and the earlier definition of CSR, it is given way to ESG. So as a communication leader, what role do you play in engaging with the publics in public health? And what role does a company placed in your space, which is in the health space, play? Is it more responsive to the needs of society? How do you see the role of communicators in a company like yours?
Okay. Yep, now it's over. Yeah. So, when we talk about public policy or advocacy, I think I've had the biggest learning from an acronym called PPP, which is PR for public policy.
Right.
So it's not the public-private partnership, but it's PR for public policy. Because at the end of the day, we need to understand that the consumer or the customer in our sphere, which is, the public policy sphere, possibly will be the last one to be in the policy corridors. If we are creating that narrative which is beyond the market narrative, it's a public purpose narrative, then only you'll be able to get recognized. Today, for instance, I'm doing a program called SDGs. It's not the sustainable development goal. My entire focus right now, because I'm a cardiovascular company, the acronym itself, what we created with Niti Aayog is called Swasth Dil Goal. That hits the government to such an extent that yes, this is what is an extension of the government's programs. We had just prior to our session, the BJP spokesperson talking about if there is a linkage to Make in India, Startup India, or Stand Up India, it resonates fast. So I think that's where we need to talk about more on the PPP aspect of it, which is PR for public purpose. So I'm just narrating this because when we move from basic PR to corporate communication and then to public advocacy, the narrative needs to be more from the government side and it cannot be from the company side. But the company becomes a part and parcel of that entire narrative. So for me, I've learned it through this, and as we narrated through this entire road, that PR may give you recognition, but public policy gives you a seat in the policy corridors.
Lovely. Abhishek, your take on this when we talk about public policy, the government, it seems to be doing a lot of benefits which are reaching the common man. Is it communicating them well enough? Is there a lot of interactivity in policy before it becomes a law? There's various things. There's environment. There's new fuel suggestions being done. We had somebody from a social media unit just before us. Is a lot of interactivity happening from the ground there? And whether public policy, how much of the public inputs are being incorporated by the government, and what role do communicators like you play there?
This has become a very academic question for me to now take on. Which time for its perspective, right? I think times. I think fundamentally there's been a shift in terms of policy making and the way this country's been moving forward, right? And I'm not trying to get into pre-2014, post-2014. I think the driving force behind is led by policy these days, and therefore then the society and companies then kind of start to react to it, right? You look at the success when you spoke about you look at the digital public infrastructure from a Aadhaar card perspective and UPI. Look at the opportunity it's created for companies like Google, companies like PhonePe to kind of put their platform on it and then start build, and look at the benefits it's creating. So I think there's a lot of intervention that's happening from government perspective and how policy is being seen. So for example, there is a lot of lens that's happening from a 2047 vision perspective where companies today can ride on and build their narrative around various platforms, from healthcare to public infrastructure, to digital public infrastructure, to the underlying AI infrastructure, to smart cities. All of those can be built under the vision of what the government is trying to do from a 2047 Viksit Bharat perspective. And that's an opportunity for both companies to partner well and do well for the public, right? I think that while the government is taking its initiative to kind of talk about it, I think the responsibility is also among companies to kind of ride on and communicate well, because I think the expectation from organizations today is not limited to doing good PR or good advertising. I think public good and communicating that has become very, very critical now. So you can't be a good policy person advertising. You're a good policy person who's responsible in communicating what you're delivering to the audience, because the audience itself is much more aware right now. They are not seeing your ad, they're also relating to organizations. There's more awareness among public now. They call you out a lot more. So therefore, I think communication has changed. It's become a lot more strategic. And I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think the framework that I was trying to build for you in terms of how government will lay the foundation and will build on it, same will be from communication perspective. I think government will lay the pillar upwards, and then organizations has to ride along and build and reach out to public a lot more.
So he threw in a nice acronym, PR for public good, or PR for public policy. What is your take on it as a communicator? Let's have this question. What is your perception about PR for public policy? How do you see it? And we'll have this question, have each of the panelists answer that.
So, PR for public good.
PR for public policy. That's what the PPP stands for.
I don't know if the policymakers would like to call it PR for public policy. But I mean, it's a good integration that might happen sometime in our lifetime. But I think there is, I think policy and PR, if you're looking at it from that perspective, I think need to work together. And organizations need to start looking at it from that perspective. And I completely agree with what Varuna said. I think PR policy needs to have its own legs within and reporting directly to the boardroom or the CEO. And therefore, then you will start seeing change happening from what you're delivering and then relating to what the policymakers and communications can do for public good.
So you're all seasoned communicators and seasoned PR people here. What is your take and how distinct it is from what he's saying? And we will have the mic pass on to the other communicators. I believe Parama has been working on this. So let's have your view and then Sunita and then Parama.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with what Abhishek said. In fact, yes, it's more about building a public narrative. It's more about building, and from a corporate perspective, if I may, let me, funnel it down to a corporate perspective. From a corporate perspective, it's like gaining your visibility much, faster. Out of sight, out of mind, hona chahiye. So, that's what I would take that acronym further when I say PPP, it's PR for public purpose. Because, that's where we become from a corporate or a manufacturer to someone who's visible, from a corporate or a service provider to someone who's down at the grassroots and also propagating something that is going to be worthful for the government to also, take forward. Because the perception of public policy or public advocacy is that when you partner with the government is when you will be able to, move forward. And sectors like us, I'm talking about healthcare, sector like, sustainability, whether it's renewable or others in that terms, they need to really propel those acronyms better. हमको, विकसित भारत 2047 50 बार बोलना पड़ता है, हमको आयुष्मान भारत 10 बार बोलना पड़ता है, हमको आत्मनिर्भर भारत 10 बार बोलना पड़ता है. So, we have to create that perspective around it. So, so in this case, the public policy is like, आप एक महक की तरह हो, जब तक आप महकोगे नहीं, तब तक वो फैलती नहीं है.
So, your take, you interact a lot with governments and you also handhold corporates coming into the country with the policy environment. You look at both sides. So what is your take on a communicator's role in public policy?
Yeah, I think gone are those days when PR and public policy used to work in silos, right? Today, there has to be synergy, there has to be convergence of narrative. Otherwise, you're tone deaf. Because what you say internally has to be, the same story, the same messaging, the same narrative has to be told externally. Because your stakeholders are consuming information from many, many different sources. So the messaging has to be consistent, it has to be clear, and it has to be the same. So when I go to the government, I may be, maybe sort of talking a lot more about a particular issue which needs that kind of depth of information, but I still have to maintain my overall narrative of who I am, right? The authentic messaging about me, myself, has to be consistent. So whether I'm talking to media, whether I'm talking to my investor or to the government, I think that whole messaging has to be, that narrative about who I am has to be the same, has to be authentic. The substance may change depending on who you're talking to and what your need is, but otherwise, I feel the convergence is happening, and I'm very happy to see that the convergence is happening.
All right, great. Parama, you've been on the side of COPCOM. You are working very closely with public policy for decades now. So when you say you don't work in silos any longer, so this intersection, if you stand at the intersection, how does the role of the communicator evolve in these times?
I mean, she's right. There is no distinction now between a policy person and a PR person and a brand person. It doesn't really work that way anymore. The best narratives are built at the cross intersection of business, brand, public policy, and strategic communications. Quite often, there's one person heading all of this, which is a great thing, I think, because then the perspective is the same. It's consistent. The messaging might be different depending on the audience you're addressing. But the core message does not change. The core identity of your brand, the core identity of your organization, I don't think that changes. Because, whether I work for an Airtel or a Google or a SoftBank, which I have, all of them, the context had changed everywhere. Because telecom, software, investment, they're all different. But the core message that what am I doing for India? How am I helping the government? How am I helping the society and the community? What I can do? Rather, often we make the mistake of saying what the government can do for me or what the society can do for me. I would reverse the hat and say that what I can do for you, I can do for, various others, stakeholders. So this is very important to understand. Whichever sector you are working at, the business, policy, comms, brand need to work at the intersection. And that's why I think all these people should be in the room where decisions take place and ideally report into the CEO or a very important CXO. Communication is not about putting your CEO's mug in the paper. Sorry about that.
But it helps.
Yes and no. Yes and no. That's a pretty archaic view of PR. I'm sorry. So public policy is not only trawling the government corridors, though it's very important. Brand is not only putting up hoardings. These are tools and tactics. You need to understand and craft the narrative which works for you. That's very important. Don't think of yourselves as professionals working in silos. You contribute to the business strategy and you're all important stakeholders in that, and that's how your organization acquires an identity.
Great. So now no conversation on public policy or advocacy can be complete without addressing the elephant in the room. Abhishek, I'll come to you for that. We're talking about AI here and adoption of AI, and along with that come all the questions on AI adoption, balancing innovation with data privacy, reputation management, and cybersecurity. So where does the role of the communicator come in times of AI adoption, which is a double edge? People are losing jobs, but it's becoming part of our lives. How is the role of the communicator changing in terms of AI? And how do you communicate it to the larger organizational and society?
It's again a very broad question for me to answer. Right. But let me try and put it in perspective first from a communicator's perspective. We actually did a research, global study, asking questions from communicators, which is called Clarity 2030, which basically spoke about the fact that there is going to be an impact among communicators on the use of artificial intelligence and its impact. So, and a lot of them felt that AI is going to make a big impact by 2030 in their lives. As communicators too. So there is a big shift that's happening, but I completely agree to then what Paroma said, because the second part of that conversation was, if AI is going to play such a big role in the lives of a communicator, what do they do? So the benchmark there was that they're going to not be at the table, they'll be setting the table, and their role, expectation of the role becomes a lot more strategic. Because I think boardroom issues are evolving, and therefore that's an opportunity for communicators to be a part of, with the understanding first. So you've got to be equipped to be able to be sitting at the boardroom and answering those questions, right? That's the part. on the artificial intelligence perspective, I think just from the execution part of the questions that you raised, I think AI is here, we have to accept it. I think it's making a lot of changes. There are billions of transactions that are happening on Aadhaar, there are billions of transactions that are happening on UPI. And I think from that perspective, all four opportunities are very, very important. So one, governance is very, very critical on artificial intelligence, and I think policy and corporations need to play an integral role in setting that up. Cybersecurity is going to be very, very critical again. Again, an opportunity area for policy and government to work together to identify areas and how do you enhance security of so much of data that's going to move around. The third part is human, which is going to be very, very critical, especially from a healthcare perspective, right? There's so much of the data churn can happen, but you'll always need a doctor to kind of analyze that and put this together. So there will be a human intervention that will always continue to happen in areas where AI is coming in. But I think we have to accept the fact that artificial intelligence is here, and we've got to partner with it and see how we could kind of grow with it and learn from it. So, and that presents a great opportunity for us. So I'd love to hear from Paroma. Please give me a chance.
I think it's a long topic, but Paroma has something to add to what you were saying.
No, I just have to add one line. One is that it's a tool. Learn it. Apply it. I think AI is a tool. You need to learn it, apply it. It can't do your thinking. It can't do your writing. Shakespeare did not use AI. Okay, so let's get carried away. I mean, this whole jumping up and down about AI and Abhishek is right. I mean, one aspect is incredibly important, which is ethics of AI. How it is applied, how it is used. And, so learn it, apply it, don't let it consume you. It is not worth it. If Meta is doing AI today to find out people who have taken maternity leave and paternity leave and sacking them, I mean, that's a deeply unethical use of AI. So please learn as a tool, apply it. Please be aware of the ethics of AI and don't let it consume you. That's the only thing I will say.
I just want to add, I'd love for some people to prompt saying, if I was Shakespeare writing Romeo and Juliet today, what are the stories? What's the story that comes out from ChatGPT?
Now the ethics of AI is a minefield which to negotiate that will take another discussion. We've just been told time's up, but we can't let you guys go. There's a room full of communicators. I think all of them curious to quiz you on these aspects. Please raise your hands, show of hands, and we'll pass on the mic for questions. There's so many people from the industry who want to pick your minds. All right, Madhurima here.
I have been a Marcom specialist forever, but I have not really done my hands dirty with public policy. So I wish there was a course for us to step up. So how does one step up? There are many courses, because this is a very specialized, and I think that's one area, like you said, like you said, it's becoming one role where we have to have skills across, while we have for marketing, we have for communications, PR. But I think I may have done that work in a PR company because I was handling the ITC account where we were...
You have a question addressed to any of these guests?
No, so I'm just asking that while you were saying that all these are available, then how do they, like what they have those skills, how can we reskill, how can we skill in public policy?
I can take that question. I don't come from a policy background, I'm learning it right now.
Okay.
And I think there's a lot of courses and classes to attend. Also, I think just be a student of listening to great sitting and understanding what their point of view is and build on that. I think that's how I'm kind of building my skill set. But having said that, there are lots of courses. PRCI itself has a policy leg now, so please be a part of that. Sorry, I just plugged in PRCI here. But there's a course there. And I think policy conversations and courses and colleges offering it has just increased a lot. Right now, I can give you a list of some institutes that are offering it now.
So, yeah, I mean, offline I can guide you to a lot of colleges which are offering. I myself did from ISB, 1-year public policy course. CIPC courses will offer you the frameworks, give you the templates. But I think it's a lot about practice, similar to PR, the engagements that we have with media, the relationships that we build. Similarly with public affairs, it's something that just doesn't, I mean, sometimes it's a lot about engagement, consistent engagement, practice, doing the same thing again and again, and that makes you a better professional. But yeah, doing a course will definitely equip you with the tools, the understanding of the space, how policies are framed, made. There are some excellent books as well which talk a lot about how policies are framed and therefore how you should look at government from their perspective and not judge a policy by, you know, what it seems like. So yeah.
Are there any other questions for the speakers?
I have a little bit of bragging right. I helped ISB formulate the course, though I haven't attended it myself. I wanted to, yeah. So they were looking for inputs from corporates. That's a really good course. If you can spare the time, please do it.
So if there's brag value to it, for the previous session, right? There's now actually a 5 years from now course structure that's designed for PR2, which basically looks at, and policy is a part of that course structure because it was created to look at what PR is going to be in the next 5 years, and everybody pulled in, SEMA was a part of that, and we kind of built that structure up. So a lot of action is already happening in this space.
Any other questions, or should we wind up here?
I want to hear the question from Anup. Sorry, Anup had a question.
There are questions?
The audience.
Are we out of time? Do we have time to take another question? Anup,
no, it was, Madhurima already asked part of it. And then the question was primarily, Sunita, we have had series of discussions as well. The two things which we are seeing overall is that now the policy part and the communication part, they are integrating primarily because we are seeing that communication is not the same, it's integrated. From a PR stroke, com stroke, advertising stroke, digital, the key problem which is happening is that where is the brand going? So if today I am working in an organization which is in FMCG, now I am responsible for the stakeholders, which will include government at one level, to a 16-year-old kid there. So from a policy perspective, is it the role now of a policy comms person, policy public affairs or the GR person to come, or is it the corporate communication team which have to come? It's slightly complex because we don't know who is to be there.
I want to throw a thought here, and then it's just open-ended right now, and obviously I'm sure we'll have a lot of discussions on this. I just feel that if you don't have a public affairs person, what will you communicate? So if you don't have a government relations person who's leading the conversation, then what comms will you do to it? So there's no integration happening, and I think the integration is the wrong one because I think you need first a government affairs department or a public affairs department. I'm not saying who plays that role. You could have a common role coming across. But if you're not taking those initiatives, what will you be communicating? Right? So I think for me it flows like that, but happy to have a discussion.
You want to add something? So this is a very edifying, illuminating conversation for me at least. I hope the audience agrees with me there. I learned a lot. I guess so would everybody else. I thank all the panelists here. This was great fun and edifying. Thank you.
How about a round of applause for this panel in particular? Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture?
To preserve applause for Ashish.
Come on. And to present the token of appreciation to this panel joining us on stage is brand strategist. Please welcome Mrinalini Theotia. And once you're done with it, I would need the link to this fire dress that you're wearing, Mrinalini. It looks amazing. Quite like other responsibilities in life, अच्छे मूड में रहना भी हमारी खुद की responsibility है. Could I please suggest, rather request, everyone to kindly place their mobile phones upside down on their tabletops and do not fall a victim to the doom scrolling disease, right? It's right here, right now.
Thank you very much. Creators economy. How it is empowering Indian economy. Join me as we peel the onion. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage is co-founder and chief executive officer CollabX Entertainment. Please welcome Ankit Madan. Waiting for a round of applause as I welcome Mr. Ankit Madan on the stage. Thank you for joining us. Lifestyle influencer and communications strategist. Please welcome Tanya Singh. A big round of applause for the lovely Tanya Singh. Come on. Is there something I can do to quickly turn the vibe around? Or is it something involuntary on my behalf and something that you have to take care of all by yourselves? Right? दोबारा हाथ मिलाने के लिए नहीं बोलना चाहती मैं. Okay, I'll be back, but on that very note, the contest is still live. Simply scan the QR code, and if you know the full form of Diana, I'll be waiting. Okay, quickly on to the next one. Please put your hands together for co-founder at What's Up Wellness, Sayantali Mandal. Thank you for joining us. Client strategy and growth leader at Cluck Cluck. Please welcome Surbhi Arora. Join me as I welcome the final panelist. Please give it up for brand strategist Mrinalini Teotia. And time to complete the panel, ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome the moderator, consulting editor at BrandCommunion. Please welcome Yash Bhatia. With a round of applause, of course. Come on.
Hello everyone. Can I get a hello back? Hello everyone. Good evening everyone. As we know that the topic is creator economy, I don't have to tell much about it. We always know that like the creators have been awarded by Prime Minister, and this ecosystem that we are right now seeing is like a tremendous kind of opportunity. I am sure that a lot of you want to be a creator, but I want to start a discussion because there are a lot of college folks over here and there are a lot of people who don't know about you. Maybe you could start from an introduction, and maybe in that introduction you can also talk about the instant that you realize that the creator economy got bigger than social media, and what kind of, like, if you have something to talk about particularly, that why are you in this business, what excited you in this business, so that they also get to know that why are we listening to you guys. So maybe we can start from Ankit and then we can go from here.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ankit, and I'm in the influencer space since last 9 to 10 years. Basically, I started with a meme page, and now we manage across 50 Cat A talent on the likes of Ashish Chatlani, Aditya Dikhari, and many more. For me, I actually accidentally got into it, and I realized, luckily I was able to realize it before it became a thing, because I remember when I first met and saw Ashish Chatlani. This guy has about 40 million YouTube subscribers, 20 million Instagram subscribers today, but when we met, he had about 4,000 Instagram followers and about 10,000 YouTube subscribers. So I used to follow international creators, not international English-speaking creators, but some Indians and Pakistanis who lives abroad in Canada and US. They used to create small wines back in 2015. So I discovered that in India, people are not creating such content, and people who are creating that kind of content is very less. So because I started with memes, I had a lot of meme pages that we acquired and created in-house. So I started promoting these guys, Ashish, Harsh Beniwal, these guys on meme pages, and they used to get traffic, a lot of traffic on their Instagram and YouTube account. I think then I realized that this industry has a lot of potential in India, and we started doing branded content. I remember today these guys charges on the likes of 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs for an integration, but I remember I did my first campaign with them at 4,000 rupees. It was a mobile gaming app. I think that's how I got into it, and that's how I could see from 4,000 how we are able to scale. So this year our ARR is around 70 CR. So I can see that in the last 8 years how we are able to scale this, and there's I think 150% growth year on year. So I feel creator economy is going to be really huge. A lot of brands, a lot of people are just seeing bits of it. There's a lot more that needs to be explored.
Tanya, you. We'll keep the introduction brief so that I could also ask my questions.
Yeah, of course. So I am a communications marketing professional for a decade now, and I remember I was working, Anjali's here, I was working with ad factors at that time, and I used to post a lot of reels, and as you know, like 60% of your views or anything now is non-followers. So that happened accidentally. I became an influencer, and then a lot of brand collaborations and everything happened while I was already working with a lot of influencers on the brand side of it. So that's how, like, I'm both an influencer, I also act a bit, so I'm also an actor and a brand strategist. So that's my
Hi, I'm Shantini. I run a supplement brand called What's Up Wellness. We started 5 years back. So in the 5 years, we've seen how the creator economy has changed for D2C brands per se. Obviously, the commercials have inflated, like he mentioned. Apart from that, first they used to be called influencers, right? Because we also know कि कोई एक product कोई लेके आ रहा है, the first chance is that you search it up on Amazon or you place an order given the kind of content that person puts up. Nowadays, the strategy is very different. You have to understand if the profile is boosted or if they are doing some other algo which jacks up the views or the likes. Plus, what are the kind of followers they have, if it's even relevant for your brand, right? So, yeah, it is massive in terms of impact on D2C and how we also scale. And there's a way to navigate because not every creator is meant for your brand. So that is also something that somebody needs to navigate well. So these are my 2 bits.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Surabhi. I work with Cloak and I'm building it with the founders to turn it from a tool to a proper consultancy. And the reason why I exist in the sphere of creator economy now is because people like Sayantini need people like me to help her run her brand with her influencers. I've spent about 15 odd years in advertising with network agencies, always been a strategist. The mind works with flowcharts and boxes and stuff. And I realized last year when I was contemplating what to do next, we all have that 15-year milestone, right? The existential crisis comes in. I read a report which was from Cloak, which said that the creator economy is right now slated at almost 10,000 odd crores in India alone, as opposed to 3,000 or 4,000 odd crores, which is being reported by multiple agencies. And that's because the 60% transactions are happening between creators and brands themselves. and no agency is a part of that ecosystem. So I was like, if there's money there, there is go for strategy there, there's go for infrastructure there, I'm going to be there. And that's how I got into it, and I've been doing it for a while now as a strategist with a SaaS product, informing brands on how to scout for the right mouthpieces, not just based on follow count, not just based on vibes, but where is the audience coming from, where is the engagement coming from, what is your competitor doing. So pure play intelligence at hand, first party data, numbers, and then therefore actionable insights.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I'll try to keep my introduction short. Yeah. So I am Pranali Tevatia and I work as a brand strategist. I work for founders and every individual who wants to create their personal brand, because people think that personal branding is something that is limited to founders, but that is, or celebrities, but that is not the case. I personally believe that everyone should have a personal brand, and which is really important. Even a student, even a 9-to-5 person should have a personal brand. So that is how I started with this motivation. I started on LinkedIn, and I am working with not only Indian clients but internationally as well. Yeah, so that is my intro. But apart from that, I work as a LinkedIn content creator too. So yeah, if any question comes up for the influencing part, I can definitely handle that too. So yeah, basically I work at the intersection of brand strategy, brand communications, and personal branding, and content creation. So yeah, that's my intro.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'll jump into the question directly, Mrinali. I just want to ask you first, because your brand has all appeared on Shark Tank. When you collaborate with any influencer, what are your objectives? Because it has got the eyeball. So are you, because also you come from a D2C brand that have a limited marketing budget. So when you collaborate with them, are you looking just at ROI, or what unique value or perspective they would bring in, or maybe an instant that you could tell that mind blown to your brand when you collaborated with an influencer? It's starting from that.
We appeared on Shark Tank season 2.
Yeah.
At that time, we were at a scale of 30 lakhs per month.
Yeah.
Sitting today, we are at a scale of 4.5 crores per month.
Okay.
Right? Us time pe to we didn't obviously have the budget for any kind of creators. We used to do barters. That, request karke please story dal.
Yeah.
है ना, वो चलता था. At this scale, when we look at creators, now the conversation is very strategic, where we are talking CPVs, we are talking ROAS, we are talking what has been your last 30 reels ka performance, how you take their insights, you share your budget. But before that conversation, the entire studying of the profile goes, that who are actually the people who are following that particular creator. Are they following because they get to know about the newest deals? Because then that's not the person for us, because we are never on sale.
Yeah.
If the audience is following them for health tips, then probably yes, right? Where he or she is taking through the entire journey of aaj maine ye kiya, wo kiya, and beech mein the product comes in. Or weight loss tips, or gut friendly food recipes. So it has to be very niched out when you are dealing with health and supplements. So first that kind of scrutiny happens, and then you go down to the other conversation, which is the math of it, right? If we have a target CPV, because obviously we have to see the meta performance as well. Some are obviously for brand awareness, which we don't again put on meta, which we just let it out there for the virality and the hype of it, that the product and the product message should reach out to as many. But mostly we do it for performance as well. So we also need creators who are aligned, that they are also able to give us good quality content which works for both of us.
Yeah.
So that is how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ankit, I would like to bring you in this conversation, because you have managed big influencers like Ashish Chantlani, Triggered Insan. I just want to understand, when a brand partner with them, what are they looking at? Are they looking at just the eyeballs, or is there some kind of brand recognition that they will get while partnering with these influencers? So what do brand expect when they put in that much of money with these influencers?
So I think that totally depends on brand to brand. If for a D2C brand, I'm sure the best way to approach is performance influencer marketing that these guys do, because they need conversions. They don't need awareness.
Yeah.
But if I'm a tech company and I've raised a huge fund, I need downloads. So I'm going to spend heavy on influencers who will get me awareness as well as downloads. So I think it totally depends on brand to brand, unka kya communication hai, how they want to take it forward, because it's different with every category and every brand.
Okay. So would you like to add something to it? Like, would you like to add something, or also I would like to ask you that what I have seen personally, a lot of time brand partner with a multiple of influencers from the same category. The audience is kind of common. So what are brands looking at to achieve with that? Are there just a number game they would like to achieve? Because if you are partnering with 5 influencers within the same, like a stand-up comedy category, so what is there to achieve? Because the audience is kind of similar. So like, how do brands come up to you and ask for that?
That's an interesting question. So I'll tell you what, audience overlaps between creators could be a brilliant thing.
Okay.
If Maggie wanted to convince thousands of people that MSG is good and my product is great, I need that overlap. Why? Because I need to hit the same mindset with multiple, messages at a frequency which is convincing enough for them to try Maggie again, bring it back into their homes. But if I was a D2C brand who was launching a millet-based noodle like Slurf Farms, I would want the audience overlap to be the least. I would want creators with more unique followers so that I have more unique reach and I'm reaching out to more, sort of people. So the thing about creators and influencers is that they have a particular role to play in your marketing funnel. And that has to be matched to the tier that you're picking them from. Right? So if you're picking up a mega creator, use them for reach. If you're picking up a nano creator, use them for building credibility and trust. It's never a one-key-fits-all. I may have 5 stand-up comedians. They may come from different tiers, they may have the same genre, but they may be talking about absolutely different things. I'm going to tailor it to the audiences that they're catering and reverse engineer my content to reach out to those.
Okay.
I don't think there is a bad influencer ever.
Okay.
There are only bad strategies.
Okay.
Yeah.
From a brand strategist, I want your opinion, because there are a lot of creators in this landscape. There is one I saw that does digital snan. Like if you could give him 1100 rupees, he would get you a digital snan.
Yeah.
And then I also saw someone begging on YouTube live. Like there was a QR code where one could see, like, scan that QR code and he would just call up that name. So opportunities I don't know where are, but from a brand strategist, I just want to understand how a brand select a creator and how a creator can differentiate themselves, because right now the scenario, there are too much creators in every category. If I am starting, or if anyone in this room wants to start, what could be an opportunity and how they should look at it?
So, see, I agree with Surbi somewhere. She's right when she says that in my point of view, every creator brings different perspective, okay? And it truly depends that if they're a small creator or big creator. But it is more about relatability, okay? Because the small creators, the thing is that people trust them more. The reason is because they are maintaining a two-way communication with their audience. And as we go to the big creators, they are not able to maintain that two-way communication. Reason is simple, because they are getting bigger, they are getting the celebrity status, and due to that, they are not able to maintain that kind of communication. Although I won't say that they are not relatable, because relatability has nothing to do with the success. Because if a guy sitting in a penthouse can be relatable to a guy sitting in a mud house, and a guy sitting in a mud house can be relatable to a guy sitting in a penthouse, is because it's all about mutual emotions, mutual understanding, mutual belief system, ethics and values, right? So for example, I'll just give you an example. If a creator, let's say a women creator in a fashion fashion industry. She buys a bag worth 20 lakh, right? But now she comes on a reel and she says that I still find my 2000 rupee bag very much feasible and I carry it everywhere. She is instantly relatable to everyone.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone. So it has to do with the mutual ethics and values, right? So creator can be big, can be small, but brands should select the creator who are maintaining two-way communication with their audience, because then only they can bring the consumer intelligence on the stage. Otherwise, it's not possible.
Tanya, would you like to add
I
something?
just want to add, see, there is a difference between followers and fans,
Yeah.
right? Fans will buy everything you sell.
Okay.
If की अगर I'm just saying कि आशीष ने ये बोला है, भाई ने ये बोला है, तो लेना है,
Yeah.
ठीक है? Followers नहीं करते हैं. Followers are following you for the content.
Yeah.
Fans are there that they believe in whatever you believe. So if you're selling something, they would buy it. So that is how you need to, I don't know how brands would do it, but then you need to understand, like you need to evaluate your influencers in a way that you know, okay, when this person is saying something, there is an ROI or business ROI also that's happening, as well as awareness. So you need to, have that percentage right in the head that what do you want and with what influencer and how many fans versus followers he has.
Okay.
He or she has.
But do you guys think that creator can contribute beyond just creating content? Is there a scope like maybe in a product research or a consumer research? Because a lot of these influencers are launching their own products like we see in abroad, but like what can they come up, like if anyone would like to answer?
I have a POV on this one. So yes, creators can definitely contribute, but I think brand has to be very much particular about who they are picking, right? Because I don't think that every creator is suitable for that particular thing, because like I said, two things are important. See, because product development is a very critical stage, okay?
Yeah.
If we do not focus on it, it can impact the entire economy of a country. I'll tell you how. Because if a pencil is there, okay? One pencil is not just affecting one kid, it's going to affect 1,000 other kids.
Yeah.
Okay. So if product development, we should have a good team in a product development, and every creator is not suitable for that simply because they are having millions of followers. We cannot include them in the process, right? They should have a domain intelligence, first thing, and like I said, they should have a two-way communication with their audience, because only if a creator is actually going through 500 comments in their comment section, which is not feasible, I'm not saying they should sit down and practically do that, but they should have at least a team so that they would know what their consumer is asking, what their consumer is needing and wanting. Only then they can bring that complete intelligence into a brand's product, and they can literally help a brand. Do you know?
So not product development, but I would say a lot of founders that I know are partnering with influencers with good following at some percentage of stake just to get the eyeballs. Okay, they will start.
Same happened with celebrity, like.
Correct.
Yeah.
Same. So, right, we were also talking that celebrity and influencers का वो जो बीच का वो है ना line वो बहुत blur हो गया है. Celebrities are trying to become influencers and influencers are trying to become celebrities और वो बन भी गए एक दूसरे के zone में घुस गए and we do not know कि किसके पास अब who is what.
Yeah.
Right? But the idea of, and a lot of founders are doing this, कि वो एक किसी celebrity को या anybody who's followed, say अगर किसी को एक protein brand बेचना है तो वो किसी भी cricketer follow like he is a cricketer, but if he is being followed or he is influencing, then he is also an influencer. तो वो उसको कुछ percentage पे लेके आएंगे कि तुम founder बन जाओगे, have nothing to do with the product development, but come on board because of your face the product will sell.
Okay.
So that's also happening.
I want to add to that. So while big influencers, mega influencers are being used as almost like a distribution partner for a new product, look at nano creators, look at micro creators. These are people with 5,000, 10,000 following. Pick your highest performers. They are your research partners. Why? Because they get your maximum amount of comments. What do comments signal? Intent. What are the comments that you get on your post? DM link, PP, price please. You know people are interested. They get you maximum shares. Why? Because there is relatability, like she mentioned. There is also the potential for going viral, and you can measure all of those through your nano micro influencers. I strongly believe that these are your closest proxies to consumers. You want to utilize your high-performing nanos and micros as well, in addition to, celebrities. Bring them in, sure. Use them for distribution eyeballs. That is the purpose that they're supposed to serve. But use your nanos and micros and use armies of them to do your market research. Nobody will do it as good as they do it. I've seen so many D2C brands like a lot of these D-time creams, brands like Nikoni, etc. They've been built on the back of nano creators. And I think they went unicorn pretty soon in their life cycle. So yeah, pretty strong force to reckon with.
Okay, so I'm adding to what Tanya said, कि there's a thin line जो blur हो गई है between celebrities and creators. Like for example, Farah Khan is now creating content, and Bhuvan Bam and Ashish Chanchlani are doing their solo lead movies. So they want to enter their space, and they want to enter their space. So I think that line is not blurred. It's not there anymore, because everyone wants to show up on Instagram, on YouTube. Look at Ori's account. He's the PR of all Bollywood celebrities. People who are, people don't remember from movies, but they remember from Ori reels and stories. So I think adding to that, the equity structure that celebrities were getting, creators are also getting. But coming to your question, how creators can add value. So I think a lot of people missed out here, wherein I feel creators are really good at one thing, that's marketing and social media. So I feel a lot of brands needs to hire these people, younger creators who are really good with social media and marketing, to work on their social media and marketing. आप equity दे दोगे, आपको initial eyeballs मिल जाएगी, but I've done that with few creators. I have few data, doesn't work out for the long run. Doesn't work out. Lately brands को वापस वो equity देनी पड़ती है. आप particular campaigns करा सकते हो, like McDonald's did this year with Ranveer Singh. They created a Ranveer Singh meal. Last year they did it with Kartik Aaryan. This year they wanted to do it with Carrie Minati and Trigger Insan, but it couldn't work out. So I think brands can, work with creators on releasing a particular product, जिसमें creators ने अपना input दिया हो, creators का personality आ रहा हो. That way, I think they can collaborate, and it will work way better than the equity structure, I feel. And social media and marketing, I think a lot of brands are missing out. They need to hire creators as their social media head.
So if you want to add, have you ever thought of creating a product based, because you work in a different domain, I'm not sure, but like...
I think we do have examples like Beast Life.
Yeah.
And they're doing so well, right? Because he already has a fan following.
Yes.
Right? So people just follow, and they are doing a very good job. But then again, when it comes to high domain specialization, we also have people like the food farmer. उनके information का जो है intensity, आज के date में सब कुछ खाने के पहले डर लगता है ना, because he comes up with all the data, and if he in today's day and age brings up something, you will have the full trust कि हाँ इनका product तो try करना चाहिए. So I think those kind of amalgamations are the best. When it comes to endorsement, I think Super U is doing a great job, because the energy, you think of Ranveer Singh and Super U, they just go hand in hand. So that kind of endorsement, they are very complementary. So in that way, yes, the boundaries are thinning definitely of creators and celebrities, but the complementary relationship is something that has to be thought through. It's not something that you just do. It's a math.
Yeah. Just one thought at times, but I just want to ask, because all of you have mentioned that the lines between celebrity and a creator is blurring, but the celebrity got popular because of his trust it has, and people used to connect with them, right? But right now what we are seeing, that influencers are marketing or maybe promoting a product. They will market a product right now, and next week they will market a different product within the same category. So don't you think that the original thought when the influencers were born has changed, and that authenticity is also losing? So that's where the nano influencers coming, or the regional influencers coming. What are your thoughts?
I think, see, it varies from influencer to influencer. right? It's up to their individual decision how they wanna approach this thing.
Yeah.
Correct. As far as this is concerned, that line is thinning, I don't completely agree with that, because the thing is, we are looking at a very shorter picture here. That line is thinning. It's not like that. We should see it as a hierarchy, right? Today a creator comes up, they do the hard work, and they reach to the celebrity status, right? So that it opens up the passage for another, nano creators, so that they get the push. They reach to that level. So we can look at it with that perspective as well, instead of just saying that line is thinning,
Yeah.
right? Secondly, like you said, what was your second question? I just forgot.
That where do you see regional influencers coming in? Because right now the influencers are like promoting a particular brand and then they are promoting another brand within the same category. So that trust is not built with the audience.
Yeah, with time, if this keeps on continue with time, people will start, that interest, that passion will wear out. As far as content creation is concerned, I'm not targeting content creation.
I'm just saying, I'll just add to this. So I was being handled by some agency, and this also depends on what agency, what brand is approaching. Mainly on the agency who's managing you and everything, because they tell you कि अच्छा इसको डाल दो, इसका लिंक इन बायो करके डाल दो, एक हफ्ते बाद हटा देना, ठीक है? Because you will have to promote things, we'll get you deals, right? तुम इसको हटा देना. So see, influencers also, content creators also, and I'm not saying this like in a negative way, have also left their jobs and everything to become this, and then this is their source of income. They are doing it. They'll get the money, they'll do it. But then how much they believe in the brand, and that's a different conversation that the brand needs to have with the influencers or the agency that they're working.
But I have one thing to add. See, I was approached by 5 brands, okay, and in the email they clearly mentioned that you use this particular thing, and then you mention it's a paid collaboration, and you mention the post about us. Okay, now it's up to me, correct? It's up to me how do I do it. If I consume that product and if I want to take it further, then it's up to me, it's my call, right? And brand is also giving that liberty to you, na? You use that product and you give the feedback. So there are 2 kind of collaboration, where one is you are having the sanity in mind that okay, I won't be collaborating with such and such brand, okay? And if I'll be collaborating with 5 makeup brands, so I'll be giving a genuine feedback. Right? This concealer gives this coverage, this concealer does not do that but does this part, right? So it's up to the creator how they are presenting that particular story to stay relevant and to maintain that trust with their audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, the time is up. If anyone wants to have a question, we can just take one question from there.
This question is for all of you. Hi, my name is Sonia. What's your take on the AI influencers that we are seeing? And I'm sure you all must be aware of. So what's your take? Anyone can answer.
You wrote about it. I'm just going to use my LinkedIn article to tell you the same thing. But do you want to be a little more specific about what part of AI influencers are you? I'll tell you what. AI influencers are here to solve brand problems, not consumer problems. No consumer is building an emotional connection with optimized content. Everybody knows it, right? But what do AI influencers help brands with? They help them with control, period, and scale. They can be online 24/7. A human influencer cannot do that. They can be multilingual execution. She can't do that. Right? She can't speak 26 languages, AI influencer can. But AI influencer does not have lived experiences. AI influencer never had acne, they never raised a child, they never had to pay money for school education, so they cannot replace anything that a human influencer might want to do. So you've got AI influencers to build scale. Some industries like gaming, entertainment, they are more susceptible to use AI influencers. But if you're talking about trust-based industries like wellness or parenting or education, you need human influencers to do that. So everybody's got their role.
basically it comes down to this point that we should have a bifurcation where AI influencers are being used and where humans are being used. So every industry cannot have, I don't think really that every industry.
Exactly. So I have been following a lot of AI first pages and channels just to understand what are the new tools, right? And those creators they have their AI agents making content every day in, day out, telling that, okay, this is the new tool, this is another tool, and this is how you use it. It works for them. It works for me also as an audience. So it's just different industries, different use cases. I think it works, it doesn't work.
And I think one more thing, storytelling is an important factor. Yesterday I was just watching this ad and it was by one education platform where they showed that one millennial, he was somewhere around 45 or 50 years old and he was losing his job because Gen Z were there and they were doing work much faster. So company said that he'll be losing his job. So that was a very sad ad, okay. I could imagine every 50-year-old I was seeing in my family that this could happen to anyone, right? So it was purely AI ad, I'm telling you, purely AI ad. All the AI characters, but I could relate to it and I literally watched it. And it was literally like a serial, mini serial. Why I watched it? Because of the storytelling. Correct. So there are two things, like she mentioned, Surabhi mentioned lived experience and storytelling. So storytelling can definitely work in certain sectors, but lived experience cannot. Lived experience cannot work in AI industry. So yes, for that we need human creators. So there should be an amalgamation of human creators and AI influence. So that's it.
Before another buzzer rings like Galat Jawab, we'll end this discussion. We are available offline if you have any questions. Thank you everyone for listening and thank you panelists for sharing the insights.
All right, primarily, thank you very much for peeling the onion with us. And secondly, thank you to the lovely ladies and to the gentleman for adding the spark on the stage. Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Ladies and gentlemen, how about we bring up a very enthusiastic round of applause for this panel? And to present a token of appreciation to this entire panel, joining us on stage is Mr. Arif M. Khan from BrandCommunion. Let's welcome the gentleman. Come on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Time for me to address the elephant in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the final session of today's inaugural edition. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about Communication Manager India, my sincerest apologies. To talk about CSR and social work, building sustainable communities through collaborative action, joining us on stage is Director, Ekam Nyay Foundation. Please welcome Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj. And a big shout out to my very, very lovely audience. Through the hall, towards the end, might I encourage everyone to look a little alive. Come on. Thank you. Founder, Jagan Foundation, please put your hands together for Malvika Mudgal. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining. An absolute delight to welcome Head and Director, Strategy and Communications at Chetak Foundation. Please put your hands together for Arun Arora. All right, this is my favorite table. time to welcome President and co-founder at Romana Center for Women's Rights and Leadership. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anush Gasparian. Joining us up next, founder at On Purpose. Please put your hands together for Girish Balachandran. And of course, completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, Communication Manager, India and APAC at HP Enterprise. Please welcome Diksha Verma.
Thank you for joining in, everyone. Thank you, panel. So, over the past few years, we've seen CSR evolve from being an initiative that is supporting good causes to actually becoming a strategic activity that helps businesses and organizations make long-lasting social impact, right? But clearly, no one agency can do it all. So, of course, we need an amalgamation of NGOs, community, the government, and different corporates to make that meaningful change on ground, right? Therefore, we have this incredible panel here to discuss this and more. But before we start, I have a quick question from all of you. So, very early in my career, when I used to work on CSR programs, I used to often wonder if we are just celebrating the thought that we have, the intent that we have, or are we actually trying to understand if we are making a dent in the industry or whatever cause we are working on ground? Has anybody else ever experienced that? Quite a few hands, thank God. Otherwise, this was a very awkward confession. So, without further ado, I would first want to ask Malvika. Your work has connected communities with government initiatives at the grassroots, right? So from your experience, where does the journey from policy to delivery usually need more support? And how can an NGO and a corporate partnership strengthen it?
Okay, am I audible? Okay, great. So I think I'll answer this also keeping into view that a lot of people who are seated here are from the communications and policy industry. So I'll give you an example, probably so that we can bridge the conversation. Some of you must have been aware of late, there was this lot of Instagram and news trend that India's fertility rate was on the decline. How many of you remember that? Does anybody remember? There was a lot of headline about India's fertility rate being on the decline, and even Elon Musk commented about that, right? So now, keeping that as a hook, this data came from something known as the National Health and Family Survey, and the government conducts it and releases it. Now, what happens is, as across a lot of other businesses and governments, everybody tries to highlight the good headline or the glossy headline, because it feels nice to say that family planning is under control, and therefore that news narrative was out everywhere. People were talking about how majority of childbirths, deliveries are happening within institutions, which is great because women are not giving birth in the home. Now, that's the large policy lens. Where do grassroots organizations like us come in? We basically come in when we realize that, look, within the data are the negative headlines and the gap areas which are there. For example, teenage pregnancies in Rajasthan have gone up. Or the fact a lot of women are now being forced into performing C-sections versus deliveries. And within that policy landscape is where our work as a grassroots operations comes in.
Sure. This is very insightful and a perfect way of setting the stage for our conversation. So, Arun, Chetan Foundation has worked across multiple social initiatives, right? What separates a one-off CSR project from a partnership that creates a long-term value for the community?
Thank you, Diksha. Diksha is so pleasant. She'll ask such serious questions.
So let me share something interesting to begin with. I'll steal 30 seconds out of my 2 minutes thread that you've given me. You know, my daughter, some of the girls may relate here, is my style and dress auditor. So whenever I'm walking out, she checks out what is that I'm wearing, and she finds me most of the time, she finds it very funny. For instance, today I was wearing a jacket and then I wore a cap. So she said, Papa, what is this? I mean, have some sense. Okay, so I not only learn, I teach communication, CSRs, ESG and sustainability, but I could not sustain my hairline. I hope the photograph there is genuine. Okay, I thought maybe I'll start a little interesting note so that we get attention of all the audience. Thanks Diksha for a very relevant question. In fact, I work with a lot of organizations and a lot of promoters. And I started way back, maybe 500 years ago, when the promoters used to believe that if we donate with our right hand, our left hand should not know. They did not believe in talking about or communicating about whatever good work they're doing. They believe that it takes away from the goodness of whatever they're doing. From that to now, it is encouraged that you speak about it. And like Diksha mentioned, you have this transactional thing. You know, most of the organizations do that. They go for compliance, they spend whatever CSR budgets they have. As against that, now more and more mature organizations are going for long-term interventions, wherein they want to make a difference to the societies, to the underprivileged, which is measurable. And they are looking at long-term association which makes a difference to their lives. So I'll share some examples, for instance, before Diksha stops me. One is that we discovered, I work with Chetak Logistics, and we have identified truck drivers as underprivileged beneficiaries, though I don't like the word beneficiaries because who are we to do a favor to anyone, because they are giving us an opportunity to serve them. So we are equal. So this word is also offensive to begin with. So basically, we discovered through a survey that 55 to 60% drivers who are driving on the road, they do not have eyesight good enough to drive on the road. Just imagine, it's not safe for them, it's not safe for fellow motorists and pedestrians. So we decided to work on this long-term intervention wherein we'll check their eyesight and we'll provide them glasses for their vision correction, and we will also address the stigma attached with not getting their eyesight checked. They had this belief that if they get their eyesight checked, they'll be losing their job. So we had to parallelly work on that. I'll take it forward once we have other members coming in also. Thank you.
Sure, we can definitely continue this, and we must. So I'll move on to the corporate side of partnership, Anush. You've previously spoken about preventing workplace harassment, and you've set it as an example for a long-term corporate NGO partnership, right? Why should businesses see this as an investment in safer and stronger workplace environment? Isn't it a part of the compliance?
Thank you so much for your question. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to organizers for such important topic. I believe this is an impactful phase for the foundation of something very important, be that NGO or be that just the corporates or just an individual. So it's very important to understand the purpose of what we are doing and where are we going, which as a lawyer, first of all, as a law lecturer, as someone with the background of government and non-government organizations, I would sadly say the fact that laws are in place in order to cross them, right? So we find always alternatives how to fulfill the requirement and move ahead blindly without understanding the purpose, first of all, of that law in place. And then secondly, while we are fulfilling the requirement, what kind of benefits are we taking from it? So mainly, this is the reason that POSH, for example, in Indian context, is not so successful, and it has generated another kind of problem where we say that it's being misused. So now there are two aspects that we are supposed to focus on. First of all, my NGO is not focused on country particular legislations. Why? Because when you speak about that, it is useless. People try to avoid it. It's mainly speaking about global perspectives and the necessities of the reason that particular law in particular country should exist. So we do not focus on POSH, and we are providing these trainings all over the globe. And the purpose is that, first of all, realization. We try to make the corporates realize that with our experience, our background, we are able to make impact with regards to understanding of the necessity of awareness, first of all. Being a man, sometimes just making a compliment is not an intention of committing an act of harassment. However, it is considered as a harassment, as a sexual harassment at a public place with certain legislations, etc., etc. But you are not aware of it. You don't intend to do it, but you are not aware of it. And then it has a long-term impact on your reputation, on your education, on your background, professional background, your economy, your family, as well as the overall reputation of the organization. And similarly, it's about female. If I work with developed countries as well, and this issue is everywhere. To my surprise, in developed countries, it exists even more than in India, because even female there believe that they do not have the issue of the sexual harassment, because they are not having the awareness as much as it is in India, the complaint system, etc. So they do not even know where to go and how to proceed with the fact, but the problem does not disappear there. If you avoid, if the corporates avoid by just a fake imagination that the issue is not there and we have fulfilled the compliances and etc., and so we are all good with the government regulations, but issue is there. Why? Because the psychological state of mind of male or female of that particular organization is being affected by something which is not willingly happening to them. And at many times that these people who are victim or who are not even recognizing themselves as a victim or who are committing such kind of acts that they do not understand that it's an act of making someone a victim, speaking in a simple language, it creates a havoc, it creates an unpresentable and pleasant atmosphere at the workplace, and there your needs are not meeting their requirements. Means the targets that you have, you could achieve way better if you would just clear these simple steps. And then let's talk about, very shortly just conclude, let's talk about already national legislations. You are, however, supposed to meet those requirements if you come across complaints, right? So there it's a huge steps that you are supposed to take and go ahead. Why do not prepare to avoid all of it before just, starting to go ahead with the procedures like that by educating first of all ourselves, because the world is so dynamic. And we already know, we talk about AI, we talk about globalization, cultures are different, workplaces are different, everyone is not same, and they do not accept same compliment in the same way than in another state or village or whatever. So that's how I think the NGOs and corporates should work hand in hand in order to solve problems like this. Thank you.
Makes absolute sense. And on that note, Deepika, I'm going to circle back to you. So there are certain causes and initiatives that the corporates are taking because the conversation is very topical or it is in the spotlight, everybody is talking about a particular incident, for example. So corporates are more intrigued and excited to participate or contribute or use that as a purpose towards making some groundwork changes, right? But then there are certain causes, or there is a darker side of the society that nobody wants to talk about, right? But the NGOs that are supporting those causes also require funding. They also require support of corporates, organizations. They require NGOs to work with them, the community to work with them. So how do we do this? How do we pull them together and work around this to be able to shed light on causes that actually need to be spoken about?
Yeah. Thanks for having me here, Deeksha.
I think the NGOs that you're talking about, I run an NGO exactly like that. Where we probably have lakhs of NGOs that work on women's issues. Perhaps Ekam Nyay Foundation is one of very, very few NGOs that you can count on on your fingertips that work for men. So Ekam Nyay Foundation works with men who are victims of false accusations, who are victims of domestic violence, who are victims of various issues that we speak about only from the realm of that women suffer from it, but we deal with men day in, day out, where they are going through injustice and that people do not want to talk about. So, I understand the compulsion of brands to work or corporates to work with NGOs that work on issues that are very visible, but I think vulnerability does not belong to any particular gender or cause. I think it is very, very important for brands to look out for NGOs that are really doing good work on ground. Maybe they are not very visible, but they are working with people who are vulnerable and they are saving lives. And I have, just to give you a very quick example, we recently worked with Nikhil Dwivedi, he's a producer. There was a movie called Bandar, who came very recently, directed by Anurag Kashyap. And the first screening for the film was organized by us in Delhi. And it's a movie on a man who is implicated in a rape accusation falsely. We had about 150 people, and in that audience, there were so many people who had suffered that in their own life. And when Nikhil met them, Nikhil as a person who has made this film, he felt so overwhelmed. So I think if brands work with NGOs that are working or transforming lives on ground, it would be a very, very different experience.
Absolutely, I'm sure. Girish, I'm going to now address the question that I referred to initially. Do you feel that sometimes we are better at measuring impact, measuring visibility, and not exactly the impact? How do we define that line that, of beyond this, we're just overselling it?
Firstly, thank you. Asim is in the audience and he should probably pay you for mentioning his company's name in your question, and this question is also very well answered by him and others. But I think visibility is much easier to measure, impact is harder. Brands want to talk about the dollars they've deployed because it's about them. And of course, if it's a large enough number, the media will talk about it, your shareholders will care about it, and so other stakeholders might also notice. But what's really important is, what did those dollars actually change? Now, the trap here is metric substitution. It's about measuring what is countable rather than what counts. And there are two very easy tests to look at whether what you're doing, is it more tuned towards visibility or impact. And the first one is the burden of proof test. Now, if you're saying, for example, your program helped reduce hunger, do you have a counterfactual or any evidence to prove it? If not, it's better to say you supported or contributed towards rather than caused. The second is the voice of the beneficiary. Now, if your beneficiary that you're talking about having impacted hears your story about them, would they resonate with it? If they read your annual report, or if it was read out to them, would they cringe or would they nod?
Makes sense. Thank you for addressing that. And Asim, I can give you my GPay number outside if you're sticking to Girish's statement. Okay, so talking about impact, Malvika, can you share any anecdote that you may have heard from any beneficiary on ground that everybody should listen to?
I will share one example which I think of all the work we do was very exemplary. So I work at Dholpur. And Dholpur is famous or infamous mainly because of the Chambal Ravine area. So there's been a history of underdevelopment and there's been a history of crime, and obviously, gender equity, the reason we picked it up is because we feel there's a lot of work to be done. And I'm a public health background person, so while working on menstrual health and sexual and reproductive health, we work on also climate-friendly options for women. So, we would normally work with these women and they're all coming in their gungas and they'll come for our workshops and they'll quietly take their packets and go away. So it's a very hidden conversation, right? So my office boy was on his way back to his village, and then he told me that he encountered a group of 2 men. And one of the groups was sitting there and saying, and I'll switch to Hindi for this, कि क्या ही कर रही हैं? आ रही है, महिलाओं से थोड़ा बहुत बात कर रही हैं और थोड़ा कपड़ा वगैरह पकड़ा के चली जा रही हैं. क्या हो रहा है इस फाउंडेशन का? So the other set of people who were there, they said, आप अपने घर में अपनी महिला को अपनी जेब से शायद 20 रुपए भी निकाल के नहीं देते. तो ये जो दीदी आ रही है, इनकी जो संस्था आ रही है, कुछ अच्छा करके जा रही है. And I don't know what the conclusion of that conversation was, but the important metric here is, I say this time and again, that the power equation, especially when we go towards semi-rural and rural India, lies in the hands of men. So when we are able to get men to break the stereotype and talk about menstrual health, which is a theme that impacts only women, I think that is a huge, huge success metric for me, because then the man will go back and tell his wife or daughter कि बेटा ये संस्था यहाँ पे ये काम कर रही है, आपको जाके सीखना चाहिए.
Understood. So I think that is the qualitative side of how we can measure impact on ground, right? Deepika, is there any way of measuring it quantitatively as well, so that corporates, because they obviously have to break everything down to numbers, right? So any way corporates can also do it quantitatively?
Diksha, I would say anybody who is putting their money in would definitely want to work with some numbers or with some impact. At Ekam Nyaya Foundation, when I started, I ensured that we are very conscious of the work that we are doing and we are documenting it properly. Though we do not have any funders right now or any CSR support, but then our work is out there. In the first year of Ops itself, we counseled more than 2,000 people. We got 38 people arrested who were false accusers, extortionists and scammers. We got 18 FIRs registered of families who were not being heard from anybody. But I think more than numbers, it's about the lives transformed. And if you're able to turn around lives of even 5 people or 10 people, it's an impact that you're having not just on their life forever, it's also a community change that you're creating. To just share with you one very example very quickly. There was a man from Faridabad who was falsely accused in a rape case by a woman and a gang where he had not even seen the woman. He had not even seen the woman, but he was accused, and not just accused, he spent 5 months in jail. When he came out, he told us he was crying and he said, I have not even seen the woman who has accused me. And I told him that I'm going to get you justice. Today, as I speak here at this forum, that woman is behind bars for the last 7 months. The man who conspired is behind bars for the last 1 year. This one case has inspired so many people and got us, so many people saying, ma'am, we are going to fight this out. So that's a change and impact that you have in society, and it's just about people reaching out to organizations that are working with people on ground and having an impact. There are always mind-boggling stories if you're willing to give a ear to it. Thanks.
Right. Anush, just adding on to what we were discussing with Deepika, what do you think the NGOs can do for corporates that their compliance system can't when it comes to workplace harassment?
First of all, I think that we should stop thinking about what we can give or what we can take. Rather, we have to focus on what we can build together. Because as everyone said, it's very difficult to break it into quantitative or qualitative or whatever, because the experiences are different, and even if we talk about sexual harassment, and scenarios are different. In some cases, the impact is measured by just realizing that the number of people and the organizations have got that sense of accepting such awareness sessions, for example, and they are realizing that it's important for them. and then coming together. In some case of some countries that they have accepted that the issue exists and they should already start working on the legislations or etc. So then with this realization, we should find the ways of building things together in order that everyone will benefit. Thank you.
Understood. Arun, as promised, returning to what you were saying earlier. So, what are some of the signs that tell you that an intervention is creating long-lasting, meaningful social impact and not just, a one-off beneficial initiative in the community?
Yeah, thanks. Interesting question that. I'll share a couple of interesting examples. I was talking about truck drivers as beneficiaries. One of the interesting things about truck drivers is this profession is looked down upon. Almost everyone ridicules them, whether they're cops or public at large or fellow motorists. There's no respect attached to that. So we started working on these interventions which brings dignity back to this profession. So this is very interesting thing that we're working on, and that is one. Second, I wanted to touch upon the collaboration part. It is perfectly all right to collaborate with people who are expert in their respective fields. For instance, when he spoke about the vision correction, we tied up with Vision Spring, and we work on a very, very interesting model wherein there is no monetary exchange when we align with our partner. We don't treat them as implementing partner. They are partners in the true sense. We work together. We tied up with UNICEF. They wanted to work on a campaign on road safety. We got a lot of our drivers, we got RJs from Radio FM. They sat together, they coined very, very interesting slogans, and we offered all our trailers, and these slogans were put up on the trailers and they went around India, spreading the message of road safety along with UNICEF. There was no monetary exchange. And a couple of people are talking about the sexual harassment or gender parity. I would like to make an observation. Most of such event, even today's event, when the speakers are given mementos, it is only the girls who carry the mementos. Why is that? Is it something that is less worthy? We never see boys carrying that. Can we change that at least at this forum? Isn't it interesting? You will get those girls to carry and then somebody else hands over the awards to them. Okay, so now coming back to the impact part. For instance, when we started working with the drivers, we encouraged them to become entrepreneur in their own right. We encouraged drivers to become transporters. We helped them, gave them loan, we helped them buy a truck, they put up their own truck. They have become our competitors now, and we welcome that. So we have to bring respect, dignity back to this profession. If you look at Canada or European countries or America, this is a very interesting profession. It's a very shocking data that in India, if somebody pursues truck driving, he finds it difficult to get married. It's a fact of life. So unfortunate. So we are working on bringing dignity back to this profession, and let's hope we succeed in that.
Absolutely. And I hope the organizers of BrandCommunion have also made note of whatever you said. Lastly, Girish, any guardrails you want to set for brands who are communicating about their CSR initiatives, that these are the do's and don'ts? Beyond this, you're just promoting it or extracting it, the best of it.
So in short, make the story about the outcome and not about your role in it. I've got some examples. I'll give you one example. A very promotional way of saying it would be, we built 50 schools in Rajasthan. An impact-driven way would be, in rural Rajasthan, 3,000 girls now attend school within walking distance, and early data shows attendance is up by 40%. I'll give you another example. Instead of saying, we empowered women entrepreneurs, say, we provided capital and mentorship, the women built the business. Here's what they said worked and what didn't.
Definitely something that leaves us all with food for thought. It's very interesting for me that everybody comes from such different backgrounds and yet our themes are so overlapping, Instead of closing statements, in fact, I would want to have a quick fireside with all of you. I'll ask one question each. Please answer within 10-15 seconds if possible. Malvika, in 10 years, what will define successful CSR? Money invested, lives touched, systems changed, or something else altogether?
Clear go answer would be systems changed, because money invested is not really a count, and how do you say lives touched? There's no measurement to that. If you build a system, it lasts beyond you.
Absolutely. Arun, what's that one aspect of social impact that you believe corporates should place greater attention to?
Yeah, very interesting, very simple paradigm change from considering this as a compliance cost center to something that makes impact, that builds your brand equity, that leads to, it's a profit center, it's not a cost center at all.
Absolutely. Anush, if there was one mindset shift that you think can strengthen collaboration between stakeholders and NGOs, what would that be?
As I said previously, do not expect what you are going to get, but focus more on what you are building together.
Fair enough. Deepika, what's one common perception about CSR that you would want people to rethink?
I think the fact that they are all about numbers, because some are actually not.
Absolutely. Girish, one word or phrase that you would want to tattoo on every corporate board CSR strategy document.
Not for us, for them.
Very insightful. Thank you so much, panel. It was very, very insightful for me and very enriching. I hope all of you also got some inputs from them and definitely worth thinking about through the day. Time's up actually. I think you're going to skip that.
Unfortunately, due to the paucity of time, we won't be able to take questions. But could I please request everyone to offer a loud round of applause for this panel? And how about a quick picture up front? And to present the token of appreciation to this panel in particular, joining us on stage is marketing consultant Mr. Tushar Devan. Let's welcome the gentleman with a big round of applause. Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage to deliver the closing remarks is founder, BrandCommunion and Salt Discovery Media. Please put your hands together for the man of the moment, Mr. Karan Bhatia.
Not sure about the man of the moment, but thank you everyone. This was the first edition of our event, and for us it is a big moment because something which was really close to our heart, we really put our heart and soul in making this a huge success. Salt Discovery Media was established in 2021. Most of the people were not even aware because I end up investing most of the time in working for another brand. Although I have very fond memories working together with them and building communities. BrandCommunion is created with the sole vision that we can holistically cover all the intricacies of the marketing and communication, public policy and other areas, including CSR. So this was the first edition, and it cannot be successful without the effort of our team.
I would like to take a moment and ask all of you to please clap for the hard work that all the people who have made this successful. And I'm going to, acknowledge them one by one. So I have Madhvi with me, who is the, the soul behind bringing it together. Then Yash is the man who did all the editorial work. We have Drishti. Shivaji did everything from creative, Navneet and Dipesh and his team putting together the whole event, and Tushar for making this event a huge success. And of course, without support of all of you and the partners, we couldn't have made it this far. And if I'm missing out on anyone, please forgive me. I hope you're not going to kill me later for this, but yeah. This has been the most profound and important day for all our lives, because we were dreading to see this day, that whatever we envisaged, whatever we dreamed of. And finally we are seeing what entrepreneurship is all about. It's not easy. It comes with its own success and failures, but we are ready to take things head on now. So we have arrived now, and we look forward to see you all in the market. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, this was the closing remarks, which gives me the liberty to get candid with all of you. A little bit, right? Okay, let's quickly take a look at our watches. घड़ी की तरफ देखिए and answer honestly. दुनिया के आप किसी भी कोने में हैं, back at home, back at work, out with friends, out with a friend, right? What would you rather be doing at this hour? इस समय हम सभी कहीं भी हो क्या करना पसंद करते हैं? चाय पीना पसंद करते हैं. With the same, it is now time for you to pick your poison, a cup of tea, a cup of joe with some refreshments, with the expectation that I get to see your happy faces back in the hall for the highly anticipated awards ceremony starting in exactly half an hour. With the same, thank you very much for being a part of the inaugural edition of Convergence Summit. Hoping to see you all inside the hall in exactly half an hour after you've tasted your coffee or tea. Thank you. And also I'm hoping that with the refreshing cup of tea, ये serious energy हम बाहर उस cup के साथ ही छोड़ कर आएंगे. वापस जब हम, when we reconvene, I'm hoping for you to be in best of your spirits as we are to celebrate the highly anticipated segment of today's gathering.
Hello. I forgot to thank Arif also. Can we have a round of applause for him? And everybody else. May I request everyone to please leave this hall? We have to clean it and start it one more time. Requesting everyone please to please vacate this hall.
Ladies and gentlemen,